Had Li Yuan already condensed the true intent, the difference was too great. This time, among the 9 new Martial Divine Hall members selected from Blue Star, only one was younger than Li Yuan. His speed in condensing true intent is even faster than Old Fang, thought Dean Hai with a tinge of expectation. Could it be that my Kunlun Martial University will, after another decade or two, give birth to another demigod? In the history of Kunlun Martial University, numerous geniuses had emerged, especially before Starfire University, Starry Sky University, and Blackstone University were founded, giving rise to a large number of flying heaven warriors. But since the establishment of the university up to now, only one demigod has been born, Dongfang Ji. After all, up to this day, only 3 demigods have been born throughout Sha country. Is that Senior Li Yuan who just left, Dean Hai? Yes, it is. Is he the Li Yuan who entered the Martial Divine Star Realm last year? Has he already condensed Heavenly Earth true intent? The 9 Blue Star talents had just walked out of the meeting room and stood behind Dean Hai, unable to help themselves but to ask. Just now, they had watched Li Yuan flying down. When you enter the Martial Divine Star Realm, you will naturally understand, said Dean Hai with a smile, not intentionally concealing the truth. Many so-called secret reports are relative. Many pieces of information that are secrets to ordinary prime warriors may be common knowledge to flying heaven warriors. The day after returning to 7-Star Mountain, Li Yuan held a banquet in the only tavern in the Martial Divine Star Realm, celebrating the end of his concealed cultivation. He invited many close friends, people like Dan Taifeng, Tian Dajuang, Jin Huguo, Alicia, Cross, Yan Jing, and others received invitations. The number of people wasn't large, only a dozen or so. Some were members of 7-Star Mountain, like Yan Jing. But most were still just ordinary members of the Martial Divine Hall. Before the banquet began, everyone was already chatting with each other. Alicia, it's rare for you to come, Dan Taifeng said with a smile. I've held many banquets before and you were always too lazy to attend. Only when Li Yuan returns to the Martial Divine Star Realm are you willing to come. I don't like socializing, I can't always be eating your food, Alicia responded with bright eyes and a smile. A year had passed, and her demeanor became more and more extraordinary. Her blonde hair cascaded down, and her bright eyes were like tranquil autumn waters, attracting everyone's gaze. If the past Alicia was already outstanding in appearance, now she had stepped up a level, the entirety of her being faintly exuded an inexplicable charm that made you feel she was more entrancing with every look. Don't believe Dan Taifeng. Next to her, Tian Dajuang grinned and said, every time he holds a banquet, it's because he has made a breakthrough in strength, hosts a banquet when he becomes a prime warrior, hosts a banquet when his skills reach the 5th stage intermediate rank. He only wants to show off. Wait until he becomes an elite member, he'll probably invite several hundred people from the Martial Divine Hall to boast properly, laughed Tian Dajuang. Dajuang, Dan Taifeng glared at him. Ha ha, all the people in the hall laughed out loud. After being together for so long, everyone understood each other's temperament very well. Li Yuan watched all this with a smile. In the past few years, as his realm and strength had soared rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger, his communication with many good friends from high school and university, like Li Tianyu and Ji Yu Cheng'an, had become less and less. It was hard to even contact them once every 6 months, and they had fewer topics in common. Even with family members like his uncles and aunts, communications were occasional, just to ask if they were well. But they also had fewer and fewer common topics. This was the price of growth, it was an inevitable eventuality. Even now, people like Dan Taifeng, Tian Dajuang, and Jin Huguo, although their strengths were far behind Li Yuan, if there was a chance, Li Yuan still very much enjoyed the time spent joyfully with his friends. This group of friends. In the year they entered the Martial Divine Star Realm, although their growth rate couldn't compare to Li Yuan's. Their actual progress was not small, their skills had at least stepped into the 5th stage intermediate rank, and their physical quality had also improved greatly. It was foreseeable that in a few more years, they would all become extremely powerful top-grade origin martial artists. And among this group of people, the one who truly grew the fastest was not Dan Taifeng, but Alicia. Her skills, unbeknownst to others, had already reached the 5th stage high rank and even surpassed Yin Man. Her physical quality had also reached level 26. This rate of progression was astonishing even among the members of the Martial Divine Hall. Without Li Yuan, Alicia would undoubtedly become a rising new star within the Martial Divine Hall. Could it be, I was wrong in my previous assumptions? Li Yuan thought to himself, is the one with the greatest potential in this group not Dajuang, but Alicia? As for Tian Dajuang, his skill level was quickly catching up to that of Dan Taifeng. But compared to Alicia, it was still much slower. Brother Yan Jing. Li Yuan looked at Yan Jing, who was sitting aside, and smiled. I've heard from quite a few people that brother has successfully condensed true intent. Congratulations. This was a piece of news Li Yuan had seen in a V group. Ah, Yan Jing was startled at first, then smiled and said, it was just a fluke to have condensed true intent. What? Yan Jing brother has actually condensed true intent. Awesome. He must be the second true intent origin martial artist to emerge from 7-Star Mountain this year. Yes, Bertman recently made a breakthrough, someone added. To achieve Heavenly Earth true intent, how difficult it is. Brother Yan is only in his 30s. The group who were originally chatting exploded with conversation, their eyes revealing envy. They were not very familiar with Yan Jing to begin with. Only Jin Huguo and Yan Jing communicated more. After all, there was an age difference, and they weren't familiar in the past. But condensing true intent was completely different. It meant standing among the strongest cohort in 7-Star Mountain. In the Martial Divine Star Realm, only a few true intent origin martial artists were born each year, and each one was extraordinary. As everyone was congratulating Yan Jing, suddenly, whoosh! A figure clad in a fiery red robe appeared at the entrance of the hall. Li Yuan, sorry for the delay, I am late. Instantly, many eyes were drawn to the figure. Dressed in a fiery red robe, with long hair fluttering, the entire person seemed like life in full bloom, not in an alluring way, but an unabashed display of vitality and energy. So beautiful. This, I haven't seen her before. Almost everyone fell silent, holding their breath as they gazed at the newcomer. Subconsciously, many couldn't help but compare her to Alicia. You should know. In the previous year, Alicia had almost become recognized as the #1 beauty in the Martial Divine Star Realm. As martial artists improve their life level, their skin, hair, muscles, and bones constantly transform, becoming exceptionally lovely. But that intrinsic aura and temperament are hard to change. Upon comparison, people realized the two were simply at opposite extremes, one as fiery as flames, the other as gentle as water. Lan Yue, you've arrived. Li Yuan stood up, revealing a hint of a smile. Come, have a seat. Lan Yue? Is it Lin Lan Yue? Her? Those like Cross, Si Feng, and Alicia who had participated in the fierce Featherstar realm immediately understood who she was. Lin Lan Yue, you've also joined the Martial Divine Star Realm. Tian Dajuang, who was sitting to the side, laughed. If I remember correctly, you and Li Yuan were high school classmates, right? Back then, your relationship seemed quite special. Yes, high school classmates. Lin Lan Yue replied with a slight smile, her voice clear and full of vitality. At that time, the three of them had all attended the special invitation event at Zhongbei Martial University. Therefore, Tian Dajuang also had some impression of Lin Lan Yue. High school classmates? Did Li Yuan just call her Lan Yue? These two? Many immediately sensed something was amiss. For top talents like them, for a single high school to have produced two, it was almost impossible. Li Yuan and Lin Lan Yue's relationship, their way of addressing each other. It was hard not to let one's thoughts run wild. People like Cross, Si Feng, and Dan Taifeng couldn't help but glance towards Alicia. They knew her better privately and could vaguely guess Alicia's feelings for Li Yuan. Everyone, listen to me. I would like to introduce Lin Lan Yue, from Blue Star Sha Country. She was specially invited to join the Martial Divine Hall a few days ago. Li Yuan said with a smile. I hope everyone will have more interaction in the future. Lin Lan Yue also nodded with a smile towards everyone. What? Specially invited? Everyone was somewhat surprised, especially talents like Dan Taifeng with deep backgrounds and high awareness of the difficulty of being specially invited. Alicia also looked on with a smile. Alicia, your rival has come, and I'm certain she has her sights set on Li Yuan. A youthful voice echoed in Alicia's mind. Moreover, I sense a very unpleasant aura on her. The aura of a true phoenix. She must have awakened the true phoenix bloodline, and I'm afraid it's close to pureblood. True phoenix? Alicia responded in confusion. A kind of divine beast. The youthful voice said, an adult can become a divine being. Although she's not pureblood, having such a rich bloodline will give her an astonishing affinity with the fire element, making her a potential demigod. I suspect that the world within worlds we encountered before was left by a divine-level true phoenix, and this little one called Lin Lanyue has received the divine being inheritance. The youthful voice continued, that's why she has been specially invited to join. A potential demigod? Divine being inheritance? Alicia was inwardly shocked, knowing what this implied. Li Yuan is so outstanding, isn't it normal for her to like him? Alicia said calmly, it just proves my own good judgment. Aren't you worried you won't be able to compete? The youthful voice teased. Love isn't something you can fight over. Alicia replied calmly, besides, cultivation is the foundation. I do like Li Yuan, but becoming a divine being is my ultimate goal. Haha, that's more like it. The youthful voice laughed, once you're a demigod, becoming a divine being, you'll naturally understand that love and affection are just embellishments in your long life. However, what the youthful voice couldn't see was the resolute gleam that flashed deep within Alicia's eyes. 2 hours later, the banquet ended. People bid their farewells to Li Yuan and left one after another. Lin Lanyue stayed till the end. Numerous service robots cleaned up the entire banquet hall. Li Yuan and Lin Lanyue also stepped out of the restaurant and came to the plaza outside, where a gentle breeze was blowing, quite comfortably. Lanyue, congratulations on your apprenticeship. Li Yuan said with a smile, having gained the approval of the boundary spirit, your progress must be substantial. Li Yuan had long employed Divine Palace Inquiry, confirming that Lin Lanyue's physical quality had reached level 23. It was also luck that I managed to endure 6 fire refining nirvana trials, which fully awakened my bloodline, leading to this progress. Lin Lanyue laughed, not concealing anything, and recounted her experiences in the Hall of Inheritance. First, because Li Yuan himself is the successor to an Earth System divine being inheritance. Secondly, Lin Lanyue trusted Li Yuan. Li Yuan listened attentively. When he heard Lin Lanyue speak calmly about the tortuous pain of fire refining nirvana, Li Yuan couldn't help but glance at Lin Lanyue, unable to detect any emotional fluctuations on her face. Lin Lanyue talked as if she was recounting someone else's pain. For the first time, Li Yuan felt a strong conviction in Lin Lanyue's heart. No one could go through such an ordeal without a powerful belief to sustain them. Li Yuan, to you and many others, I must seem like one of those exceedingly lucky people. Lin Lanyue suddenly smiled. What do you mean? Asked Li Yuan. My mother is an elder of the Blazing Flame family in the Flying Heaven realm. Lin Lanyue said with a smile. My father is also a Flying Heaven warrior. As a youngster, my talent wasn't considered high, but with my parents' support, my cultivation speed was decent. Later, in my senior year of high school, I was lucky to awaken a trace of the true Phoenix bloodline, eventually relying on my bloodline to become a named disciple of a divine being. It seems like it's all due to good luck, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh, be it bloodline or fate, so-called luck is indeed a part of cultivation. Lucky? Would you say that awakening the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace was a stroke of good luck? Would someone like Principal Fang Hai, with his exceptional talent, be considered lucky? My mother was the youngest Flying Heaven warrior and the one with the purest bloodline in the Blazing Flame family. Lin Lanyue's eyes flashed with a tinge of reminiscence. She was originally arranged by the family to marry another elder, to produce an offspring with an even purer bloodline. But my mother fell in love with my father, who was just a prime warrior at the time. They married in secret and had my older brother, which infuriated the Blazing Flame family, but they couldn't stop it. Later, shortly after I was born, my mother was gravely injured in a major battle and returned to Blazing Flame City to recuperate, Lin Lanyue said. But my older brother, my second brother, and I, none of us awakened the true Phoenix bloodline. which left the Blazing Flame family thoroughly disappointed, and they used her recovery as an excuse to imprison my mother and prevent our family from reuniting. Even after my father later became a Flying Heaven warrior, it didn't change the Blazing Flame family's decision, Lin Lanyue said somberly. Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. He understood why the Blazing Flame family made such a decision. For a family like that, the interests of the clan outweighed the individuals. If two Flying Heaven warriors with pure bloodlines were to marry, it could potentially give rise to several more Flying Heaven warriors for the family, and even produce an offspring who meets the requirements for a divine being inheritance. You see, the original intention of the demigod who founded the Blazing Flame family in Flame City was to produce an offspring with a bloodline that meets the Boundary Spirit's requirements. If a Flying Heaven elder breaks the clan rules without facing any punishment, how could they command the respect of their fellow clanspeople? My father was off at war all year round, and my older brothers commenced their own lives once they grew up, Lin Lanyue said calmly. Originally, my father wanted to send me to the city to study, but I didn't want to go and stayed in the Guan Mountain district. After all, that's where all my childhood memories are. Li Yuan immediately recalled Ji Yu Chang'an mentioning that Lin Lanyue had been living on her own since elementary school. Chapter 61. Perhaps her living conditions were also quite comfortable. But Lin Lanyue's heart must have been very lonely. So from a young age, you've worked hard and endured the Blazing Flame family's rigorous training, the numerous trials and torments in World Within Worlds, all to reunite your family? Li Yuan said softly. He knew that Lin Lanyue had always trained hard, although not quite keeping up with his 24-hour training. Chapter 98. Right. But this goal was achieved the moment my father became a Flying Heaven Peak warrior, and I awakened my bloodline, Lin Lanyue said. My mother was then released and reinstated as an elder. Li Yuan nodded in realization. Indeed, he was unaware of these secrets. When I first entered World Within Worlds, I quietly vowed that once I became a disciple of a divine being, and later a demigod who would take control of the Blazing Flame family, I would sweep away all the archaic and bad customs of the family. Lin Lanyue's eyes were resolute, and her voice filled with conviction. Li Yuan now understood. This, most likely, was Lin Lanyue's inner obsession, supporting her every step of the way up to today. Awakening her bloodline was her luck. But without this conviction, she could never have overcome so many obstacles to reach a complete transformation. The hardest times are already behind you. I believe you'll definitely become a demigod, Li Yuan said with a smile. Li Yuan. Thank you. Lin Lanyue looked at Li Yuan with a grateful smile, for being willing to listen to me ramble for so long. It's been bottled up for so long, now that I've said it, I feel much better. Li Yuan watched Lin Lanyue depart on a flying vehicle. Standing in the plaza, facing the breeze, he contemplated for a long while. Everyone has their own pursuit. Having an obsession, a pursuit, and persevering in it makes one more likely to achieve great success, Li Yuan mused to himself. Immediately after, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. I need to perfect my star technique as soon as possible, so I can set off for the Rob Seastar realm. Just then, Li Yuan had received detailed instructions and requirements regarding the Rob Seastar Realm Guard mission. After briefly reviewing the details, Li Yuan made his decision to accept the mission. Whoosh! Li Yuan shot into the sky, soaring toward the undulating mountain range above. This scene was immediately witnessed by many members of the Martial Divine Hall who had just come out of the lecture buildings. Flying. It's a true intent prime warrior. How'd I see it? It appears to be Li Yuan? These Martial Divine Hall members were somewhat shocked. Li Yuan had a significant reputation in the Martial Divine Star Realm, completely on par with Lud Nef, and perhaps even more renowned. Rapidly, Li Yuan has condensed the true intent of heaven and earth, spread like a hurricane among the thousands of Martial Divine Hall members. News of Li Yuan's condensation of the true intent of heaven and earth spread wildly in the Martial Divine Star Realm. Li Yuan has broken through. Condensing true intent. How old is he? He's only a little behind Bertman, right? Hard to say. When he climbed Seven Star Mountain, his strength was much stronger than Bertman. Maybe he broke through even earlier and just never leaked the news. The discussions were rife. Especially for Dan Taifeng, Alicia, Tian Dajuang, Yan Jing, and the others. They were even more astonished because they had just been at a gathering, congratulating Yan Jing on condensing the true intent of heaven and earth. They never expected that in just a short while, news of Li Yuan's breakthrough would come, making them feel a bit strange. During the banquet, Li Yuan hadn't revealed a thing. However, regardless, over 1,000 members of the Martial Divine Hall already knew. Li Yuan, this peerless genius who set the youngest record on Seven Star Mountain, had, after 1 year, once again made the record of the youngest true intent origin warrior in the Seven Star civilization, firmly standing at the peak ranks of Seven Star Mountain. The members of the Martial Divine Hall vaguely divided into 4 levels: ordinary disciples, elite disciples, ordinary Seven Star Mountain members, and true intent origin warriors. Elite disciples usually compare favorably with the top-grade origin martial artists of the outside world, and are even stronger. Ordinary Seven Star Mountain members at least reach the threshold of 5th stage perfection in skill realm, and possess the strength of a flying heaven warrior, just without the ability to fly. There were about 30 true intent origin warriors in total. Each of them could fly and escape through the earth, with everyone being able to suppress an ordinary flying heaven warrior. The more powerful among them could even kill an ordinary flying heaven warrior, and now Li Yuan belonged to this level. At the pinnacle stood, first Lu Nef and now Yu Jing. Both of them had proven through action that they had the power to contend against a group of ordinary flying heavens single-handedly. In the villa mansion on Seven Star Mountain, these guys. Li Yuan looked at the messages being passed around by more than a dozen people in the group, all talking about him becoming a true intent origin warrior. He closed the VChat. He calmed down for a while. The Rob Sea War has caused heavy casualties, and many from Sha country are heading there to reinforce. Li Yuan suddenly recalled seeing the detailed introduction to the battle situation a moment ago, and a surge of nameless anger arose in his heart. Defending the homeland had been his ideal since childhood. Due to his uncle's incident, his hatred for the alien race deep in the Rob Seastar realm intensified, and he had once sworn that one day he would enter deep into the Rob Seastar realm for revenge. Now, with the outbreak of a new round of war, Li Yuan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He decided to take action. This was also a form of real combat training. Big Brother Yu, Wu Menong, and the others are trapped in the Mingshu Star realm. Li Yuan thought silently. If I don't act, probably only 1 or 2 true intent origin warriors from Seven Star Mountain will accept the mission to go. It might not be enough to win this battle. The Rob Sea War might seem fierce, but as it didn't touch upon the foundation of the Seven Star Alliance, the higher-ups of the Alliance wouldn't make demands, leaving it entirely up to the geniuses of Seven Star Mountain to volunteer for the war. If I join the battle, once the news leaks, I fear it will prompt the top talents of the Tinliang clan to make a move, seeking to kill me. Li Yuan contemplated, a glint in his eyes. Then, I must reach my current limit of strength as much as possible. The smart ring vibrated, and Li Yuan couldn't help but look down. Oh, the Martial Divine Hall has changed my 7-star mountain ranking to 32nd? Li Yuan mused, receiving a notice from the highest level of the Martial Divine Hall. Over the past year, he had been following Lai Feng's semi-divine in his cultivation and hadn't participated in any missions. Without anyone knowing his true strength, naturally, his ranking wouldn't rise. 32nd, Li Yuan thought to himself, scanning the Divine Palace panel. Life level, 29.9, second rank, fist strength, 1,002,200 kilograms. Speed, 420 meters per second. Spiritual power, 36.9 willpower, 36. Spiritual awakening level, 45%, current upper limit 45%. Star Meridian, 5-star Meridian, 10 layers plus 6 layers plus 5 layers plus 5 layers plus 4 layers. Skill realm, true meaning of earth, 6th stage initial rank, mysteries of wind, 5th stage 98%, mysteries of water, 5th stage 3%, mysteries of wood, 5th stage 2%. Ninefold star technique, true solution of the earth star vein, 1st order level 9, 9. 5th layers star technique, stellar mysterious body, 2nd order level 5, 10. My life level has long reached the second-order limit. Li Yuan thought to himself. To make my foundational strength stronger, I either have to cultivate a stronger body-refining star technique or break through to become a flying heaven warrior. But with just 5-star meridians and still a bit away from the 6-star pulse, Li Yuan naturally would not break through. Reaching the 6-star meridian is already so difficult, let alone getting to 7-star veins and 8-star veins. How much more difficult could that be? Li Yuan sighed to himself. In the past year, apart from deducing and contemplating the mysteries of heaven and earth, Li Yuan had also never relaxed in his visualization method and awakening of star meridians. However, awakening star meridians became increasingly difficult as he progressed. Over the year, the 5 awakened star meridians had indeed grown stronger, with even the weakest reaching the 4th layer. Yet he had still not formed a new star meridian. Of course, Li Yuan wasn't too anxious. Regarding cultivation, whether it was star meridian awakening or growth in spiritual power and many other aspects, it all became more and more difficult as one progressed. As far as Li Yuan knew, like Lud Nef, it took several years just to reach 5-star meridians. Then more than a decade to awaken to the level of a 6-star pulse. In comparison, Li Yuan's speed of star meridian awakening was already astounding. Star meridian awakening is related to one's inherent star meridian talent, spiritual power, skill prowess, and other factors. If my spiritual power reaches the semi-divine level, that would significantly enhance my actual combat power. Li Yuan shook his head internally. It would also speed up the awakening of star meridians, and maybe even bring the upper limit of spiritual awakening to 50%, allowing for a second spiritual guidance. Alas, that was even harder to reach. Even with practicing visualization method, spiritual power had entered a sort of major bottleneck after the breakthrough at level 36. Progress becoming slower and slower. The same was true. To date, Li Yuan had no clear idea of how much spiritual power was needed to raise the upper limit of spiritual awakening. It all remained unknown. Enhancing strength essentially comes down to 4 aspects: foundation, weapons, skill realm, and star techniques. Li Yuan pondered. Skill realm? In the past year, Li Yuan made astounding progress in the wind vein. In the aspect of the true meaning of earth, it seemed to remain at the initial rank of the 6th stage, but in reality, he had made tremendous progress, or else he wouldn't have been able to combine the 2 mysteries with each other. Even during his perception of the world's mysteries, without realizing it, he had already made preliminary entries into the mysteries of water and the mysteries of wood, but that was merely an entry-level understanding. This was all quite normal, as the operation of all things and the mysteries of the world are inherently a whole. According to what Li Yuan knew, for example, a fire system semi-divine who had cultivated for hundreds of years, often unknowingly reached perfection level of the 5th stage in many aspects like the mystery of wind, the mystery of metal, and so on. This is one law leading to the birth of thousands of others. However, after Li Yuan had briefly attempted, he confirmed that his talent in the mysteries of water and the mysteries of wood was quite ordinary and had not deliberately distracted himself with further contemplation. Even with all his confidence, he didn't believe he could succeed in mastering the 4 great laws concurrently. In terms of skills, unless the true meaning of earth steps into the intermediate rank of the 6th stage, or the mystery of wind condenses true intent, a significant change in the short term will be difficult. Li Yuan mused, understanding the mysteries of the world cannot be forced. Only weapons and star techniques are left, after pondering for a while. Other level 29 origin warriors can often only cultivate 1 or 2 star techniques. Li Yuan mused, but I first cultivated the body refining star technique, making my body's foundation extremely strong, and the star meridians also incredibly powerful, perhaps allowing me to cultivate an additional star technique. Li Yuan was not entirely sure, he could only try. Among the many star techniques he had been taught, the one Li Yuan chose was the 5th layer's star technique, Shadow Division Technique. There were 3 reasons. First, once he achieved some success in cultivation, it would make his ultimate move, Shadow Domain, more terrifying and unpredictable. This was Li Yuan's strongest move. Naturally, he wanted to make the strong point even stronger. Second, in times of danger, using Shadow Division Technique could also serve as a cover, and although not as directly enhancing speed and movement technique like the 5th layer's star technique, Wind Feather, it could play a significant role in saving his life. Third, the 5th layer's star technique, Shadow Division technique, and the 7 stars technique, Ninefold Shadow Clone, stem from the same lineage. In the future, as his star meridians grow stronger, he would be able to cultivate Ninefold Shadow Clone without any obstacles. Even though star techniques can be recultivated, the deeper one's practice, the more profound the price to pay for each recultivation, and it can also have an impact on the body. Li Yuan thought, in choosing a star technique, one must be extremely careful. Other prime warriors and flying heaven warriors might not care as much. After all, for most flying heaven warriors, being able to cultivate a 7th layer's star technique is already very precious. But the goal Li Yuan set for himself was to cultivate at least a 7th layer's star technique for each star meridian, or to practice ordinary star techniques that wouldn't affect his future. Better to have none than to have something flawed. To cultivate Shadow Division technique, one method is to rely on oneself, using origin power within the body. To cultivate to the first order limit it would take a minimum of 3 months, or as long as 6 months. Li Yuan was reading the various requirements of this star technique. To cultivate to the second order limit would take between 1 and 3 years. 3 months? 3 years? I can't wait that long. Li Yuan frowned. I must think of a way to use external objects to assist in cultivation. Generally, low-level star techniques and common star techniques can be cultivated without external objects, but it would require a lot of time. However, for high-level star techniques, such as Great Earth Divine Body, and Ninefold Shadow Clone, and so on, they need a large number of precious and rare treasures. Without such treasures, even with Li Yuan's awakening of the 7th layer's star vein, he could at most slowly cultivate them to the first order limit, making them almost impossible to cultivate to the current limit. Virtual Network, Starfire Space. 53,507 stars points. Li Yuan opened the 7-star treasure vault and looked at his points page, unwittingly revealing a smile. There were the 30,007 stars points given by the Dean. And the 20,000 points gifted by the semi-divine Lai Feng. For the time being, he was indeed not lacking in points. After a quick browse through many vaults, purchase 30 units of Wind Source Marrow, costing 1,207 stars points. Purchase in a short time enough external treasures to cultivate Great Earth Divine Body to the second order limit, costing 8,607 stars points. Also purchase a set of 3rd rank high-quality battle garment, among other life-saving items, totaling 2,107 stars points. Li Yuan quickly placed his orders. Tens of thousands of 7 stars points were spent just like that. The 2nd star meridian was close to awakening to the 7th layers, so Li Yuan had to prepare in advance for cultivating Great Earth Divine Body. Just 6 hours later, the many treasures Li Yuan needed were urgently sent over, escorted by 2 flying heaven warriors. Also delivered were 6 bottles of divine spirit liquid, enough for Li Yuan's cultivation needs for the next half year. Let's begin cultivation. Li Yuan received the many treasures and, without much hesitation, began trying to cultivate the Shadow Division technique. After a brief try, haha, as expected, I can enter the threshold. A light flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. His strong physical foundation indeed allowed him to cultivate more star techniques. He continued to cultivate patiently. As time passed, 3 days later, in the warbase outside of the Martial Divine Star Realm, inside a conference room. Alas! Just as I expected, not many are willing to join the battle. Dean Hai sighed internally. Only 3 members from 7-Star Mountain have accepted the mission, and all are ranked after the 50th position. Those ranked after 50 were not true intent origin martial artists, hence not much help in the battle. What Dean Hai hoped for was to have true intent origin warriors participate in the battle. Suddenly, 2 more 7-Star Mountain members have accepted the mission? Dean Hai suddenly received the notification. Rank 31? Rank 32? A glimmer of hope crossed his mind. Are these 2 true intent origin warriors? 7-Star Mountain, in the martial arts room of the villa residence. The martial arts room belonging to 7-star mountain members was even more massive compared to those of ordinary and elite members. Both the length and width reached 1 kilometer, and the height was an astonishing 200 meters. Such a vast martial arts room was enough for a prime warrior practicing true intent to cultivate moves. Li Yuan was standing in the center of the martial arts room. Whoosh! Accompanied by an invisible fluctuation, Li Yuan's figure moved, and instantly he split into 2 shadows, wearing clothes of identical design, completely indistinguishable to the naked eye. 2 Li Yuan's boom. Boom. Both shadows moved at the same time, instantly bursting out with terrifying speed. In a mere blink, they had both dashed hundreds of meters across the ground. Immediately after, one of the Li Yuan's shadows moved again. The 2 shadows instantly became 3. This shadow division technique, cultivated to the second-order limit, is truly astonishing in its effectiveness. It actually allows me to invoke the mystery of wind and form 2 phantom bodies in an instant, Li Yuan thought in amazement. Before I started cultivating, I could hardly form even 1 phantom body. The mystery of wind has many aspects that one could explore, some of which are inclined towards speed, pursuing extreme burst speed. Some tend towards shadow stealth, like Lu Nef, who specializes in this path, extremely adept at assassinating his opponents. However, from the beginning, Li Yuan was aiming at integrating with the mysteries of earth, emphasizing the phantom body aspect of the mysteries of wind, sharing similarities with Lu Nef's path, yet not entirely the same. A normal 5th stage perfection's comprehension, forming even 1 phantom body, is difficult. Li Yuan revealed a hint of a smile. Yet with the help of star technique, I managed to form 2 phantom bodies. And each phantom body possesses a certain degree of attacking power, with even more deceiving qualities, he continued. Star technique, in essence, is about maximizing the potential of one's body and the comprehension of the mysteries of heaven and earth to make oneself perform at 200, or even 300% strength. Combining the mysteries of earth and wind, Li Yuan's thoughts moved again, invoking the true meaning of earth. Boom! Within a few tens of meters, fine yellow streams of earthy energy formed, as the 3 Li Yuans in the domain employed their movement technique, moving unpredictably and with shocking speed. In the domain, the phantom body is like a fish in water, he remarked. On their own, the true meaning of earth and mystery of wind would not be considered strong among flying heaven warriors. Li Yuan's eyes flickered with anticipation. But combined, in terms of pure skill, I should be approaching many flying heaven peak powerhouses. I chose the right path, Li Yuan thought to himself. The deeper one goes in skill comprehension, the harder it becomes. Talented individuals like Lu Nef and Yu Jing, young leaders of a generation in the 7-star civilization, took over 10 years just to advance the mysteries of true intent from initial rank of 6th stage to the intermediate rank. During his year following Lai Feng's semi-divine, Li Yuan dedicated most of his effort to the comprehension of the mystery of wind. If he had focused on the comprehension of the mystery of earth, with Li Yuan's training pace, one could say that there was a certain hope to advance the true meaning of earth to the intermediate rank of 6th stage. But that wasn't a sure thing either. Even if he did break through with the true meaning of earth, his overall strength would still be far less than it is now. Combination of mysteries has its pros and cons, Li Yuan mused. But at least for now, combining the 2 mysteries of heaven and earth seem to promote each other, the advantages outweighing the disadvantages. Phew. With a thought, the 2 phantom bodies Li Yuan had manifested dissipated. The mission application has been approved? Li Yuan glanced down at the smart ring on his hand. Applying for a mission also needed upper-level approval to qualify to participate in battle. Time to go. Li Yuan quickly packed up his belongings and then headed to the palace exterior. Swoosh! Turning into a streak of light, he flew toward the entrance to the martial divine star realm. Not long after passing through the identity check at the entrance, Li Yuan smoothly entered the passage. Ordinary members of Martial Divine Hall were not allowed to leave at will without permission. In the wartime base outside, inside a conference room. Haha, Yan Jing, it turns out to be you. Dean Hai laughed. I was guessing who had taken the mission, never would have thought it was you. I must also congratulate you on successfully condensing true intent. Dean Hai laughingly continued. To become a true intent prime warrior, you're among the elite in the martial divine star realm, no doubt stronger than me in the future, and the school will be proud of you. The student dares not. Yan Jing laughed. I can only say I haven't disgraced the school. The student also didn't expect, Dean Hai, that it would be you coming to pick us up, he added. Apart from Li Yuan, Yan Jing and Jin Huguo have been the most outstanding students at Kunlun Martial University in recent decades. Yan Jing was from the second academy and was not one of Dean Hai's students. But now seeing each other again, they felt a sense of closeness. You've just condensed true intent, are you sure you're up for it? Dean Hai inquired, still somewhat worried. Rest assured, Dean Hai. I've been cultivating my star technique to the utmost for many years, Yan Jing said with a smile. Now that true intent has broken through, with just a little adaptation, I'll be able to exert my strength to the fullest. That's good, nodded Dean Hai. You're 7-star Mountain 31, do you know who 32 is? Is it a true intent prime warrior? 32? Number 32 also applied for combat? Yan Jing was taken aback at first. He hadn't seen the latest rankings of 7-star Mountain yet. Suddenly, Yan Jing thought of news from a few days ago and a figure he was considering mentioning. Dean Hai, brother Yan Jing, a voice came from the door. Then, a figure appeared, dressed in a black battle garment. Li Yuan? It's really you, Yan Jing brightened up. Li Yuan. Dean Hai was astounded. The arrival of Li Yuan took both Yan Jing and Dean Hai by surprise. Soon Dean Hai realized. Yan Jing broke through not long ago and was promoted to number 31. Li Yuan seemed to have just broken through, so naturally, he should be promoted to number 32. Li Yuan, you're taking this a bit lightly, Dean Hai said solemnly. The pressure of war in the Rob Sea is indeed great, but after all, it hasn't reached the brink of life or death. It's not time for you to take risks recklessly. Some very important missions can lead to the higher-ups of the Alliance to order the talents of 7-star Mountain to participate in the war compulsorily. Places like Fierce Feather Star Realm, Mingshu Star Realm, barely qualify as such tasks. The war in Rob Sea Star Realm. It is also important, but even if we lose once, it will at most affect the local area. It won't have a huge impact on the entire 7-star civilization, so the Alliance will not issue compulsory orders. After all, there are only so many talents from 7-star Mountain. They need a lot of time to train. If they are to fight in every small and big war in the second-level star realms, the death rate will soar, which is not beneficial for the long-term development of the entire civilization. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. You've just broken through recently, what you should do is concentrate on cultivation and solidify your foundation, Dean Hai said gravely. He knew about Li Yuan's grudge with the alien race in Rob Sea Star Realm, which was why, during their meeting 2 days ago, he urged Li Yuan not to apply for any missions. Dean, I am confident. Li Yuan said with a smile, didn't you just say that we have to wait for another 7-star Mountain member to arrive before we set off? If you don't believe me, how about we have a sparring match in this brief time? Spar with me? A glint flashed in Dean Hai's eyes, as if he was sizing up Li Yuan all over again. A hint of surprise flashed across Yan Jing's eyes as well. You should know, Dean Hai is not some newly advanced flying heaven warrior. His strength is extraordinary. Fine. Li Yuan, I won't use any star technique, and I will also hold back some power, as long as you can withstand my attack. Dean Hai said in a deep voice, then I will agree for you to join the battle, otherwise, I will definitely report to the principal and revoke your mission qualification. No problem. The bottom of this battle station base. There's a vast space for combat and practice. Just in terms of space size, it's even bigger than the martial arts room in Li Yuan's 7-star Mountain, and the material of the combat space is special, fully able to withstand the sparring of ordinary flying heaven warriors. Inside the combat space, Li Yuan and Dean Hai stand hundreds of meters apart, with only Yan Jing as a spectator. Boom! Li Yuan instantly used the body-refining star technique, transforming his body to 3 meters tall, his entire being emitting a robust and powerful aura. Third-rank top-quality battle garment flowed like water over his entire body, covering even his head completely, with scales all black, only the surface faintly streaked with a tinge of earthy yellow glow. Body refining star technique. Such a strong aura. Dean Hai's eyes brightened. As a formidable individual, he naturally sensed the change in Li Yuan's life force. With this body refining star technique, it pushed Li Yuan's physical foundation soaring to the threshold of the flying heaven level. Boom! Dean Hai no longer held back, a flicker of his form and he had already moved in front of Li Yuan. Swish! A streak of blue saber light tore through the vast sky, attacking Li Yuan like lightning. Clang! Li Yuan's form moved like a gust of wind, and as he thrust forward with his long spear, he struck the saber light, blocking this terrifying strike. The two immediately engaged in a fierce fight. Whoosh! 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 9 consecutive slashes of saber light exploded like endless waves, and as they struck, Li Yuan felt as if he were enveloped by an endless flow of water. This was the mystery of water's true meaning. Immediately, he was forced back, step by step. Li Yuan's form flickered 9 times and had already retreated hundreds of meters. 9 collisions made it clear to Li Yuan that he couldn't withstand it by force. Dean Hai, after all, was at level 34, and even without deploying star techniques and holding back his power, his strength was still terrifying. Shadow Domain. Li Yuan directly executed his trump card. Rumble. Streams of earthy yellow energy burst forth in an instant, enveloping an area of dozens of meters, followed by Li Yuan splitting into 3, with 3 phantom bodies simultaneously wielding long spears and attacking Dean Hai with shouts. Phantom body. To form so many phantoms within a domain? Dean Hai was caught off guard, and his divine sense swept over them, unable to differentiate. If phantoms formed by the 5th layer's star technique could be so easily identified, that would be too weak. Boom! Dean Hai also erupted in an instant, with water currents arising from nowhere, surging and colliding towards all directions, while another combat saber appeared in his left hand. Clang! 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 The shadow of the spears and saber light, like flowing water, collided. The thrusts of the 3 long spears were too fast. For a time, even Dean Hai found it somewhat difficult to counter, completely entangled by Li Yuan. Yan Jing, standing afar and watching the battle, was utterly shocked by the scene. Li Yuan, he can actually fight Dean Hai to this extent? Even though Dean Hai had put away many of his techniques. But the skill and mystery unleashed were real, too amazing. Yan Jing marveled silently, if Li Yuan were to go all out in a fight against me, I'm afraid I would lose my life in just a few exchanges. The two mysteries combined. With 3 star techniques enhancing his body, Li Yuan's combat power had reached a terrifying level. Finally, domain. Dean Hai erupted, having been suppressed by Li Yuan all along. This also caused him some loss of face. The water around him turned incredibly violent in an instant, with its power increasing by more than tenfold. Boom! The violent water flow swept across the vast sky, like numerous water dragons slaughtering their way through, tearing apart the domain's air currents formed by Li Yuan's thoughts, annihilating them layer by layer. Following that, the savage water flow struck towards Li Yuan's 3 phantom bodies. After more than 10 seconds, Li Yuan gave up resistance. Dean Hai, I've lost. Li Yuan spread his hands, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. What have you lost? I had to use my domain star technique to defeat you. Dean Hai shook his head and said with a sigh, I'm getting old. Your move just now, that should be a combination of 2 mysteries, right? Dean Hai couldn't help asking. Li Yuan nodded. There was no need to hide this. Any normal flying heaven warrior who fought against him would be able to tell, unless they were a fool. Dean, do I qualify to join the battle now? Li Yuan asked with a smile. You do, Dean Hai said with emotion. I really don't know how you practice. You've been in the martial divine star realm for just 1 year, right? How could your strength have increased so much? Brother Li Yuan. Yan Jing flew over as well, his face full of shock. With your strength, even Yu Jing might not be your match. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. In terms of physical quality, techniques, star techniques, weaponry, he was no less than Yu Jing in every aspect. Naturally, his overall strength could rival, or even overcome, his opponent. Big brother, you and I have our strengths, I suppose, Li Yuan said with a smile. In terms of absolute offensive power, he should be stronger than me. The true meaning of metal is exceptionally good at attacking. A while later. All right. Another 7-star mountain member has arrived. Let's get ready to go, Dean Hai said. Li Yuan, keep your true strength hidden for now. Yan Jing, you too. Okay. Understood. 10 hours later. Li Yuan, Yan Jing, and 3 other 7-star mountain members followed Dean Hai and arrived at the entrance to the Rob C-Star Realm channel of Sha country. The land was vast and desolate, with sand filling the skies. The setting sun, bloody red, dyed the horizon into a magnificent sea of crimson. Numerous gigantic war fortresses stood tall, along with many towers of weaponry, and countless shapes of the mechanical legions, creating a spectacular sight. High in the sky. To see so many war bases gathered in one place, this is my first time, Yan Jing couldn't help but say. Me too, I've only seen it in videos before. Li Yuan nodded slightly, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes, his heart filled with a surge of pride. His childhood dreams, without realizing it, were already coming true. Those 3 ordinary members of 7-Star Mountain have already been sent off, Dean Hai said in a low voice. You too. As strategic level members, come with me to meet the highest commander here. The highest commander? Yan Jing showed a trace of confusion. Who is it? General Lin. In the supersized conference room of a war fortress. Several figures clad in combat armor were present, a few of them exuding a notably strong life force. They were waiting here. Senior Lin. A young woman dressed in a black battle garment frowned and asked, how much longer until they arrive? Don't rush, a burly figure roughly 30 years old, wearing silver combat armor, said in a deep voice. Suddenly, the burly figure in silver combat armor smiled. They've arrived. Arrived? The woman in black was taken aback. The other few figures in the conference room couldn't help but look up towards the entrance of the room. In less than half a minute, 3 figures walked into the conference room from the corridor. Dean Hai. Long time no see. The towering figure in silver combat armor greeted him with a smile. General Lin. Dean Hai also grinned. Haha, you can just call me Old Lin, or Lin Yu. The towering figure in silver combat armor laughed. Don't call me General, it sounds a bit off-putting. All right, Old Lin it is then. Dean Hai laughed. We haven't seen each other for quite some years. Your strength, though, has gotten stronger and stronger. I heard you've also had a wonderful daughter. That's not important. Lin Yu laughed. Today, the most important thing is that you all have come to support us. The pressure facing the front lines is tremendous. Li Yuan followed behind Dean Hai, observing the few people inside the conference room. Under the inquiry of the Divine Palace, there were no prompts. Killing can obtain spiritual nourishment, which left Li Yuan with a hint of disappointment. Lin Yu, these 2 are the true intent prime warriors I invited from the Martial Divine Star Realm, both students who left our Kunlun Martial University. Dean Hai smiled. This one is Yan Jing, who, although only recently condensed true intent, has many years of formidable strength. Young brother Yan Jing, hello. Lin Yu greeted with a smile, reaching out his hand first. Elder Lin. Yan Jing also stretched out his hand in response. On the way in just now, he had heard from Dean Hai about this General Lin Yu, a high-ranking figure of the Starry Sky Martial Hall and also a powerhouse of Sha country's military. A flying heaven warrior at the peak. More than 2 years ago, Lin Yu had been stationed at the Rob C-Star Realm, and later gradually became one of the 3 commanders, the Warrior Commanding General. Chapter 61. This one, you should have heard of. Dean Hai pointed at Li Yuan with a smile. Li Yuan. In an instant, the others in the hall all turned their eyes towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan? Is it him? He has already condensed true intent? So soon? Didn't he just go to the Martial Divine Star Realm last year? His cultivation is progressing too fast. A trace of shock appeared on the faces of the several flying heaven warriors wearing generals' uniforms. This name was well known among the current high-rank warriors of Sha country. In terms of fame, Li Yuan was completely on par with Yu Jing. And the several Flying Heaven warriors present knew that, barring any accidents, Li Yuan's future achievements were likely to surpass those of Yu Jing. However, what the several Flying Heaven warriors did not expect was that, just over a year after last year's Blue Star Virtual Combat, Li Yuan had come to the Rob Sea Star realm in this manner. It was totally unexpected. Their hearts calculated slightly and they understood the terrifying speed of Li Yuan's cultivation, which seemed almost beyond belief. How could I not have heard of him? Lin Yu was quite composed, smiling at Li Yuan. This is our Sha country's #1 prodigy. Besides, I should be the one thanking Li Yuan. Thank? The crowd was somewhat surprised. Only Dean Hai was not surprised. After all, it was he who had sent Li Yuan to the fierce Featherstar realm. Elder Lin flatters me. I've only done what needed doing. Li Yuan replied with neither servility nor haughtiness. General Lin Yu before him was none other than the father of Lin Lanyue. Through communication with Lin Lanyue, as well as the narratives from Dean Hai and his own collected data, Li Yuan came to see. Lin Yu had made tremendous contributions to the entire civilization. He hadn't been particularly conspicuous in his prime warrior phase, never having entered the martial divine star realm, but he steadily practiced until he became a Flying Heaven warrior, his strength increasing faster and faster post-ascension. Looking about 30 years old, he was actually nearly 70, already a peak Flying Heaven warrior. At 70, for a Flying Heaven warrior, it's still very young, and there is hope for becoming a demigod in the future. In fact, Flying Heaven warriors nurtured by the martial divine star realm are just a small part of the 7-star civilization. The vast number of prime warriors, many of whom may not have performed well in their youth, also undergo transformations and stand out as they gradually cultivate. Lin Yu was such a person. He also fought constantly in many places, and his presence had been seen in many star realms of the Blue Star. Li Yuan, Yan Jing. Lin Yu turned to the black-clothed woman beside him. Let me introduce you. This is also a member of the 7-star mountain, Luo Chan, who has comprehended the true meaning of fire. Luo Chan? Li Yuan and Yan Jing exchanged glances. They knew of this person. Before them, Sha country had a total of 2 true intent prime warriors. Chapter 273. Besides Yu Jing, it was Luo Chan, who, according to the information they knew, had spent many years cultivating at the 7-star mountain and now seldom returned, usually staying in Sha country. Thus, they had never met her before. Li Yuan, Yan Jing. The black-clothed woman, Luo Chan, looked at them, her face without much fluctuation. What are each of you good at? We will need to fight together when we enter the Rob Sea, so at least we need to know each other's strengths. I'll go first. I'm better at frontal attacks, and my star techniques are all for enhancing attack. I have comprehended the true meaning of wind and specialize in speed, Yan Jing said with a smile. My top speed, combined with star techniques, should be able to exceed 5 times the speed of sound. 5 times the speed of sound? Surprise flashed in the eyes of those present. Normal true intent prime warriors, with the aid of true intent to fly and escape, usually have a flying speed of about 3 times the speed of sound. 5 times the speed of sound? That was indeed astonishing. Li Yuan, what about you? Luo Chan looked at Li Yuan. With such a short training time, how well have you developed your star techniques? I've grasped the true meaning of Earth, and what I'm best at would probably be entangling the enemy. My defense is also quite good. Li Yuan smiled. As for star techniques, they're passable, I suppose. He did not specify, because there were other Flying Heaven warriors present. Luo Chan's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she was about to continue speaking. That's enough, Luo Chan, Lin Yu suddenly said with a smile. Li Yuan's strength should be greater than yours. Perhaps the other Flying Heaven warriors were unaware, but as the commander of the martial artists, Dean Hai would naturally share some relevant intelligence with Lin Yu. Therefore, he had some understanding of Li Yuan's strength. Once Li Yuan and his team took action, he would share detailed intelligence with Luo Chan. Stronger than me? A trace of doubt flashed through Luo Chan's eyes. She had trained on 7-star mountain for many more years than Yu Jing and believed she had built up an incredibly deep foundation, though she did not object. A massive screen projection appeared in the center of the meeting room. Everyone turned to look at it. Li Yuan, Yan Jing, Luo Chan, Lin Yu looked at the three. You three, unlike other prime warriors, can all fly. You are equivalent to flying heaven warriors and are the sharp edge in this war, so naturally your mission is different. All three listened intently. Right now, our decisive battle with the Cloud Beast civilization has not yet erupted, but we can't delay for too much longer, said Lin Yu. Based on our previous inquiry, the number of first-rank and second-rank exotic beasts they have accumulated in their 3 brood nests is truly astounding. A large-scale attack is definitely impending. Brood nests. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. On the way back from the martial Divine Star Realm, they had broadly understood that the Cloud Beast civilization was a formidable exotic beast civilization. The most miraculous aspect of this civilization was its brood nests. Its function was to continuously spawn a large quantity of first-rank exotic beasts, which fought and competed with each other. These struggles would consistently produce second-rank exotic beasts, and even flying heaven-level exotic beasts. Within the Rob Sea Star realm, the Cloud Beast civilization had 3 brood nests, breeding a large number of exotic beasts. The elite amongst them, after multiple screenings for those with high talent, would mostly be sent back to the Cloud Beast civilization for further nurturing. But the vast remnants of ordinary exotic beasts still needed to consume resources for prolonged survival. Therefore, they let these exotic beasts serve as cannon fodder to attack the 7-star civilization. For decades, every 2 to 3 years, the Cloud Beast civilization would ignite a horrific war. The Rob Sea Star realm. At present, the most dangerous are the 5 major frontline war fortresses and numerous inquiry bases, Lin Yu said. Those inquiry bases have mostly been subject to small-scale attacks, and many have been breached. Senior Lin, Yan Jing suddenly asked in confusion, based on what you just said, if we are generally on the defensive, why don't we just retreat and fortify the Star Realm's entrance and exit points? If we completely retreat, that means giving up on the Star Realm, leaving only the entrance and exit as our last line of defense. Lin Yu glanced at Yan Jing. And what if this last line also falls? Yan Jing appeared thoughtful. We are doing our utmost to extend our sphere of influence deep into the Star Realm, firstly to provide an early warning, and secondly to compress the living space of the Cloud Beast civilization, Lin Yu said, to prevent them from expanding recklessly. Otherwise, once we completely abandon the Star Realm, they could quickly establish the 5th or even the 6th brood nest at their leisure. Then, when a large-scale attack comes, the defense pressure will be even greater. In history, during the time the Rob Sea Star realm's defenses were breached, it happened just like that, ultimately resulting in tens of millions of deaths, Lin Yu said solemnly. After all, the entrance and exit are becoming increasingly unstable, and at any moment could expand to thousands of kilometers. If there's a sudden expansion to thousands of kilometers without prior warning, and millions of exotic beasts invade Blue Star, even a large number of flying heaven warriors would be unable to fully defend. Furthermore, the Rob Sea Star realm itself is rich in resources. Li Yuan and the others now understood. Sha country's defense strategy for the Rob Sea was to adopt an offensive stance and at the same time try to capture various cultivation resources of the Rob Sea Star realm. Your current mission is to press into the Rob Sea Star realm according to our previous inquiries, Lin Yu said, destroy each advance base established by the Cloud Beast civilization, and to strive to exterminate any second-rank exotic beasts you encounter. Especially the powerful second-rank exotic beasts, if you can kill the majority. When the Cloud Beast civilization launches their attack, without powerful second-rank exotic beasts to draw fire, they will suffer greatly against our war fortresses. Li Yuan, Yan Jing, and others were listening carefully. Potent war fortresses were quite dangerous for even a flying heaven warrior to invade alone. But sufficient numbers of second-rank exotic beasts could also be tremendously terrifying. Senior Lin, are there any flying heaven-level beings within the Cloud Beast civilization? Li Yuan asked the crucial question. There are. These are the 2 leaders of the Cloud Beast civilization within the Rob Sea Star realm that we know of. Lin Yu waved his hand. Whoosh! A vast map projection appeared in the sky, showing 2 huge 3-dimensional projections. One, a massively fearsome blood-colored flying serpent. The other, a titan-like armored purple-haired ape. These two, one is named Wu Sahai, and the other is called Ziba, Lin Yu said gravely. From our long-term engagement, we know that they are very likely to have intermediate flying heaven level combat power, though the possibility of them being at the flying heaven peak is very slim. The Cloud Beast civilization is different from us. Their breakthrough probability is much lower, Lin Yu said. Most of their flying heaven level beings have very common skills, and they even struggle to comprehend true intent, not to mention reaching the intermediate rank of the 6th stage, said Lin Yu. Intermediate flying heaven level combat power. Li Yuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, while Yan Jing and Luo Chan exchanged looks, a hint of wariness flashing in their eyes. Such strength posed a significant threat to them. These two have only been recorded as taking action once, Lin Yu explained gravely, and that was 8 years ago when Lude Nef attacked one of their brood nests. That battle, Lude Nef led Yu Jing and a large group of true intent prime warriors. The fighting was extremely fierce, and in the end, they could only retreat. Lin Yu sighed lightly. The brood nest was incredibly fortified, with numerous defensive forces erupting, and with these flying heaven-level exotic beasts, they easily held their ground. What? A battle like that? Li Yuan and Yan Jing were both surprised. They had not known of this news before. Luo Chan, however, was quite calm, because she had personally taken part in that battle 8 years ago. These two old foxes are very cunning. As leaders of the Cloud Beast civilization in the Rob Seastar realm, they are unwilling to fight to the death, and the demigods of the Cloud Beast civilization have no way to force them, Luo Chan said in a low voice. As long as we don't touch the brood nest, they probably won't show themselves. They are very fearful of Lude Nef's ambushes. In that battle, there were originally 4 flying heaven-level exotic beasts on the Cloud Beast civilization's side, but Lude Nef managed to kill 2 of them. So, as long as we are careful and do not approach the brood nest, it should be safer, Luo Chan said. Even if we do encounter them, the 3 of us together stand a good chance of getting away safely. Time passed, and after a detailed discussion, Li Yuan and Yan Jing were now extremely familiar with the entire Rob Seastar realm. Luo Chan had long been aware of this information. Li Yuan had very high authority and knew many secrets, yet he dared not be careless and listened attentively. Each star realm is mysterious and unpredictable, especially when facing a powerful civilization of the other side. One must be even more cautious. The map indicates 28 advance bases and 9 inquiry points. It's up to you now. Lin Yu looked at the 3 true intent prime warriors. We will continue to scout continuously, and strive to send you the latest information. Remember, do not stray beyond 5,000 kilometers from the star realm entrance. Once you exceed this range, the signal will be interrupted, Lin Yu said. Is that clear? Understood. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them, ready for action, had boarded a large transport flyer with Dean Hai and Lin Yu, arriving at one side of the vast star realm passage. In the sky, there seemed to be a curtain, rippling with waves. Remember, although the Cloud Beast civilization isn't highly advanced in technology, they also have corresponding means of communication, Lin Yu said softly. Therefore, once you take action, they will definitely receive the message, and then order other advance bases to retreat. So, at the start of the operation, spread out and attack separately. After clearing 2 advance bases each, regroup and start clearing together. Understood. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Starting out with separate attacks was to catch the enemy by surprise. Once the Cloud Beast civilization reacted, they were likely to set up a killing formation, so it was necessary for the 3 to join forces. This way, even though the gains may be smaller, the danger would be much less. Wu, 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 Li Yuan, Yan Jing, and Luo Chan, aboard a small flyer, swiftly passed through the curtain of light and ripples in the sky, entering the Rob Seastar realm. Not relying on their flight was to avoid revealing their whereabouts as much as possible, to achieve the effect of a surprise attack. Dean Hai and Lin Yu watched them disappear from view. Dean Hai, is Li Yuan's strength really as strong as you say? Lin Yu asked softly. You doubt me? Dean Hai glared. It's not that I don't believe, but it's hard to believe that he has so quickly condensed true intent, and to say his strength is nearing Lud Nef's. Lin Yu shook his head. It's indeed surprising. I was also surprised when I first confirmed his strength, Dean Hai said with a sigh. What a pity that Lud Nef is in seclusion. Otherwise, if he joined us, this war would be much easier. The news of Lud Nef's breakthrough was still under wraps. Even flying heaven peak powerhouses, for the most part, were unaware of this. Let's head back. We'll wait for news from Li Yuan and the others. Dean Hai turned and flew towards the distant command ship. Li Yuan, Yan Jing, and Luo Chan boarded single-person flyers and entered the Rob Seastar realm. Shortly after, the three flyers separated by dozens of kilometers, each heading toward adjacent targets. The vast land stretched before them. A blood moon hung high, and ranges of majestic mountains extended deep into the land, rocky and barren with sparse vegetation, carrying an awe-inspiring, rugged beauty. However, the wreckage visible to the naked eye scattered amongst the mountains, and the remnants of technological weapons, were sufficient to understand the cruelty and bloodiness of this star realm. Inside one of the flyers, Luo Chan sat quietly, waiting for the autopiloted flyer to reach the preset destination. Suddenly, Luo Chan, a deep voice sounded within the flyer. Senior Lin? Luo Chan immediately opened her eyes. I have something to tell you about your comrade Li Yuan's strength, which I couldn't fully disclose in the briefing room just now due to the presence of other flying heaven warriors. Lin Yu's voice was low. His strength is now on par with Yu Jing. What? Luo Chan was shocked. In the briefing room earlier, she was surprised to hear Lin Yu say that Li Yuan was stronger than her. And now, Lin Yu was implying that Li Yuan's strength was comparable to Yu Jing? To understand, remember that in the past years numerous battles on Ming Mountain, Yu Jing had proven through action that his power was not weaker than Lud Nef's. Li Yuan? Has he grown so quickly? Is the information reliable? Luo Chan couldn't help but ask. Absolutely accurate. Lin Yu's voice remained low. What his specific combat skills are, I can't tell you for now. But if you find yourself in danger, trust him as you would Yu Jing. Understood. Luo Chan nodded. She could understand if Lin Yu was telling the truth, then Li Yuan's rate of growth was terrifying, and he would definitely be a thorn in the side of alien civilizations. If it wasn't for Li Yuan joining the fight this time, becoming comrades in arms. Then, with her status and power, she wouldn't even be qualified to know this information. Be careful during life or death battles. Killing enemies is secondary, preserving yourself is the priority. Lin Yu added before cutting off the communication. Luo Chan sat within the flyer, her heart unable to settle for a long while. Meanwhile, inside another flyer, Li Yuan observed the scene outside. He had only seen the Rob Seastar realm in documentaries before, but now he was personally inside. According to the intelligence, within a radius of 3,000 kilometers from the Star Realm's entrance, is our domain. Li Yuan thought to himself. The nearest of the Cloud Beast civilization's three nest beast dens is about 9,000 kilometers from the entrance. Their 28 forward outposts are all within 5,000 kilometers of the Star Realm's entrance. My first target is about 4,000 kilometers from the entrance. Li Yuan glanced at the information displayed on the smart cruise. In about 4 hours, I should be able to reach the edge of our domain. Whoosh! The flyer skimmed the mountain gorges at ultra-low altitude, though even if discovered by a stealth exotic beast infiltrated within our domain from the Cloud Beast civilization, it was highly unlikely to be identified as a flying heaven level, but caution never hurt. 4 hours later, outside the Star Realm, at the Central Command. All three of them have left the flyers and begun the final stage of stealth. Lin Yu suddenly spoke in a soft voice. Hopefully, they all come back safely. Dean Hai spoke gravely beside him. The eyes of the other military flying heaven warriors were filled with anticipation. On the blood-engulfed mountain ranges, fierce winds howled. Li Yuan landed lightly on the ground and instinctively looked up at the flyer ascending into the distance. The flyer only provided transport for 3,000 kilometers. The last 1,000 kilometers to the target had to be covered by Li Yuan and the others on their own. This place is desolate. Li Yuan frowned slightly. According to intelligence, the nest beast dens of the cloud beast civilization siphon the power of the earth for nourishment. Wherever they go, the once thriving land full of life would turn to desolation. This battle, I'm the main force, I have to really rely on myself now, Li Yuan muttered in his heart. This was his third venture into a star realm. The first time in the Mingshu star realm, all he did was inquiry, while Senior Lu Jing was the main force. He wasn't even qualified to participate in the final clash of two great civilizations. Second time, in the fierce Feather Star realm, he was just part of the world within worlds battle. The intense Star Realm war was carried by Lud Neff and the others. Now, it was his third time. After all this time, it's finally up to me to take on the responsibility. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed mysteriously. Rob Sea Star realm is a tumor on Sha country. I will do everything in my power to excise it. Since childhood, Li Yuan had repeatedly heard stories of wars in the Rob Sea, with countless humans dying, even his uncle nearly perishing here, and much of Sha country's national strength had been depleted here. Not just resources but also millions of lives. After reading through many intelligence reports on the Rob Sea, Li Yuan was determined to thoroughly cleanse the entire Rob Sea. Big Brother Yu, Lud Neff and the others couldn't breach the nest beast dens, but my strength can now rival theirs, and I will get even stronger. I have a complete chance of achieving this, Li Yuan thought to himself. Perhaps, the upper echelons of the seven-star civilization had no expectations for Li Yuan, but he had expectations for himself. If capable, then one should do their utmost. You can't always depend on the next generation for everything. This time, I'll start by collecting some interest. Li Yuan moved, his body's light subtly distorting to cloak his form, and like a gust of wind, he flew towards his target. In such a state, unless sensed by the divine sense of another strong being, if one is just a bit further away, it would be nearly impossible to detect Li Yuan's presence. Time passed, and Li Yuan was under the illumination of the blood moon. He crossed desolate mountain ranges, gorges, and rivers, moving forward non-stop. So many exotic beasts. Along the way, Li Yuan observed many exotic beasts, none of which could detect his passing. Li Yuan's range of divine sense inquiry was limited. But he had condensed the true meaning of Earth, and through the fluctuations of the Earth, his perception ability was astonishing. Even separated by tens of kilometers, he could sense certain life fluctuations. 2 hours later, it's here, Li Yuan stood on the mountaintop, his breath as if concealed, gazing at a distant mountain a few kilometers away. He did not continue to approach. At first glance, this mountain did not seem remarkable compared to the neighboring peaks. But it was one of the Cloud Beast civilization's forward outposts mentioned in the intelligence, a result of continuous in-depth inquiry by numerous first and second-rank martial artists from the seven-star civilization. At the same time, as Li Yuan truly neared the mountain, he could sense through the Earth's vibrations the extensive life fluctuations within, clearly inhabited by many powerful exotic beasts. I am ready and can act at any moment, Li Yuan sent a message to Yan Jing and Luo Chan. Li Yuan waited patiently. More than 10 minutes later, Luo Chan sent a message. I am ready as well. Another 5 minutes passed before Yan Jing finally sent a message. I am in position. All had arrived. Attack simultaneously after 30 seconds. Eliminate all second-rank exotic beasts, then immediately head to the next target. Commander Lin Yu issued the order. 30 seconds later. Boom! Li Yuan burst out like a gust of wind, blending completely with the surroundings, almost skimming the ground as he went. In an instant, his speed shot up to sonic levels, reaching the base of the huge mountain in a seemingly inconspicuous cave in just 10 seconds. This cave, concealed by layers, would be entirely missed from a distance, but not by Li Yuan's earth vibration senses. 2. With a sweep of his divine sense, Li Yuan detected 2 second-rank exotic beasts lurking at the entrance of the cave. They had not noticed Li Yuan yet. Kill! A glint of killing intent flashed across Li Yuan's eyes as he directly triggered 2 mysteries. SCCH, SCU. 2 streams of earthy yellow energy, sharp as spikes, penetrated the ground like needles strengthened countless times over and burst through the skulls of the 2 second-rank exotic beasts. Instantly, the eyes of the two exotic beasts bulged roundly, their heads began to bleed profusely, and they lost consciousness. Dead. As a true intent prime warrior, the combination of two mysteries made it easy to kill level 22 second-rank exotic beasts within his domain. This was the terrifying aspect of superb martial skills. Just like the might of Allah, once fully unleashed, it could easily kill ordinary flying heaven warriors. With the combined might of Li Yuan's two mysteries, he could also effortlessly sweep through large numbers of second rank from the alien race. There's no need to delay once the action starts. Li Yuan's gaze was cold. Boom. Inducing the true meaning of Earth, Li Yuan's speed fully erupted, unfolding completely as he transformed into a streak of earthy yellow light along the cave, rushing into the heart of the base. At the same time, above and below, even within the mud and stones, nearly every inch within a 50-meter radius centered on Li Yuan spontaneously generated fine streams of earthy yellow energy, as if a gargantuan sphere had been born out of thin air. This was the true intent domain, formed by the core of the true meaning of Earth, infused with the mystery of wind. The forward outpost of the Cloud Beast civilization naturally had many defensive measures in place. If an ordinary flying heaven warrior approached, there was a significant chance of being detected. But Li Yuan's stealth techniques were extremely sophisticated. Although not as adept as Lü Nef, at least he was not something this outpost could detect in advance. Only when Li Yuan truly erupted, charging straight in, did the top-tier powerful exotic beasts of the outpost notice. Deep within the earth, there lay a vast chamber. The chamber was filled with numerous devices. Inside the chamber, several massive beasts with eyes flashing intelligence, shaped like serpents or akin to apes, resided. They had been leisurely before, but at that moment they felt continuous vibrations and the sounds of explosions from above, which completely changed their expressions. No good, an enemy has invaded. It's a flying heaven warrior. Alert. Quick. Retreat. These leaders of the outpost, some resembling flying serpents, others like primates, were the chiefs of the outpost. Not long ago, they were planning attacks on certain bases of the seven-star civilization, but now they were all panicked. Boom. The heavy chamber door thundered down, the giant stone door closing the upward passage. Click. On the other side of the chamber, what was a securely sealed wall suddenly opened like a door to both sides, revealing a dark passage, indeed, an escape route. Move quickly. Flee. The 5 fully matured second-rank exotic beasts had just thought to flee, but they hadn't even managed to move their bodies when fear flashed through their eyes. Boom. Like the earth shattering, the thick layer of rock above them exploded violently, with countless rocks spraying and scattering wildly. Following that, streams of earthy yellow energy appeared out of thin air, sweeping toward all directions like blades, slicing the bodies of the second-rank mature exotic beasts, trying to kill them on the spot. Skoo, blood splattered everywhere, their indestructible fur being cut open. Ah! It's a true intent domain. How can this domain be so strong? It's far stronger than the domains of Master Wu Sahai and the others. Hold on. These mature second-rank exotic beasts, which had their own language, roared at each other. Soon after, mighty origin power surfaced on their bodies, merging with flesh and bone, resisting the frenzied, slaughtering attacks of the true intent domain. Pucci, Rumble, these second-rank perfection exotic beasts, augmented with powerful origin power and even directly using star technique, actually managed to withstand Li Yuan's true intent domain. Whoosh! Amidst strands of earth-yellow streams, the currents suddenly dispersed, and a figure completely shrouded in a black robe stepped out, their specific features utterly obscured. However, the terrifying aura they exuded made these few second-rank exotic beasts tremble in their hearts, realizing that this was the assailant. Die. Li Yuan's eyes turned cold as the Black Chen spear suddenly materialized in his hand, infused with origin power, and a flash of spear light suddenly thrust forth. Origin power, mysteries of true intent, and the weapon's might combined perfectly. A terrifying spear light suddenly burst forth. The dazzling spear light slashed across the sky, striking at the few second-rank perfection exotic beasts with such horrific might that it pierced directly through their defenses formed by origin power and their tough flesh and blood, their heads instantly exploding. In a single encounter, he completely crushed and killed them. So weak, clearly at level 29, but no origin power battlesuit, and star techniques hardly cultivated, simply relying on a strong physique to bear the brunt. Li Yuan shook his head slightly. A normal top-grade origin martial artist, at full defense, would take at least 2 strikes from Li Yuan to be killed. But Li Yuan didn't know, from the myriad exotic beasts generated by the brood nest, those with true potential had already been sent away, leaving only the flawed ones. Nevertheless, under normal circumstances, these few second-rank perfection exotic beasts wouldn't directly engage in combat but serve as commanders. Next one. Li Yuan soared to the sky, quickly ascending from the underground chamber, swiftly passing through one cavern layer after another. Each cavern layer was strewn with numerous exotic beast corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Each cavern had a huge hole that had just been forcibly breached by Li Yuan. He had carved a path of slaughter all the way through. Li Yuan took approximately 12 seconds, continuously breaking through 6 layers of caverns, and swept through all the exotic beasts detected by his divine sense at this Cloud Beast Civilization outpost. Target number 1 completed, 834 second rank killed. Li Yuan sent the message to the command center. Boom! The mountain body outside, which appeared calm, suddenly erupted with a terrifying explosion sound, boulders tumbling, trees collapsing, and a huge cavern appeared at the top of the mountain, from which a stream of earth-yellow light burst forth into the sky. The initial assault was a surprise attack, so movement had to be concealed. But once action was taken, it had to be fast. The faster, the better. Next target, about 200 kilometers away. Strive to arrive within 3 minutes. Li Yuan's eyes were cold as ice. Kill. Boom. Li Yuan turned into a ray of light, merging fully with the heavens and earth, streaking across the dim world at a speed that had now soared to approximately 4 times the speed of sound. Outside the Star Realm, in the command center, Lin Yu, Dean Hai, and others were all waiting quietly. They knew that the first round of assassination by the 3 prime warriors with true intent had begun. Whether they could dismantle this round of attack by the Cloud Beast Civilization almost entirely depended on this endeavor. Suddenly. Good. Lin Yu suddenly let out a low shout, with a glint of joy in his eyes. Success in one location. Li Yuan has completed the first target, killing 834 second rank with none escaping. He's now proceeding towards target number 4. Good. Impressive. Everyone was somewhat excited, having at least accomplished part of the objective. What about targets number 2 and 3? Dean Hai asked in quick succession. No news yet. Lin Yu shook his head. Another nearly 20 seconds passed. Luo Chan has sent a message. Target number 2 is completed. Some second-rank exotic beasts escaped, but the kill count exceeded 600. Lin Yu said in a low voice. Yan Jing has also sent a message, killing over 500 second-rank exotic beasts, but the task was not fully completed. The conference room fell silent. At first, when they received the news, they didn't realize, but after comparison, they felt the impressive strength of Li Yuan. This is fortunate. Having a genius like Li Yuan is a blessing for Sha country, as well as for the 7-star civilization, Lin Yu said softly. The first round of assassination results by Li Yuan, Yan Jing, and Luo Chan was indeed staggering. But with such a large-scale attack, Cloud Beast Civilization, though slow to react, would quickly respond, especially since the Cloud Beast Civilization had long been prepared. About 2,000 kilometers away from the base attacked by Li Yuan. In the Intermountain Range where 2 mountain ridges spanned a vast canyon, at this moment, it was engulfed in countless black mists. If one could see through the mist, they would notice between the canyons, countless black organic structures were rapidly expanding and growing. If Lin Yu, Dean Hai, and others were here, they would recognize that this was a brood nest of the Cloud Beast Civilization growing rapidly. Inside a mountainside beside the canyon, it had long been completely hollowed out. What's going on? An outpost has been attacked. The 7-star civilization's counterattack has finally arrived? Indeed, they've taken the initiative. They want to dismantle our momentum in advance. Inside the mountain, 5 tremendously powerful existences gathered here. They watched the 3 light screen projections formed in the middle, seeing the battle scenes clearly. The projections from a few outposts had been automatically sent back before being destroyed. In one projection, a blurry black figure flashed by, followed by a terrifying flurry of spear light, swiftly sweeping away everything in its path. The other 2 scenes of battle were much more intense, allowing them to watch more closely. Such impressive spear technique. A true intent domain. Its might is so powerful. It's probably close to intermediate rank true intent, the 5 Cloud Beast civilization powerhouses immediately judged. The mysterious powerhouse who had mastered the true meaning of Earth was the most formidable. One of them is Luo Chan, an old adversary. Wu Sahai's eyes were cold, his voice carrying a chilling intent to kill. Wu Sahai had clashed with Luo Chan twice and recognized the opponent. The fish has taken the bait. So arrogant, these 3 must all be true intent prime warriors. However, that true meaning of Earth Master might be a flying heaven warrior. His domain hasn't reached the 6th stage intermediate rank, otherwise he could have killed those several 2nd rank perfections directly with the power of his domain. Even if he is a flying heaven warrior, his strength is only comparable to Wu Sahai and Zippa, and he must have broken through recently, so his strength is probably weaker. The 5 powerful figures communicated with each other. A flying heaven warrior, even with a high skill realm, would still need a lot of time to refine origin pills. Jin Mu, Yan Zan. The blood-colored flying serpent turned to the 2 newly arrived powerhouses. Over the years, Eldon, Zippa, and I have been wary of Lude Nef and Yu Jing, enduring in silence, not daring to make a move. But the 7-star civilization probably doesn't know their secret has leaked. They likely can't imagine that we dare to take action. This time, the high echelons of our civilization have even dispatched U2, significantly augmenting our top battle power. This time, we will deliver a surprise to the 7-star civilization and strive to kill all their flying heaven-level combatants. Wu Sahai spoke in a deep voice. Rest assured. The demigod has sent us here to cooperate with you in an effort to take the Rob Sea in one fell swoop. The exotic beast known as Jin Mu spoke in a deep voice. His body wasn't too massive, pitch black in color, with 8 legs, looking like a giant murderous spider. Jin Mu excels at binding, and I at poison fog. The black flying serpent named Yan Zan spoke in a deep voice, its scales shimmering with a beautiful luster that made the other exotic beasts reluctant to come too close. Poison is something to be greatly feared. Jin Mu and Yan Zan were supreme talents dispatched by the Cloud Beast civilization, having already condensed their true intent. Together with their innate physical gifts, they could unleash astonishing strength. We must act without delay. Eldon, you stay here to protect the nest burrows. The targets of these humans are definitely those outpost stations. Wu Sahai said in a deep voice, we will slaughter our way over now. I will have the large army in those outpost stations slowly pull back, neither alerting the human warriors, nor preventing them from continuing their attacks. Slaughter our way over. Kill, soon. 4 massive exotic beasts left the belly of the mountain, transforming into 4 streaks of light as they departed from this nest burrow, headed in the direction of Li Yuan. With their flight speed, even if they deliberately slowed down to reduce the disturbance in heaven and earth, 2,000 kilometers could also be covered in less than an hour. An hour later. Boom, boom, boom. Intense sounds of explosions suddenly erupted from what seemed like an ordinary mountain amidst the continuous mountain range, as if a major explosion was occurring. Rumble, accompanied by dazzling earth and yellow light breaking through, a huge mountain body collapsed halfway, as numerous rocks and soil crumbled and fell. That gradually exposed the inside of the mountain. A large number of exotic beast corpses tumbled down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of light broke through the layers of dirt, soaring into the sky hundreds of meters high, revealing themselves to be Li Yuan, Yan Jing, and Luo Chan. So powerful. Such terrifying spear technique. Luo Chan was thoroughly convinced by Li Yuan, her eyes filled only with admiration. That spear thrust just now. At the bottom of the cave, it swept across dozens of second-ranked exotic beasts in a wide range, utterly quelling any thought of escape in those beasts. She had no more doubts about Li Yuan's strength. Target number 11, completed. Yan Jing's face showed a hint of excitement. We have slain more than 5,000 second-rank exotic beasts. The three of them, after individually taking down 2 Cloud Beast Civilization outpost bases, had, as planned, converged in one place and continued their slaughter. Not a single Cloud Beast Civilization base could withstand their onslaught. I always feel something is strange, that the Cloud Beast Civilization seems to be retreating, but somehow it's slow. Luo Chan said gravely, their response is too slow. It does seem a bit slow. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Suddenly. I understand now, it's not that their response is slow. Li Yuan suddenly turned his head, his gaze calm as he looked into the distant void. They're using these second-rank exotic beasts as bait, deliberately luring us. The real enemies are coming. Li Yuan's hand already clenched the Black Chen spear with a swish. Quickly. Not good. Flying Heaven Realm. Yan Jing and Luo Chan also quickly sensed that in the void more than 10 kilometers away, 4 powerful presences were rapidly closing in. It's Wu Sahai. Luo Chan even recognized a familiar aura. With the vision and perception ability of a prime warrior proficient in true intent, a distance of over 10 kilometers was already incredibly clear. Moreover, the 4 powerhouses of the Cloud Beast civilization were blatantly charging over without any attempt to hide their approach. 4 flying heavens. Yan Jing's face changed drastically. Weren't there supposed to be only 2 flying heaven leaders from the Cloud Beast civilization? Luo Chan remained silent, but her facial expression said it all. 2 flying heaven exotic beasts. 2 true intent second-rank exotic beasts. Li Yuan's eyes were also grave, and his voice echoed in both of their minds. Those 2 flying heaven exotic beasts must be Wu Sahai and Zipa as mentioned by Senior Lin before. And those 2 true intent second-rank exotic beasts are likely reinforcements from the Cloud Beast civilization. Separated by more than 10 kilometers, Li Yuan was unable to deploy the Divine Palace inquiry. But with the congealed true meaning of Earth, Li Yuan's perception was astonishing, and he could vaguely distinguish the differences between those 4 powerful figures. There was an essential difference between flying with the true intent of the heavens and earth and flying by propelling origin power. The unparalleled geniuses of the Cloud Beast civilization? Yan Jing and Luo Chan's complexions changed again. They were not fools, immediately thinking of many possibilities. Why after nearly a decade of major battles, had Wu Sahai and Zipa never shown themselves in battle, yet suddenly made a move this time? Why hadn't the Cloud Beast civilization provided reinforcements before, and yet they had sent 2 powerhouses ahead of time this time? Why? The multitude of coincidences could only explain one thing. This was no coincidence, it was a premeditated attack set up by the Cloud Beast civilization. It seemed slow, but in reality, it took less than 2 seconds for Li Yuan, Yan Jing, and Luo Chan to exchange thoughts. Retreat. The 3 transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the area controlled by the 7-star civilization. Even for someone as confident in their own strength as Li Yuan, he would never rashly charge forward. Observations were due at the very least. At the very least, they could not let an engagement unfold within the battlefield area prearranged by the opponent. After all, knowing full well that the enemy had 3 prime warriors who had already demonstrated formidable power, the Cloud Beast civilization still dared to attack. They must have some level of confidence. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 strong figures from the Cloud Beast civilization tore through the vast sky, hurtling towards their target. They've discovered us, they're starting to flee. The large purple ape's eyes flickered with a chilly light. Escape! Wu Sahai spoke coldly. Yan Zan, Zipa, follow me. Let's move in for the kill first. Jin Mu, you're the slowest, so come afterward. The blood-red flying serpent, Wu Sahai said. All right. Jin Mu nodded in agreement. The 4 mighty beings of the Cloud Beast civilization, Wu Sahai and Zipa, were mid-stage flying heaven powerhouses. When burst at full speed, their velocity was incredibly ferocious. As for Yan Zan, being from the Flying Serpent clan, naturally adept at flight, and having comprehended the true meaning of wind, it further enhanced its prowess. making its flying speed faster than the average practitioner in the flying heaven realm. Boom. 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 The speed of Wu Sihai, Zipa, and Yan Zhan skyrocketed in that instant, rapidly approaching 5 times the speed of sound. Drawing ever closer to Li Yuan, Yan Jing, and Luo Chan. Every second, the distance between them shrank by several hundred meters. In at most a minute, they would be completely overtaken. Outside the Star Realm, inside a giant conference room serving as the command center. We've already killed over 5,000 second-rank exotic beasts. The results are astonishing. A flying heaven warrior said with a jovial smile. At this rate, they could end up killing over 10,000 second-rank exotic beasts. Indeed frightening. Thousands of second-rank exotic beasts. If we let an ordinary troop handle it, who knows how many would die or get injured. Several flying heaven warriors in the conference room sighed with deep emotion. Dean Hai looked relaxed as well. Only Lin Yu's expression was solemn. As time had passed, Li Yuan, Luo Chan, and their unimpeded sweeping and killing seemed too smooth to be true. His years of experience combating various alien races gave him a subconscious feeling that something was amiss. But he couldn't put his finger on exactly what it was. Suddenly. Not good. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. The Cloud Beast civilization's counterattack has arrived. Whoosh, a huge projection screen appeared, immediately displaying scenes from within the Star Realm. The image was shaking wildly, appearing very chaotic, as if being recorded on the move. But in reality, this was Luo Chan activating the real-time shoot feature on her smart ring, which was somewhat akin to live broadcasting. Even though the image was constantly shaking, Lin Yu, Dean Hai, and the others still saw clearly. 4 massive exotic beasts were chasing with terrifying velocity. 2 flying heaven level, 2 true intent second-rank exotic beasts. This is Li Yuan's assessment. Lin Yu's expression turned very serious, and he said gravely, the Cloud Beast civilization had planned this in advance. In the conference room, everyone's smiles faded as they realized the seriousness of the situation. The Cloud Beast civilization, having never erupted for so many years, was making a fierce move all at once. Li Yuan and the others are fleeing, Lin Yu said gravely. But they are only prime warriors, and Luo Chan is not adept at flying. Dean Hai spoke gravely, over thousands of kilometers. They definitely can't escape easily. Escape? They could only escape while fighting. What about the contingency plan? Lin Yu turned to look at another flying heaven warrior. The drone swarm has been launched, but it will take a while to arrive. The flying heaven war machines have set off with nuclear weapons. The flying heaven warrior said with a bitter smile. The war machines are also equipped with origin power weapons, powerful enough to easily kill second-rank lives. But you're all aware. At the flying heaven warrior level, it's nearly impossible for technological weapons to cause fatalities. They can at best provide interference. Everyone fell silent. Flying heaven warriors, especially those who have comprehended true intent, have incredibly resilient vitality, and their speed at escaping in critical moments is astonishing. Even for nuclear weapons. As long as they are not foolish, nearly none pose a threat to them. For example, they could instantly burrow into the ground. In a second, they could burrow hundreds of meters deep. How to bomb them? As for other conventional technological weapons, prime warriors and flying heaven warriors of true intent could instantly form a domain of true intent with a thought, harnessing the power of heaven and earth, rendering most technological weapons completely ineffective. The so-called saturation firepower strike would be a joke. Suddenly, Li Yuan stepped forward to meet the challenge. One of the flying heaven warriors exclaimed, pointing at the projection screen. What? Not good. Lin Yu and Dean Hai hurriedly looked over, their faces changing slightly. In the flickering projection, the 3 powerhouses from the Cloud Beast civilization were closing in rapidly, probably leaving only 2 kilometers between them. And Li Yuan, who had just been fleeing with them. His figure suddenly staggered, and his speed sharply decreased. He didn't turn around. But the decrease in his flying speed was, in effect, akin to turning around to face the battle. At this moment, through the projections, observers like Lin Yu and Dean Hai felt their hearts rise to their throats. They knew of Li Yuan's strength, suspected to be comparable to that of Yu Jing, but the power of the Cloud Beast civilization was also extremely terrifying. That was at least the combat power of two mid-phase flying heaven warriors. Within the Rob Seastar realm, under the Blood Moon, atop the vast and endless mountains. Li Yuan, no matter how strong you are, it's impossible for you to take on three by yourself. Luo Chan's face changed dramatically. Li Yuan, if we are to fight, let's fight together, Yan Jing said in an instant panic. Seeing Li Yuan stop abruptly, their flying speeds also slowed down accordingly. But the very next moment, "Run, both of you run," Li Yuan's voice was ice cold. "These aliens pose no threat to me, but I'm only sure I can hold them off, not that I can protect you both. As your team leader, I order you to flee immediately. I won't joke with my life," he commanded. The telepathic communication was just a momentary flash. Yan Jing and Luo Chan were both momentarily stunned. They were decisive individuals and immediately made their choice, speeding up again to continue flying into the distance. Because both Yan Jing and Luo Chan had immense faith in Li Yuan's abilities. It seems slow to say. From the moment Li Yuan and Yan Jing spotted the forces from the Cloud Beast civilization, to their flight from the scene, and to Li Yuan's decision to face the enemy alone. The entire process lasted less than a minute. "This human fool. He dares to stay behind and block us alone," one of them said. "He's not a flying heaven warrior, just a prime warrior with true intent." The three alien beast powerhouses were first shocked, then immediately showed bloodthirsty and fierce expressions. A single person? In previous inquiries, their main focus was on this strong warrior with the true meaning of Earth. But after the initial encounter, upon closer sensing, they found that this strong warrior of Earth's true intent was not a flying heaven warrior, and they completely let down their guard. Not being a flying heaven warrior, with only initial rank, 6th stage true intent comprehension. Naturally, he was not considered a major threat to them. After all, creatures like the blood serpent Wu Sahai and the purple-haired gorilla Zippa were true intent flying heaven warriors. If the three of them joined forces to defend, it would take us quite some effort to win, but this fool dares to stand alone. Quickly eliminate him, then go and kill the other two, Wu Sahai communicated telepathically. Understood, Zippa and Yan Zhan both responded in agreement. To this point, they had yet to realize their opponent was Li Yuan. After all, from beginning to end, Li Yuan was completely cloaked by his battle garment, with his face not visible. Wu Sahai, Zippa, and others who spent years in the Rob Seastar realm, often received information slowly. Although they had heard the name of Li Yuan, they subconsciously thought that this unparalleled genius mentioned in intelligence reports would need at least a decade to grow. Therefore, it never crossed their minds that the person in front of them could be Li Yuan. The two sides approached like lightning. Boom! Li Yuan, holding a long spear, suddenly grew to a height of 3 meters, like a small giant, his life force surging dramatically. Facing the three powerhouses, Li Yuan naturally didn't dare hold back and unleashed stellar mysterious body, without hesitation. Body refining star technique? Such a strong life force? So what if it is a body refining star technique? He still has to die. The three alien beasts roared, swiftly converging from different directions to attack. Boom! Around Wu Sahai's massive serpent body, cold air diffused instantaneously, mixed with a flow of water, spreading across hundreds of meters, as if to freeze everything. Boom! The cold air invasion swept over everything, causing the domain of Earth formed by Li Yuan to begin collapsing immediately. And his body began to subtly suffer the effects of the invasion as well. Domain star technique? Li Yuan instantly made a judgment. The opponent was at the 32nd level of flying heaven, with powerful and robust origin power, also using a domain star technique. Even if his realm was higher, his domain of true intent was no match. If not a match, then abandon control of the domain. Roar! The purple-haired gorilla was already towering, nearly 5 meters tall, and directly used a body-refining star technique, his massive body thunderously growing to 10 meters in height. He wielded a weapon resembling a mace, with an overwhelming presence. Boom! The mace, over 6 meters in length and faintly enveloped in a golden aura, smashed fiercely towards Li Yuan, causing the air to violently quake. Whoosh! The black serpent, only 10 meters long and appearing quite slender, had wings that gleamed with a silver light, like two immense combat sabers, swooping down towards Li Yuan. Where the wing blades passed, the very space seemed like it would be cleaved apart. Kill! Li Yuan gripped his long spear and burst forth, infusing it with origin power, combining the mysteries of earth and wind, enhancing his Black Chen spear, a semi-divine artifact. At the same time, Li Yuan had activated the Supreme Star Technique, true solution of the Earth Star vein, and vaguely, the spear seemed to trigger even stronger fluctuations of heaven and earth, making this thrust terrifyingly potent. Li Yuan. Be careful. Yan Jing and Luo Chan hadn't fled far, still within 2 kilometers. As they ran, they kept looking back at the battle between Li Yuan and the 3 mighty exotic beasts. Whoosh! A spear light, endlessly sharp and containing an incomparable terrifying might. Tearing through the vast sky. Boom! The layers of chill enveloping Li Yuan had completely dissipated. The huge wing blade of the black flying serpent, Yan Zhan, had just collided with the spear when his expression drastically changed, and a hint of horror appeared in his eyes. But it was already too late. Rip! The spear pierced directly through Yan Zhan's extremely tough wings, and the terrifying might instantly tore downwards from the wound. Ah! Yan Zhan let out a painful scream, closely followed by his wings being torn apart significantly. A succession of blood scattered across the sky. With just one spear strike, the black flying serpent, Yan Zhan, was gravely injured, his body flipping over as he plummeted downward. Break! As Li Yuan thrust his spear, the long spear suddenly revolved, spinning with alarming might, striking fiercely like a catapult against the descending ferocious mace with wolf teeth. Bang! An immensely terrifying collision, as if 2 fallen stars had struck each other, creating a gust of shockwave visible to the naked eye that impacted an area tens of kilometers around. Boom! The mountains below immediately started to collapse, falling apart, with countless boulders flying through the air. Boom! The massive purple-haired ape was flung backwards with great force. Li Yuan himself was also falling downward, plummeting for 100 meters before finally steadying himself. Body refining star technique. And it's the condensation of the true meaning of metal, making the attacks wildly ferocious. Li Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. From the frontal collision just now, Li Yuan realized he was slightly at a disadvantage. In techniques, weaponry, and many other aspects, he held an absolute advantage. In terms of star techniques, they were evenly matched. But the opponent was level 32, far stronger than him at the base level, and the true intent he comprehended was adept at attacking, naturally giving him an edge in head-on combat. Yet, it was just a slight advantage, the most critical point. Every frontal collision, the terrifying impact would cause great damage to my body. Li Yuan's eyes were ice cold. If I were to keep clashing head-on with him, I would certainly be defeated. But there's no need for me to fight head-on. The purpose of Li Yuan's spear thrust in the previous frontal collision was merely to test the strongest burst of his spear technique and see how powerful his attack could be. Now that he knew the outcome, it was time to end the fight in a way he was best at. Whoosh! Li Yuan moved. A faint cyan airflow emerged around his body, pouncing like lightning toward the black flying serpent, which had been heavily injured and was trying to flee in panic. It is better to break 1 finger than to injure 10. In some sense, killing such a second-rank exotic beast with true intent is more valuable than an ordinary flying heaven exotic beast. Not good. The black flying serpent fleeing in panic revealed a hint of fear in its eyes. Having suffered a spear attack, it was very clear of how terrifying the strength of this human martial artist was. Stop! The other blood-red flying serpent, Wu Sahai, roared furiously, its wings trembling violently as its huge body suddenly leapt forward, followed by opening its bloody mouth wide and spewing out a terrifying stream of icy light. Like a river of cold air, it struck directly at Li Yuan, with the air along the path seeming to freeze and bind layer by layer, frightfully extreme. At the same time, SS's, an invisible spiritual attack, accompanying the cold air, instantaneously penetrated Li Yuan's mind. Die! Wu Sahai's eyes emitted madness. eager to see Li Yuan frozen to death alive. This was another attack star technique he cultivated, River of Cold Air. The cold air contained an amazing power of erosion. Even a top-grade prime warrior touching a trace would be seriously injured. And his spiritual power was quite strong, which was why he specifically cultivated a spiritual secret technique, hoping to slightly influence that final moment, and then the river of ice reaching and striking would be able to severely injure his opponent. Buzz, Li Yuan, who was attacked by the spiritual assault, showed only a hint of mocking on his face. Spiritual attack. A mid-stage flying heaven exotic beast. Only a demigod using a spiritual attack against me would be more fitting. Whoosh! 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 Facing the roaring river of ice coming toward him, Li Yuan's figure moved, instantly splitting into three, each spreading out hundreds of meters, effortlessly avoiding this terrifying killing move. Not affected at all? How strong must his spiritual power be? Wu Sihai was shocked, and he can even create so many phantom bodies? How did he do that? Isn't his cultivation based on the true meaning of Earth? Could he be a warrior of dual true intent? Damned hidden human pawn, so powerful a human genius, and yet you didn't inform us. Wu Sihai was both anxious and furious, utterly unable to comprehend. Since when did the Seven-Star Civilization produce such a terrifying prime warrior? There had been no news before this. Kill, Li Yuan. Unleashing his full strength, the three figures simultaneously flickered and moved, like three beams of light whistling to attack the black serpent Yan Zan. Swish! His wings rotating, Wu Sihai roared, his body releasing terrifying cold as he lunged in close combat to attack one of the figures, trying to block Li Yuan. Ha! Luo Chan also bellowed angrily, his huge wing blade sweeping through the heavens and earth, fiercely smashing towards one of the Li Yuans. Boom! Poochie! Those two figures of Li Yuan, like illusory bubbles, instantly vanished and dissipated. False! Damn it! Wu Sihai and Luo Chan were both shocked and furious, immediately roaring as they attacked Li Yuan. Swish! Li Yuan's real body, however, had already bypassed the obstacle of the two great flying heaven exotic beasts like lightning, finally approaching the fleeing black serpent Yan Zan, who was somewhat panicked and flustered. Yan Zan was well aware that relying on his own strength to block Li Yuan was impossible. The only chance of survival was to delay until Wu Sihai and the others arrived. Swoosh! The long spear was like a flying serpent, just a shadow of the spear, yet it seemed to contain countless ever-changing techniques, striking unpredictably toward the black serpent Yan Zan. I must survive, survive. The eyes of the black serpent Yan Zan were fixed on that thrust. His wing injuries were rapidly healing. Suddenly he burst forward, followed by the massive wings that swept across the vast sky, his large body passing like a gust of wind. Shush! The wing blade grazed the spear shaft, not colliding head-on, but withdrawing immediately upon contact. He had avoided the spear. I evaded. If I can dodge one spear, then there's hope I can dodge a second, Yan Zan thought ecstatically, pressing himself to the limit, focusing intently on the long spear in Li Yuan's hands. Puff! Whoosh! Boom! Two more lightning-fast spears tore through the vast sky, and although one grazed the black serpent Yan Zan, causing his vitality to surge chaotically, he ultimately evaded them once more. At this moment, desperate to live, the black serpent Yan Zan was fully exploiting his own limits to display the utmost extent of his movement technique. This made Li Yuan momentarily unable to do anything to him. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Yuan's eyes as he vaguely caught a glimpse of a mystery within the wildly tumbling form of the black serpent. The fluctuation of wind. The rhythm of wind. Having followed Lai Feng's semi-divine in training for an entire year, Li Yuan was already nearing the 5th stage's limit, just a step away from the initial formation of the true meaning of wind. But he had been unable to break through, until this moment. From the body of the black serpent Yan Zan, Li Yuan vaguely sensed something. It wasn't that Yan Zan's realm was higher than that of Lai Feng's semi-divine, capable of giving better guidance to Li Yuan. But rather, it was a mysteriously indescribable opportunity that precisely at this moment resonated with Li Yuan, causing his past accumulations to start a further transformation. Pure CHT. Boom. Continuous spears flew by, and Li Yuan still hadn't managed to hit the black serpent Yan Zhan. Clearly, in the brink of life and death, Yan Zhan had also entered an extremely mysterious state. Human, die. Kill. Blood serpent Wu Sahai and purple monkey Zi Pa had already arrived, unleashing their attacks on Li Yuan. The attacks were wild and fierce. They've come. Li Yuan sensed the incoming attack from behind, his thoughts shifted, and he once again used the star technique to instantly split into 4 phantom bodies. The rhythm of wind. The 4 phantom bodies weaved through the air, evading the attacks of the 2 great flying heaven exotic beasts, while lunging with the long spear in his hands, stabbing at the black serpent Yan Zhan. Swoosh. This thrust, swirling with the true meaning of earth, fierce and vast, encompassed by the mysteries of wind from all around. It kept condensing, solidifying, integrating with the true meaning of earth. The merging of the 2 true intents, intricately exquisite, caused a wondrous change, allowing Li Yuan to vaguely perceive a profound and unpredictable fluctuation between heaven and earth. This fluctuation was fleeting. But that mysterious rhythm also made this thrust more powerful than any before. Its speed was terrifyingly fast. 4 long spears exploded simultaneously again. Whoosh, leaving 4 barely discernible trails of spear light in the void. Subsequently, 3 trails of light dissipated, leaving only the last, dazzling and heart-trembling one. Only the real long spear remained. No, the black serpent Yan Zhan was horrified, a trace of dread flashing in his eyes. What kind of spear technique was this? How could it be so much stronger than before? That shouldn't be possible. If this human martial artist had such strength, he should have killed me with 1 spear from the start. In an instant, many doubts flashed through the mind of the black serpent Yan Zhan, filled with fear of death. Pure CHT, too fast, too fierce. The spear, following the gap in the black serpent Yan Zhan's wing blade, spun and thrust viciously into its gaping maw, piercing straight through the head. Yan Zhan, dead. At this moment, it seemed as if the world itself grew silent. The blood serpent Wu Sahai and the purple monkey Zi Pa were extremely shocked as they watched this scene, feeling the terrible might of that thrust. What? This thrust? Even those fleeing far away, like Yan Jing, Luo Chan and even Lin Yu, Dean Hai watching through a screen projection in the star realm, were equally astonished at this development. Li Yuan, facing 3 on his own, among them including 2 flying heaven warrior powerhouses, had managed to counter-kill a true intent second-rank exotic beast in a very short time? Huh. The 4 Li Yuans in the void simultaneously turned their heads, looking at the still shocked blood serpent Wu Sahai and purple monkey Zi Pa, revealing a set of white teeth. It's time to send you on your way. The 2 great flying heaven exotic beasts looked at each other. Run. Their massive bodies instantly retreated, fleeing towards the distance. Run? Can you escape? Li Yuan took a step forward, combining the mysteries of the 2 true intents, sensing the vastness of the earth as well as the fluctuations of the wind's true intent. His speed soared immediately. In the command center outside the star realm, Lin Yu, Dean Hai, and a group of flying heaven warriors were unbelievably shocked as they watched a scene in the projection. The fierce battle that just took place had them extremely worried. They wished they could personally rush into the star realm to fight with the blood serpent Wu Sahai and Purple Pa. But this was only a 2nd-level star realm, and the flying heaven warriors from the outside couldn't enter. These flying heaven warriors could only guard outside the star realm's channel, preventing the Cloud Beast civilization's armies from marching straight in to attack Blue Star. Flying heaven warriors from the outside couldn't get in. Exotic beasts of the Cloud Beast civilization like Wu Sahai and Purple Pa, who broke through within the star realm, were trapped inside forever, unable to leave. Yet today's battle had reversed the situation in an instant. That spear technique that just exploded, how did Li Yuan manage to do that? Such spear technique? It wasn't strange that these flying heaven warriors were startled, for Li Yuan's performance was truly terrifying. Through the light screen, they couldn't sense the specific fluctuations of heaven and earth, not grasping the mysteries. They only felt that the spear was both fast and eerie. Facing the spear technique exhibited by Li Yuan, the blood serpent Wu Sahai and Purple Pa chose to flee for their lives, which suggested how astonishing the might of that spear must have been. Subconsciously, Lin Yu and Dean Hai exchanged a glance. The two of them knew the specifics of Li Yuan's situation well. Especially Dean Hai, who had personally sparred with Li Yuan, was the most familiar with Li Yuan's combat methods. Just discussing the true meaning of Earth, even if Li Yuan had broken through from the initial stage to the intermediate rank of true intent, he probably couldn't have achieved such an effect. Like Blood Serpent Wu Sahai, who once fought against Lu Nef, he was only slightly at a disadvantage, but his life was not in danger. The mystery of wind? Even less likely. After all, before this, Li Yuan hadn't even formed the embryonic shape of the true meaning of wind. The two powerful flying heaven experts had extremely high standards and, based on Li Yuan's situation, had both thought of a possibility: the combination of the mysteries of true intent. Could it be that Li Yuan has just condensed the true meaning of wind, and combined the mysteries of the two true intents? Dean Hai held his breath, his heart trembling at the thought. A year ago, when Li Yuan left Kunlun Martial University, it seemed he had not even begun to grasp the mystery of wind. Just 1 year to condense true intent. The combination of the mysteries of true intent. Lin Yu thought of more. In the history of our 7-star civilization, there are hardly a few who could combine true intents. What a monster! No wonder Lan Yue was certain that Li Yuan would become a being comparable to the predecessor Dongfang Ji, or even surpass him to become divine. Lin Yu thought back to not long ago. At that time, Lin Lanyue had returned from the world within worlds, and before going to the martial divine star realm, she had come to see him. Father and daughter had had an in-depth conversation, which included discussing Li Yuan. The combination of different true intent mysteries, complementing each other's weaknesses, indeed held terrifying power. The upper echelons of the 7-star civilization actually all understood this point. But why did they almost discourage the strong from doing so, or rather, why did no strong being attempted? Because just comprehending multiple true intents of heaven and earth was already incredibly difficult. Most people only had the talent for one law of the great Tao. That was only the first step, which had already stumped countless people. The truly difficult part was the second step, the combination of the mysteries of true intent. The difficulty was much higher than simply comprehending true intent, so much so that throughout the history of the entire 7-star civilization, not even a few demigods managed to combine the mysteries of true intent. Li Yuan could do it because he had, 1. What could be called a top-notch external cultivation condition, which made him progress swiftly on the paths of two mysteries of heaven and earth. 2. It was his innate talent. He seemed to be naturally skilled at combining the laws of the great Tao of earth and wind. This was also what amazed Lai Feng's semi-divine, who before Li Yuan's departure as apprentice, affirmed that Li Yuan was on the right path, encouraging him to persevere in following his own heart. If it's really the combination of the mysteries of true intent, with such a short time to grasp two great true intents, in the future he has a complete chance to step into the laws of the great Tao. Once the mysteries are combined, Lin Yu hardly dared to think. It was as if he could see an extremely terrifying being, rising rapidly with astonishing speed. Inside the Rob Sea-Star realm, above the void of the contiguous mountain range, Yan Jing and Luo Chan were also flabbergasted. Is Li Yuan this strong? Why did he have us escape first? Luo Chan couldn't help asking. He must have just made a breakthrough, said Yan Jing, with a hint of a smile, or maybe, he doesn't even know how strong he has become. Let's go, follow them. Whoosh, whoosh, Luo Chan and Yan Jing had abruptly stopped in their tracks. Following closely behind, they turned into two streaks of light, dashing towards where Li Yuan and the others had gone. Whoosh! Li Yuan moved erratically like a gust of wind. His speed had surged, rapidly closing in on Blood Serpent Wu Sahai and Purple Paw. Unexpected. When I was observing the movement technique of that black flying serpent, I had a realization, and just began to form the embryonic shape of the true meaning of wind, which led to such a transformation. Although Li Yuan was pursuing the two flying heaven beings, his mind involuntarily recalled the scene from just earlier. As soon as the embryonic shape of the true meaning of wind formed, unconsciously, the true meanings of earth and wind combined, making Li Yuan aware that his perception ability was soaring. In that instant, He felt the vast and unfathomable heavens and earth, touched upon even deeper mysteries of the operation of heaven and earth, space. Endless space. There was no end. What is called the vast earth is first and foremost because space is vast and boundless. What is called fluctuating with the wind as well roams freely in endless space. The vast heavens and earth, the limitless starry sky, all exist within space. Countless mysteries of the laws operate within space. Combination of the true meaning of earth and the initial form of the true meaning of wind, comprehension of a trace of the mysteries of space. Li Yuan glimpsed this prompt on the Divine Palace panel out of the corner of his eye. But there was no change on the Divine Palace panel. It didn't show a reminder like, Mysteries of Space 1%, or anything like that. But Li Yuan was still both astonished and shocked. Mysteries of space? Could it be the legendary, supreme space law? Li Yuan found it somewhat unbelievable in his heart. The combination of earth and wind mysteries actually allowed me to touch upon the mysteries of space? The mysteries of space were not recorded in any of the 7-star civilization data archives that Li Yuan had access to. Perhaps the related information had not been made available to Li Yuan yet. The reason Li Yuan knew about it was because of ancient Torch Divine's inheritance, which clearly alerted and explained in the All Things Divine Body cultivation information. To cultivate the Supreme Star Technique, All Things Divine Body, to the 6th rank, one must have a certain comprehension of space. Meanwhile, in the inheritance information of the All Things Divine Body, there was a description of the space law. Space, time. They are the origins of all laws, the cornerstone of all things in motion. Like the wind law, the law of earth, and others, they are the manifestations of the operation of heaven and earth. Demigods and many sky-flying powerhouses all have the hope of comprehending and stepping into the threshold. However, the mystery of space is too profound. Usually only divine beings could gradually come into contact with the mysteries of space. There is no display. That means, my comprehension is too shallow, not even approaching 1% of the mysteries of space, Li Yuan thought to himself. Li Yuan dared not even dream of comprehending the space law now. Too unrealistic. His life level was insufficient, his spiritual power not strong enough, he couldn't even perceive the fluctuations of the vast space. Just now, I only used the combination of earth and wind true intents vaguely to sense a trace. Li Yuan harbored a bit of anticipation in his heart. This means, the combined mysteries of earth and wind laws might gradually lead to comprehending the mysteries of space? This was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. I've only just touched upon a trace of the mystery and am far from even the threshold, Li Yuan thought to himself. What I can do is continue to comprehend the true intents of earth and wind and strive to combine the two. Let nature take its course in comprehension, and perhaps one day, I'll truly step into the threshold of the mysteries of space. In the past, when Li Yuan comprehended the two great laws' mysteries, he only desired to follow the path of the divine being in the martial god inheritance and maximize his strength. But now, he had a higher pursuit and aspiration, the mysteries of space. This is the true path of light, it seems slow to speak of. In reality, it took less than a second for Li Yuan to think everything through, and he didn't delay the pursuit to kill. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan, after his breakthrough, exploded with astonishing speed and quickly caught up with Blood Serpent Wu Sahai and Purple Ape Zippa. Neither of them had condensed the true meaning of wind, and their flying speed was far inferior to Li Yuan's post-breakthrough. Whoosh! A long spear suddenly thrust out, following the invisible fluctuations between heaven and earth, emitting an eerie and dazzling spear light. The unpredictable spear light pierced through the sky, directly assaulting Blood Serpent Wu Sahai. Blood Serpent Wu Sahai, in the related intelligence, he was the strongest leader of the Cloud Beast civilization in the Rob Sea, naturally making him Li Yuan's primary target. Kill! Blood Serpent Wu Sahai suddenly roared, swinging his claws, while also spewing out endless cold air from his mouth. Layers of cold air condensed in front of him in the void, like a huge barrier. Boom! The spear's might was swift and fierce, striking directly on the rapidly condensing ice, the tip of the spear erupting with power and instantly shattering layers of ice. Then, without any reduction in force, the spear's power swept across the vast sky, like a dragon emerging from the sea, directly thrusting into the center of Blood Serpent Wu Sahai's howling claw. The surface of the claw glimmered with a metallic sheen, clearly wearing a combat device. Sizzle, bang. The Black Chen spear was exceptionally sharp. With one thrust, it almost penetrated the claw's surface battle garment, piercing into the flesh of the claw, and the terrifying impact also sent Blood Serpent Wu Sahai flying backward. As for Li Yuan, he only took 2 steps back. In such a direct confrontation, Li Yuan had already completely suppressed Blood Serpent Wu Sahai. This mysterious true intent prime warrior has indeed broken through. His attack power is definitely comparable to level 3-3, Blood Serpent Wu Sahai thought with great alarm. With every level increase in sky flying level life, there's a significant increase in base strength, coupled with the difference in mysteries of true intent, weapons, star techniques, and many other aspects. This makes every level difference among sky-flying warriors quite pronounced. For example, a level 35 sky-flying peak warrior, under normal circumstances, if in close combat, could kill a level 30 sky-flying warrior with just 1 or 2 moves. Before the breakthrough, when Li Yuan and the monkey Zippa fought, they exerted all their strength, and the attack power was close to level 32. And now, as a prime warrior, Li Yuan's attacks were comparable to level 33, which was already astonishing. If it wasn't for the Black Chen spear, even with the breakthrough, my spear technique's attack power would probably just slightly overtake Blood Serpent Wu Sahai, Li Yuan silently reflected. He had broken through the mystery of Wind, Phantom Body, which did not greatly enhance his direct attack power. However, his improvement in other aspects was quite substantial. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Yuan's figure moved, instantly dividing into 4 phantom bodies, transforming into 4 swift lights, hurtling towards Blood Serpent Wu Sahai. Swish! 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 Countless spear shadows enveloped Blood Serpent Wu Sahai, each spear shadow elusively difficult to track, all containing terrifying might. Not good. The color drained from Blood Serpent Wu Sahai's face, as his worst fear had finally arrived. Even with his divine sense, he could not distinguish which phantom body was Li Yuan's true form. Rumble! Waves of cold air surged crazily from Wu Sahai, enveloping an area of 100 meters around him, trying to freeze Li Yuan's phantom bodies. Meanwhile, wisps of pale yellow currents also emerged in the void, clashing crazily with the cold air. The combined mysteries of the earth and wind true intents, with their strong might, were already on par with the high rank of true intents. The domain of true intent formed in an instant, though still inferior to Wu Sahai's domain star technique, was barely able to contend. Boom boom boom. The collision of the 2 great domains had little effect on Li Yuan's phantom body. Whoosh! 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 Wu Sahai completely lost it, his claws whistled, his wings slashed like knives, his massive tail swooshed and lashed. Every part of his body became a weapon, frantically blocking Li Yuan's unpredictably enigmatic spear technique, where the real and the fake were indiscernible. Poochie! Bang! Scales flew everywhere, copious amounts of blood splattered, and even flesh was directly torn apart by the spear blade. Wu Sahai was completely suppressed by Li Yuan. Perhaps the last attack of this phantom form was false. But the next spear thrust turned real. The essence of the phantom body is in the illusion. As the flowing light continuously crisscrossed, Li Yuan kept changing the position of his true body. Zippa, save me! Blood Serpent Wu Sahai transmitted a furious and panicked plea. Run! Run! Boom! The monkey Zippa went crazy, turning into a streak of light as he rapidly fled. Seeing Wu Sahai's miserable state, there was only one thought in his mind: escape. Survival was of utmost importance. Damn bastard! Wu Sahai roared in anger, but still couldn't change his fate. Even though he tried to flee, Li Yuan was too fast, tangling with him time and again, causing Wu Sahai's speed to sharply decrease, and then forcing him to face battle. Wu Sahai's injuries grew increasingly severe. Boom boom boom. Wu Sahai's massive tail violently lashed out, striking the mountainside and causing the entire mountain to collapse thunderously. The battle between the 2 powerhouses caused mountain after mountain to fall. Li Yuan had to admit that the life force of a flying heaven expert was indeed shocking. Blood Serpent Wu Sahai, equipped with full combat armor and invoking his powerful origin power. Even if Li Yuan's Black Chen spear hit his body repeatedly, it could only pierce slightly. But the steady increase of injuries weakened the Blood Serpent Wu Sahai's resistance even further. Whoosh! As another domineering spear thrust attacked, Blood Serpent Wu Sahai barely attempted to dodge, but he was a beat slow. His huge eyes narrowed with a hint of terror, and he could only watch helplessly as the long spear pierced through. Poochie! The long spear penetrated the eye of the snake, and the spear light exploded in an instant, turning the inside of Blood Serpent Wu Sahai's head into mush. His consciousness was completely lost. The surging origin power within him instantly lost its response along with his armor, and then the huge snake head burst violently. Blood Serpent Wu Sahai, dead. You have killed a third-rank creature, breaking the shackles of the Divine Palace, and obtained spiritual nature nourishment. After your spiritual power reaches level 37, the limit of spiritual awakening will increase from 45% to 50%. As the shackles of the Divine Palace have been broken, once the spiritual awakening limit reaches 50%, it will continue to increase to 60%. 2 consecutive Divine Palace prompts flashed by. Li Yuan immediately noticed, a glint of surprise and some emotion in his eyes. Spiritual power requirement is actually level 37. Long time ago, from past experience, Li Yuan had surmised that to elevate the spiritual awakening level limit from 50% to 60%, one had to kill a third-rank alien race. But, merely killing a third-rank alien race was not enough. One had to first elevate it to 50%. Doing so requires an extremely high level of spiritual power. Initially, Li Yuan guessed it was level 35, but even after his spiritual power surpassed level 36, the limit of spiritual awakening did not increase. Today, it was finally confirmed. It must be spiritual power reaching level 37. To awaken the 6-star pulse, the upper limit of life level is 36.9, unless one awakens the 7-star veins. Otherwise it is impossible to break through, Li Yuan muttered. To reach level 37 in spiritual power is not that hard, but it will also take some time. Swoosh! After killing the Blood Serpent Wu Sahai, Li Yuan's figure shot across the vast sky, swiftly closing in on the 3 fighting figures several kilometers away. That giant golden spider was furiously entangled by Yan Jing and Luo Chan, unable to break free. As for the monkey Zippa, he was a mid-stage flying heaven powerhouse and had taken the opportunity to flee tens of kilometers away during Li Yuan and Wu Sahai's skirmish, faintly disappearing at the edge of the world. Boom! Li Yuan arrived like lightning, glanced at the golden spider, a second-rank exotic beast with consolidated true intent and also mighty in strength, on par with Yan Jing. And those spider webs it spat out, suspended in the void, further handicapped Yan Jing and Luo Chan. Whoosh! A spear light dashed across vast sky, heading directly for the spider Jin Mu. Roar! The golden spider made a strange cry, its 8 legs retracting rapidly in an attempt to avoid the spear. Poochie! What seemed like a miss suddenly multiplied, the spear light appearing to twist the void, piercing through the head of the golden spider before it could react. Dead. What? It died with just 1 spear thrust? Yan Jing and Luo Chan were on the side, their eyes wide and feeling a chill in their hearts. It was terrifying indeed. They didn't know that in terms of attack potency, Li Yuan was not considered too strong. Compared to Lu Nef before his breakthrough, he was only slightly superior. But the combination of Li Yuan's earth and wind true intent mysteries infused his spear technique with both attributes. The threat was astonishing. That was why Blood Serpent Wu Sahai could survive against Lu Nef but perished against Li Yuan. Yan Jing, Luo Chan, you continue to sweep the other target areas, Li Yuan's voice echoed in their minds. I'll go after that flying heaven exotic beast. Boom! Li Yuan's speed did not slow in the slightest as he shot up, howling in pursuit of the monkey Zippa, who had already escaped 50 to 60 kilometers away. Li Yuan has gone to kill. What about us? Yan Jing and Luo Chan hesitated for a moment when they heard Li Yuan's command. Suddenly, follow Li Yuan's orders, Lin Yu's voice sounded in both of their ears at the same time. Yes. Yan Jing and Luo Chan immediately responded, and then transformed into two streaks of light, swiftly heading towards the other targeted areas they had planned. Whoosh! Li Yuan's body flowed with the mysteries of two major true intents, his spirit closely aligned with the earth and sensing the invisible fluctuations of wind as he rapidly closed in on the fleeing monkey like Zippa. He's really fast at escaping. I can only shorten the distance by a little over 100 meters every second? Li Yuan was secretly astonished. This meant that their flying speeds were very close. Flying speed is determined by many factors such as the mysteries of the heavens and the earth, origin power, star techniques, treasure instruments, and so on. As a prime warrior who solely relied on the mysteries of the heavens and earth to maintain flight, reaching roughly 5 times the speed of sound, Li Yuan was already considered quite fast among flying martial artists. If I achieve flying heaven status with my super strong origin power, it would also significantly increase my flying speed, Li Yuan thought to himself. Boom! Li Yuan was in no hurry as he pursued his quarry. After all, as long as the distance between them was closing and as long as he could lock onto the life essence of his quarry, he would definitely be able to catch up. Boom! The incredibly thick thighs stomped hard on the void, immediately fleeing like a streak of light. Zippa the monkey was fleeing desperately, his heart trembling non-stop and even feeling some fury. Yan Zan's dead, Jin Emu's dead, even Wu Sahai is dead. And yet, I'm still being pursued. How overbearing. All were dead, leaving only him. His flying speed is faster than mine. He'll catch up sooner or later. Zippa's mind worked rapidly. I can't escape the star realm. Only by fleeing to the nests of the several great mother beasts can I live. I have to escape to Eldon's place. The fourth mother beast's nest has developed more than half, capable of exerting enough strength. Zippa decided in an instant. Of the 4 major mother beast nests, 3 are mature, known by the 7-star civilization, yet have remained unshakable. The last one is a nest recently laid out by the cloud beast civilization and still growing. As long as I can get there alive, I will surely survive, Zippa felt a strong desire within him. According to regulations, he shouldn't lead Li Yuan to the nest. But survival is crucial. The other 3 mature mother beast nests, the closest one to him, are more than 3,000 kilometers away. Only the 4th mother beast nest is about 1,200 kilometers away. Boom! Boom! The 2 powerful beings, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, continually broke through the vast sky, their bodies merging with the heavens and the earth, perfectly controlling their power while flying. If it were a life or death fight, it would be much harder to control power so perfectly. Li Yuan, be careful. Lin Yu's voice suddenly rang in Li Yuan's ear. The direction he's fleeing in, from a straight line, does not head towards any of the 3 mother beast nests. What? Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. The shift to pursuit had happened so quickly, just 10 seconds after killing Wu Sahai, and he hadn't realized this yet. There are 3 possibilities, Lin Yu's voice sounded. First, there might be sky-flying level combatants from the cloud beast civilization heading this way. Second, the straight line he's rushing along could lead him to a place where he can save his life. Third, he either ran in the wrong direction, or he deliberately led you towards something, but that makes almost no sense, since the locations of the 3 major brood nests have long been exposed, and he should be aware of that. Understood. Li Yuan had grasped Lin Yu's meaning. As a flying heaven-level powerhouse capable of flight, there's no need to take a detour. Flying straight is the shortest distance. And now that the purple ape Zippa has forsaken even Wu Sahai's life in its desire to escape, it must be incredibly desperate to survive. Could it be that there's something on the road ahead that could block me, or threaten my life? A sense of vigilance rose in Li Yuan's heart. Although his own strength had greatly increased, at best he could hope to escape from the hands of a flying heaven peak powerhouse, but he was far from invincible. There were far too many things that could threaten his life. But Li Yuan would not give up the chase. As long as he could kill this Zippa, the threat of the cloud beast civilization in the Rob Seastar realm would drastically decrease. After all, it would be extremely difficult for the cloud beast civilization to cultivate another mid-flying heaven-level warrior in the Rob Seastar realm. If he did not kill it today and let it escape, Zippa might completely hide away, only to re-emerge after decades. How could he possibly stay at the Prime Warrior realm for that long? I can't expect a stronger Prime Warrior to emerge from the younger generation than myself. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. As long as I kill him. Next, I can attempt to eradicate the 3 major brood nests, thoroughly cleansing the robbed Seastar realm, returning peace to Sha country. Li Yuan had never forgotten his initial purpose throughout his journey of cultivation. The 3 major brood nests are right there, they will not leave. Thousands of kilometers away. In the mountainside next to the 4th brood nest, the only remaining black exotic beast among the 3 flying heaven exotic beasts, Eldon, was shocked as he watched the scenes revealed in the projections. The scenes in the 3 projections were rather chaotic and even blurry at times. They were the last images sent by Jin Mu and Wu Sahai before their deaths, as well as the messages transmitted back by Zippa. A figure in black, with an obscured face, but overwhelmingly domineering, his long spear piercing the vast sky with chilling sharpness, a strength and imperiousness that made one's heart tremble. A master of spear technique? A suspected combination of the mysteries of true intent of both earth and wind? When did a 7-star civilization give birth to such a terrifyingly talented prime warrior? Eldon felt a chill in his heart. This power was too frightening. Far beyond him. For a prime warrior to reach such heights, how profound must his skill and comprehension be? 6th stage initial rank comprehension is a common standard for a mid-flying heaven-level warrior. 6th stage intermediate and high-rank comprehension marks the level of a flying heaven peak. Like Yu Jing, Lu Nef, and Li Yuan before and after his breakthrough, their skill comprehension levels could all be considered at the flying heaven peak level, but the gaps between them were also significant. 6th stage perfection comprehension belongs to the demigod level. The ability to form 4 phantom bodies with a single thought, and his true intent domain being able to withstand Wu Sahai's domain. Eldon mused, this human prime warrior must be of high rank true intent. Moreover, after searching through many past records, he found no trace of this mysterious talent. Suddenly, whoosh, a large number of lights converged, quickly forming a light screen projection, in which a giant flying serpent was vaguely visible. The serpent's surface seemed to be undulating with a blood-colored flow. At first glance, resembling an enlarged version of the blood serpent Wu Sahai. In the projection, the serpent's eyes were filled with icy intent, seemingly looking down upon Eldon. Eldon. A deep voice echoed in the mountainside. Sane Lord Wudong Shui. Eldon bowed slightly, at first glance appearing quite respectful. Within the Cloud Beast civilization, only a demigod could be addressed as Saint Lord. The intelligence you reported is very timely. The mysterious genius of the 7-star civilization is indeed unknown to us. A deep voice rose. You have accrued great merit. Soon, your reward will be sent to the Star Realm. But as of now, Wu Sahai is dead, and Zippa may not make it back alive. The deep voice continued, I need you to hold this mother nest beast lair. As long as you can hold it, it's as if you've gained another great achievement. Eldon fell silent. Hold this place. What a joke. Demigod, I can't do it, Eldon said, shaking his head repeatedly. That human prime warrior is too terrifying. I think we should avoid the sharp edge for now and retreat immediately. Are you planning to abandon the mother nest beast lair? This is an order. A trace of fury seeped through the deep voice. He was just about to go on. Demigod, the signal isn't great, suddenly said Eldon, and then his mind stirred. Boom. The entire projection instantly dissipated. HMPH, you want me to stay here and defend to the death? Eldon muttered, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. You can't command Zippa, can't make him not flee this way. As long as the people of the 7 stars aren't stupid, they will definitely suspect this direction. It will be exposed soon. They want me to defend to the death? A mother nest beast lair that hasn't fully developed? Even with me added, the probability of holding it doesn't exceed 70%. 70% hope sounds high, but Eldon doesn't want to risk a 30% chance of death. If his people were willing to provide benefits, he wouldn't mind following orders, but not at the expense of his own life. Previously, Wu Sahai was the great chief, and everything was basically up to Wu Sahai. Or rather, the 3 great flying heaven exotic beasts kept each other in check. HMPH. Wu Sahai is dead. Zippa is doomed. From now on, I call the shots in this part of the star realm, Eldon swiped with his massive hoof claw. He quickly packed up all the items inside the mountain and especially covered up any traces of his presence. Boom! With a great movement, Eldon swiftly fled along another passage in the mountain belly. In the core of the Cloud Beast civilization, a vast planet teemed with countless exotic beasts. The entire planet was governed by many temples, each established by the civilization's demigods. Today, in one imposing temple that resembled a great serpent, towering nearly a kilometer high, the whole temple looked like a giant serpent's lair, quite different from the usual human temples. He must die. This Eldon dared to disobey orders. He must die, roared the flying serpent demigod, emitting a powerful and fierce aura. The raging sound echoed through the temple. It terrified the many second-rank and even third-rank exotic beasts in the vicinity of the temple, causing them to kneel and cower on the ground. Damn it! Wudong Shui, the demigod, felt his heart bleeding. He had paid a tremendous price to trade for a juvenile mother nest, and was it to be lost just like this? After all, why did he value the Rob Seastar realm so much? Because its resources and territory size vastly surpassed the fiefdom he held within his civilization. Of course, he was not the only demigod to invest resources in the Rob Sea. It was a collective decision by many demigods, with him directly in charge. Now, we can only hope that the mysterious prime warrior is not strong enough, Wudong Shui, the demigod, thought to himself. What can he do if Eldon doesn't follow orders, cool as a cucumber? Separated by star realms, he couldn't do anything to the other party, and as long as Eldon hasn't betrayed the civilization, when he contacts him again, he can't even get mad. Just like Eldon, Wudong Shui, the demigod, looked up at the blurred projection of the figure in black, equally filled with wonder. Who is he? Suddenly, Zippa is dead. Wudong Shui, the demigod, received the message and shook his head irritably. Fool. They're all fools, within the Rob Seastar realm. Whoosh. That final, domineering spear thrust pierced right through the head of the simian Zippa, instantly obliterating all of his consciousness. Zippa's massive body crashed down, falling heavily onto the mountain below, motionless. Flying heaven-level lifeforms wouldn't die immediately even if their hearts burst. Only the head was absolutely vital. Finally killed him. Practicing that body-refining star technique really made him difficult to kill, much harder than that blood serpent, muttered Li Yuan, shaking his head slightly, gripping the long spear in his hand. Just now, he had chased for 600 kilometers before finally catching up to his foe. The two had battled fiercely along the way, or rather, Zippa frantically fled while Li Yuan circled around him, attacking time and again. After another 100 kilometers of prolonged fighting, the towering simian finally fell unwillingly. Phew! Li Yuan waved his hand and gathered up the storage magical treasure, the huge wolf-tooth club, combat armor, and many other treasures left by the other party. In the end, only a corpse remained. Target, Simian Zippa, is confirmed dead. Coordinates. Li Yuan quickly sent the location coordinates to the base. A corpse of a flying heaven-level lifeform was of little use to him personally. But for the entire 7-star civilization, it held a certain research and commemorative value and would be counted for 7 stars points. Fighting all the way here. This simian Zippa fled in this direction. There must be secrets ahead. Li Yuan turned into a streak of light, following the same direction to rapidly inquire. While flying, Li Yuan was fully sensing the fluctuations of the world around him, wary of missing anything. Just 10 minutes later. After flying for hundreds of kilometers and inquiring all along the way, Li Yuan suddenly stopped, turning his head towards another direction. He had a vague sensation. Tens of kilometers away, the earth was sending out strange vibrations. Boom! He immediately corrected his direction slightly and sped over. Tens of seconds later, he finally saw it clearly. Another mother nest beast lair. Li Yuan stared at the canyon filled with countless dark mists, his eyes erupting with an astonishing murderous intent. At this moment, Li Yuan finally understood why the Cloud Beast civilization had suddenly launched such a massive offensive, even deploying 2 second-rank exotic beasts with condensed true intent. It turned out there was a queen's nest hidden in the dark? The previous 3 queen's nests had been drawing the essence of the Earth from the Rob Seastar realm, continuously giving birth to a massive number of first-rank and second-rank exotic beasts, and every 1 to 2 years, they would initiate a great war. Thus, they already posed a great threat to Sha country, compelling it to keep a 1,000,000-strong army on standby near the passage to Star Realm year-round. If 1 more were to be added, the pressure would only be greater. This queen's nest seems not yet to have grown to its peak. Li Yuan compared it with the intelligence he knew and quickly came to a conclusion. And Li Yuan's perception ability was astonishing. He could generally sense the surging black fog within that gorge was faintly continuing to expand. It must be destroyed, was the thought that immediately followed in Li Yuan's mind. Even if, for the time being, he couldn't destroy the 3 mature queen's nests, this 4th one must not be allowed to grow any further. Here, it's not possible to contact the base to send a message. Li Yuan slightly furrowed his brow. Once past 5,000 kilometers from the entrance and exit of the Star Realm, the signal would be cut off. Chapter 282. And the location where Li Yuan was at the moment was nearly 6,000 kilometers from the Star Realm entrance and exit, well outside the range for signal reception. Now, Li Yuan stood alone. Kill! Li Yuan thought for only a few seconds before he grasped his long spear, transforming into a streak of light, bursting into the gorge. Swish! Other areas of the Star Realm might also be desolate, but there were still some plants around, and from time to time, you could see quite a few low-lying trees, but the sides of this enormous gorge, stretching several kilometers across, were completely silent, showing not even a hint of life. Even the rocks and soil were faintly tainted black. It was as if everything had been polluted, instinctively arousing disgust in Li Yuan's heart. Closing in quickly. Danger! Danger! As Li Yuan drew within about 2 kilometers, his formidable spiritual power intuited a significant threat. As if the enveloping fog contained a grave danger, one that could threaten his life. Indeed, this is a queen's nest still in the midst of growth and transformation. Li Yuan's eyes shifted slightly, judging by the aura it gives off and its size, it should already have grown past halfway. About the queen's nest. The 7-star civilization had once breached one. Hence there was detailed intelligence, especially since Li Yuan entered the Rob Seastar realm. He had obtained all the data on the queen's nests. It was a very special symbiotic life form, not a single entity, but rather composed of a large number of nurturing creatures that merged together, with the strongest core creature at its center. They also leveraged a rare treasure, Myriad Beast's blood source, to form a powerful and special origin power array, which allowed them to continuously draw energy from all directions of the land to supply the nurturing creatures for breeding exotic beasts. To breach a queen's nest, it sounds simple. Break the origin power array, seize the Myriad Beast's blood source, and the whole nest would naturally collapse on its own. But, aside from the time in a 3rd-level star realm when the 7-star civilization happened to break through a powerful nest and got a glimpse of its secrets, they never breached another one since. As for the 3 major queen's nests in the Rob Seastar realm, years ago, Lud Nef had led a large number of flying heaven-level prime warriors into battle there, facing off in a bloody war, even killing several of the Cloud Beast civilization's top combatants. Yet in the end, they could only retreat helplessly. In terms of strength, I should be slightly stronger than Lud Nef in aspects such as attacking, fleeing, and divine body defense, except possibly in stealth, Li Yuan thought to himself, not yet aware that Lud Nef had made a breakthrough. If even I can't manage it, then I fear no prime warrior of my 7-star civilization could. A cold light flickered in Li Yuan's eyes, and as time goes by, the might of this queen's nest will only grow, making it even harder to conquer. With that thought, a thought crossed Li Yuan's mind, and within a radius of about 50 meters centered on him, strands of earthy yellow and green auras instantly appeared. A domain combining 2 great true intents. Overall, its power had greatly increased compared to before he had condensed the embryonic form of the true meaning of wind. Kill. Li Yuan, transformed into a stream of light, maintained a 100-meter diameter domain akin to a vast sphere, thundering forward and rushing towards the queen's nest shrouded in numerous black mist. These mists were the strange powers exhaled by many creatures, meant to protect and conceal themselves. Rumble. As the domain of true intent descended overwhelmingly, it rolled forward like a terrifying steamroller, dispersing the black mist right in front of it. But farther away, more and more black mist surged crazily. Roar! Roar! From within the endless black mist, angry howls and roars could be faintly heard, as if countless exotic beasts were roaring in fury. In a blink of an eye, Li Yuan, with his domain, plunged hundreds of meters into the black mist, and even the domain of true intent was nearly submerged by the black mist. But as the domain dispersed a great deal of the mist, it became much thinner. Thus, from the outside, Li Yuan's domain of true intent could still be seen. And within that thick black fog, Li Yuan already began directly clashing with the massive queen's nest. It was only now that he could vaguely glimpse the true appearance of the queen's nest. There were countless black biological tissues pulsating, like a sea of flesh. Seen from a great height, it was clearly an unbelievably large flesh ball. If it were a fully mature body, a tough protective layer would form on the surface, able to easily withstand attacks from the flying heaven level. Even nuclear weapons would have trouble destroying it. Li Yuan's mind was flooded with related information. The Seven-Star Civilization had conducted numerous experiments long ago. If it were a complete entity, Li Yuan would have no confidence in destroying it, but now it didn't even have an outer protective layer. Whoosh! 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 Li Yuan burst forth, his long spear stabbing out fiercely, origin power stimulating the Black Chen spear, invoking the mysteries of true intent, and instantly creating terrifying spear lights. They struck upon the massive black flesh ball. Rip! The first spear light tore a huge wound on the flesh ball, exposing countless blood-red threads inside, resembling blood vessels, constantly breaking and dissolving. More spear lights fell, causing even more damage to the massive flesh ball. The next moment, boom! The growing hive beast lair was in complete uproar, and a massive amount of black substance emerged from the giant flesh ball, forming terrifying black glows that surged from all directions like a flood. These black glows contained astonishing power. Boom! Li Yuan was also going all out, invoking the body refining star technique with a thought, his body instantly turning 3 meters tall, bursting forth with an infinitely robust aura, the shockwaves impacting in every direction. Kill! With a furious shout from Li Yuan, he fiercely descended upon the giant flesh ball, his legs stomping down hard, causing the flesh and blood to explode. A stab from the spear. Whoosh! The fearsome spear light that cut through the vast sky pierced through large amounts of the black glows, completely tearing apart the flesh ball's surface. Rumble! Li Yuan was utterly frenzied, in that instant, choosing to directly enter the depths of the hive beast lair. My origin power is limited. In such a war of attrition, I will certainly lose. To win, there's only one way to go. Kill. With absolute strength, break directly into the heart of the hive beast lair and seize the myriad beast's blood source. Li Yuan was clear in his heart. Beyond this path, there were no other options in the short term. Risky? Of course. Li Yuan couldn't guarantee coming out unscathed, but some risks are worth taking. If one doesn't dare to risk attacking an immature hive beast lair, how can one claim to destroy 3 mature ones in the future? The path of cultivation. You must be cautious when it's time to be cautious, but when it's time to fight for your life, you must also be willing to go mad with effort. Rumble! Li Yuan fully unleashed his power, with terrifying spear lights rampaging inside the hive beast lair, dealing devastating blows to the numerous mother beasts time after time. Similarly, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom! Endless black materials like a deluge chased after Li Yuan through the vast channels within the hive beast lair. It was a pure battle of attrition. The countless mother beasts attempted to drain the life out of the formidable enemy using massive amounts of energy. While Li Yuan and the hive beast lair were locked in battle, about 300 kilometers away from the battlefield. Deep underground. The black exotic beast Eldon had been fleeing madly deep into the earth, more than 10 kilometers down. He dared not stop for even a moment. Fleeing Eldon suddenly received a message, a transmission from the hive beast lair. SOS! SOS! The numerous mother beasts in the hive beast lair, which also had their own consciousness, could communicate and connect with the flying heaven-level exotic beasts of the Cloud Beast civilization. Save them? Looks like the battle has begun, Eldon thought to himself, sending back a message with a thought. I'm on my way, just hold on a bit longer. Once I arrive, we can join forces to defeat the enemy at once. Hold on. Hang in there. Boom. Having sent the message, Eldon continued his frantic escape without looking back. Seconds and minutes ticked by. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 flying heaven war machines sliced through the sky, tracing the direction where Li Yuan had disappeared, tracking him all the way. Inside the war machines, several martial artist pilots were observing the various map projections and inquiry data. They were also constantly relaying this data back to an outpost base thousands of miles away. The outpost base would then swiftly feed the information back to the central command outside the Star Realm. How are things? Can you sense number 1's signal? Lin Yu's voice was tinged with a hint of anxiety. He was very worried. Previously, Li Yuan had been hot on the heels of the purple monkey Zippa, and after sending the last message, Zippa killed, he vanished from the signal range of the outpost base. At that moment, both Dean Hai and Lin Yu's hearts were in their throats. What was Li Yuan up to? Now, it had been so long, and their concern only grew. Fortunately, the Flying Heaven war machines took off from the outpost base and arrived on the scene. Both war machines were equipped with signal relay capabilities, like temporary satellites, able to detect signals from even more distant areas and then relay them back. Still no signal, the Flying Heaven war machine responded. Lin Yu and Dean Hai grew more worried. The time was long enough, he should have come back by now. Suddenly, signal detected. The signal is weak. As if blocked by an invisible force, came the message from the Silver War Machine. The signal's location, 200 kilometers away, we're calling him and heading there now. No response to the call for the moment. Boom, boom. The 2 war machines, capable of reaching 3 times the speed of sound, roared through the sky, swiftly flying towards the location of Li Yuan's signal. Such multi-sonic speed war machines were very difficult for second-rank flying exotic beasts to intercept. Normally, those beasts would not exceed twice the speed of sound under normal conditions. Outside the Star Realm, at the command center, Lin Yu, Dean Hai, and several other Flying Heaven warriors watched anxiously as images relayed back from the war machines unfolded on the screen. Not long after, in the projected image, a huge canyon scene appeared, with only thin black fog remaining within the canyon. At the same time, an unimaginably immense lump of flesh, revealing only its top part which stood over 100 meters tall and extended beyond a kilometer in length, like a mountain of meat, appeared within the line of sight of a group of Flying Heaven warriors. It was simply too colossal. It was as if a gigantic sphere was deeply buried underground, with only a small portion of its top exposed amidst layers of rock and earth. A nest behemoth. This is a new nest behemoth. The group of Flying Heaven warriors was shocked. They were very clear about the location of the 2 war machines, which were very far away from the 3 mature nest behemoths, and those 3 were even larger. This was definitely a new nest behemoth. At that moment, even without Li Yuan's report, these Flying Heaven warriors had already understood the intentions of the Cloud Beast civilization. The Cloud Beast civilization wanted to establish a new nest behemoth to accumulate more powerful forces and launch a stronger attack against Sha country. Report. According to the signal location, number 1 is right inside this newly emerged nest behemoth. Messages from the war machine came in. The whole nest behemoth is shaking, with huge energy fluctuations being transmitted back. It's battle. They're fighting. There's a strong presence battling inside the nest behemoth. The war machine continued to send back messages. In the external command center, the group of Flying Heaven warriors were stunned, as they clearly understood the situation. Li Yuan, he, all by himself, had actually gone straight into the nest behemoth. It was too crazy. Even if this nest behemoth had not yet fully matured, its overall combat power was definitely at the Flying Heaven level, and far stronger than the ape-like Zippa or the bloody serpent Wusihai. Can he win? At least he must come out alive. The group of Flying Heaven warriors was extremely nervous. Having witnessed Li Yuan's terrifying strength, and considering his age, in the eyes of these flying heaven warriors, Li Yuan's importance definitely far outweighed that of a nest behemoth. He was a future semi-divine strong presence. In the entire Xia country, there had only been 3 semi-divines born. Suddenly, boom, in the light screen projection, the surface of the grandiose nest behemoth suddenly shook, followed by a thunderous explosion. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, revealing a terrifying bloody hole over 100 meters in diameter. Whoosh! A gigantic earthy yellow energy sphere shot up into the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that it wasn't a sphere. It was a domain of true intent formed by countless earthy yellow air currents. Within that surging domain of true intent, a shadowy figure holding a long spear could be indistinctly seen. He was covered in blood, mixed with large amounts of black substance, looking like a war god who had just emerged from hell. Rustle. The nest behemoth, which had still been shaking violently, suddenly started to collapse and contract, as if an inflated balloon was rapidly deflating, until it finally returned to calm. Check. Cannot detect the nest behemoth's main body's aura. No obstacle in inquiry. Origin power array has been breached. 90% probability. The nest behemoth has been breached. Its core mother beast has been slain. Repeat. This nest behemoth has been breached. Messages from the war machine transmitted in astonishment. The pilots, as well as the workers, martial artists, at the forward base, were all staring at this scene dumbfounded. Looking at the silhouette in the void, even many had tears shimmering in their eyes at this moment. Meanwhile, this voice and the projected image had also been transmitted to the external command center. Including Lin Yu, Dean Hai, and the group of flying heaven warriors, were all utterly dumbstruck. A single person, a prime warrior, to actually break through a nest behemoth? Even if it was an immature nest behemoth, it was still too exaggerated, too frightening. Mission accomplished, nest behemoth destroyed, core mother beast slain, and myriad beasts' blood source seized. All 3 confirmed correct. Li Yuan's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of weakness. Requesting return, please continue inquiry and search with the flying heaven war machines. Li Yuan stood in the void. He had already sensed the presence of the flying heaven war machines and discovered that communication had been restored. Naturally, he transmitted the message directly. This battle, he had given it his all. It was a desperate fight that he had won. But he had also sustained significant injuries. He had to return. Agreed. Number 1. Return immediately. Lin Yu immediately ordered, "Do you want to ride the flying heaven war machine?" "No need. I will fly back on my own," Li Yuan responded. Whoosh! With a thought, Li Yuan dissipated the vast domain of true intent surrounding him, and immediately following, he shot up into the sky, quickly reaching about 3 times the speed of sound, flying towards the Star Realm entrance. In the Star Realm command center, Li Yuan, Lin Yu and Dean Hai looked at each other, still with deep shock in their eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Normally, facing an immature nest behemoth, they would use a large amount of technological weapons to bombard it, to inflict as much damage as possible, and then send multiple true intent prime warriors to continuously attack from the outside. Finally, after destroying the power of the nest behemoth by a large margin, they would send the strongest true intent prime warrior in, hoping for a decisive victory. But who does it like Li Yuan? He went in alone and violently destroyed it in an extremely short amount of time. We won. A nest behemoth. This was most likely the Cloud Beast civilization's grand plan in Rob Seastar realm. Lin Yu said softly, destroying it. Li Yuan has accomplished a great feat. A great merit. Dean Hai, I will immediately report this to Bai Shan Semi-Divine. To prepare for the commendation, and make a national announcement. This is definitely an unprecedented victory for our Xia country, Lin Yu stated solemnly. I understand, Dean Hai nodded, his eyes sparkled with light. He knew the significance of this battle. Just killing several flying heaven-level exotic beasts was already a great achievement. But now, a single battle had destroyed a mother nest lair, which was akin to saving the lives of 1 million soldiers. Most importantly, it was achieved by a prime warrior. To have reached this step, Li Yuan's strength must have surpassed Lu Nef, Dean Hai murmured softly. He is now the first prime warrior of our 7-star civilization. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu first froze, then nodded in agreement. Right, the first prime warrior of the entire civilization. With that thought, Lin Yu suddenly turned to the several Flying Heaven warriors. Gentlemen, I suggest we initiate the SSS lockdown order. We must keep the information about Li Yuan's identity in this battle confidential. At least, it cannot be leaked in the short term. Understood. Good. The Flying Heaven warriors instantly agreed, also filled with shock. Under 20 years old, and he has become the first prime warrior of the civilization. It was absolutely unprecedented in the history of the 7-star civilization. Even with the vision of these Flying Heaven warriors, they could imagine. Even in a powerful divine civilization like the Immortal Ruins, it would be extremely difficult to produce such an exceptional genius. A demigod? No, in the hearts of these Flying Heaven warriors, Li Yuan surely had the potential to rival Dongfang Ji. If this news were to leak, no one could predict how much commotion it would cause. Perhaps many enemy foreign civilizations would stop at nothing to assassinate Li Yuan. I need to step out. Dean Hai suddenly spoke and then stepped out of the conference room, entering an adjacent secret chamber. He quickly activated his smart ring to initiate the encryption communication setting. He conveyed the cause and effect of the battle directly to Fang Hai, asking him to make a decision. Within the Rob C-Star realm, Whoosh, Eldon, who had already escaped over 600 kilometers underground, abruptly came to a halt. Dead? So quickly, the Mother Nest lair has been destroyed? Eldon trembled inwardly, having received the message. The Mother Nest lair had completely collapsed. He was unspeakably shocked. In such a short time, the 7-star civilization absolutely couldn't muster enough forces for an assault. There was only one possibility. That mysterious True Intent Prime Warrior. By his power alone, he had directly destroyed the Mother Nest lair. His True Intent comprehension must be among the strongest within the Flying Heaven peak levels. Eldon sighed silently. In addition to being shocked, he felt a touch of relief. He had bet correctly. If he had remained, it would have been certain death, but now, he was still alive. No rush. To have breached the Mother Nest lair, he must have reached the limits of a prime warrior's strength, Eldon murmured. The remaining 3 mature Mother Nest lairs, he should not be able to breach. With his terrifying strength, he cannot remain at the prime warrior level forever. He will inevitably break through. 10 years. No, 20 years. I will stay hidden for the next 20 years. With thousands of kilometers within the Rob C-Star realm and the ground extending over 1,000 kilometers deep. If I focus on hiding underground, who could find me? Eldon thought to himself. Phew. He continued to flee deeper into the ground, heading for a den he had prepared earlier. Meanwhile, he directly sent a message to the demigod Wudong Shui, Saint Lord. I joined forces with the Mother Nest lair and fought a great battle against that True Intent Prime Warrior but was still defeated. The Mother Nest lair is destroyed, and I have escaped with serious injuries. I begged the Saint Lord to provide some healing and life-preserving items. The battle in the Rob C-Star realm had a colossal impact. Many related soldiers and warriors, not knowing Li Yuan's real identity, were still ordered to keep quiet. At the same time, information about the battle was rapidly transmitted to a few demigods who were qualified to receive the news, shocking them. Faxing, a mysterious place hundreds of kilometers away from the martial divine star realm. Within a void, Master Fang Hai is requesting to speak. A deep voice suddenly sounded. It's about Li Yuan. Connect, the vague figure commanded. Drip, the communication was established. What's the matter? Speak, the indistinct figure said straightforwardly. Reporting to Master, Fang Hai's voice was low. I have just received news that Li Yuan, in the Rob C-Star realm, is suspected to have achieved a burst of power combining earth and wind true intents. Reaching strength level 33. He can be called the first prime warrior of our 7-star civilization, Fang Hai said emphatically, word by word. Silence hung in the air. After a long while, command him to return to the martial divine star realm. The nebulous figure finally spoke. Rest and heal your injuries, then come to see me directly. The core planet of the Cloud Beast civilization, belonging to the serpentine holy temple of the demigod Wudong Shui. Bastard! Damn Eldon! How dared he play me? Do I look like a fool who understands nothing? The enormous figure of Wudong Shui, covered in crimson scales, roared with rage. The roar was so undisguised that it formed terrifying shockwaves in the palace corridors, capable of instantly tearing apart any beings below the entry rank. Thump, thump, a great number of second-rank exotic beasts inside the palace were already crawling on the ground in extreme terror. Today, in his rage, the demigod Wudong Shui had already killed several second-rank exotic beasts. Extremely ruthless. Those palace exotic beasts were all aware of the reason. The defeat in the robbed Sea Star realm was too devastating. Even a maternal nest seemed to have been breached. That was a precious treasure exclusive to the entire Cloud Beast civilization. Inside the main hall, Bastard, Wudong Shui, with his huge eyes slightly reddening, stared fixedly at a distant light screen projection that showed a mysterious prime warrior fighting fiercely against a multitude of maternal beasts. With every thrust of his spear, a large number of beasts fell, countless killed or wounded, unable to stop his murderous advance. Until the end, the mysterious prime warrior fought his way to the core maternal beast, which only possessed the power at the second-order limit. But by relying on the origin power array and the myriad beast's blood source for enhancement, it unleashed terrifying strength, and with the aid of the common maternal beasts, it suffered the most brutal death. However, it also successfully injured Li Yuan. With the core maternal beast's death, the scene came abruptly to an end. Wudong Shui could entirely imagine the succeeding plot, nothing more than the mysterious prime warrior seizing the myriad beast's blood source and then leaving smoothly. This matched the partial information transmitted by Eldon. But, damn Eldon, who cowardly fled without joining the battle, allowing the maternal nest to be breached. Wudong Shui's eyes darkened with endless murderous intent. Even has the audacity to claim he was gravely injured and needed precious healing items? The fool, the core maternal beast within the nest could bypass him and contact me directly. He truly deserves to die. Wudong Shui now harbored a killing intent towards Eldon. Time passed. He repeatedly watched the scenes on the light screen projection, especially the terrifying bursts of spear light by that black-clothed human whose cloak fluttered imposingly. Indeed powerful. Such strength, in a sense, was nearing the limit of a second-rank life. At least, in my more than 300 years of life, within our Cloud Beast civilization, probably only the demigod Yun Qing had strength at the second rank that could compete with him. Wudong Shui kept his gaze fixed on the black-clothed man. The rest? Not one could keep up. Like the present Cloud Beast civilization, amongst the massive number of second-rank lives. In Wudong Shui's view, not one held the hope to catch up with this mysterious human prime warrior. Who was he, really, Lud Nef? Yu Jing? None of them. Wudong Shui shook his head, reflecting silently. According to the dying core beast's message, this person uses spear technique, seemingly a combination eruption of the earth and wind true intents. A combination of the mysteries of true intent. A terrifying genius has emerged within the seven-star civilization. Wudong Shui sighed internally. Still, we'll wait for the Saint Lord Council to mobilize the power of the entire civilization for a collective investigation. The entire Cloud Beast civilization was divided and ruled by a number of demigods, with the highest authority being the Saint Lord Council. Since no demigod possessed overwhelmingly superior strength, there was no supreme leader in an absolute sense. Wudong Shui had already reported the Rob C situation to the Saint Lord Council, but calling for a meeting would also take some time. He had to wait. After a long contemplation, Cones. Wudong Shui spoke in a low voice, resonating through the many palaces. Only 2 seconds passed. Whoosh! An exotic beast darted into the main hall, respectfully saluted, and was extremely apprehensive within. Tell Eldon, Wudong Shui's voice contained not a trace of anger, that the great contribution he's made to the star civilization will not be forgotten. Healing treasures will be sent to him soon to help his recovery. At the same time, tell him, once his injuries have healed, he must make sure to hold onto the remaining 3 maternal nests. Wudong Shui looked at the exotic beast. Yes. Your subordinate understands and will relay the message immediately. the second-rank exotic beast named Cones said respectfully, and then departed. A flicker of murderous intent passed in Wudong Shui's eyes. Even though it was Eldon who lied, falsifying military intelligence, he had no choice but to use him, to fulfill his not too excessive demands. This made Wudong Shui very displeased. Having been a demigod for so long, it was rare for him to feel this way because of some second or third order life. Half an hour later. Saint Lord. Saint Lord. Two huge flying serpents, over 30 meters long, slid into the main hall through the corridor, respectfully saluted. Yan Shun, Yan Li. Wudong Shui's gaze fell on the two flying serpents. I do not deceive you, the situation in Rob C is perilous. I need you to enter Rob C, then advance to the flying heaven level. Both flying serpents flinched inwardly. Ascend to the flying heaven level within the star realm. Wouldn't that mean being trapped in the Rob C star realm forever? You, as the talents of our flying serpent clan, and I being one of the three ancestors, would I harm you? Wudong Shui stared at them. Your ascension in the star realm might seem to trap you, but you can still make great contributions to the clan. Most importantly, I will certainly train you with all my might. Both flying serpents remained silent, heads bowed. I understand your concerns, afraid that you will never come out? Wudong Shui said in a deep voice, but the entrance to the Rob C star realm has been shaking. Clearly, there is a trend to expand into a third-level star realm. Once it breaks through to a third-level star realm, and you complete your mission, you will naturally be able to return. The two flying serpents remained unmoved in their hearts. Changes in the entrance of the star realm. What Wudong Shui said was correct, judging from the existing signs. The Rob C star realm would sooner or later become a third-level star realm, but it could be next year or it could be in 100 years, 300 years. This had many precedents in the history of the Cloud Beast civilization. Time passed. Eventually, under the various threats and temptations of Wudong Shui, the demigod, and after he made significant promises, the two second-rank flying serpents, who mastered skills at the 5th stage perfection, finally agreed. Cultivate Yan Shun, Yan Li, until their strength is strong enough. Wudong Shui's eyes were filled with coldness, then directly killed at Eldon. In his heart, Eldon was already doomed to die. Hope. To find out who this mysterious human genius is, Wudong Shui thought to himself. This was the real thorn in his side. In his view, with such unmatched talent, if allowed to grow unchecked, they might eventually reach the peak level of a demigod. Whoosh! Whoosh! After flying for several hours, Li Yuan finally saw two other figures outside the entrance to the star realm. Brother Yan, Luo Chan. Li Yuan flew over like a streak of light. In those hours, Li Yuan had already taken several kinds of medicines, and with the amazing recovery ability granted by the powerful star meridian, Li Yuan's condition had greatly improved. Li Yuan. You broke into the beast nest alone? How did you do it? Yan Jing and Luo Chan also came up to meet him, looking at Li Yuan as if he were a monster. It should be known that Li Yuan's burst of power in killing Wu Sihai and Zippa had already made them gasp in shock. This rate of growth was truly frightening. Later, when the two of them were cleaning out other target areas of second-rank exotic beasts and heard this news, both of them were silent for a long time. Especially Luo Chan, who went from initial skepticism and slight reluctance to now being completely convinced by Li Yuan's strength. It was just a battle with all my strength. I was worried about potential long nights full of dreams, Li Yuan said with a smile, so I directly entered deep into the beast nest. Indeed, I took some risks, but I was confident I could get out unscathed. Fortunately, I succeeded in the end. Yan Jing and Luo Chan both nodded involuntarily. Li Yuan made it sound easy, but the two of them could imagine the dangers it entailed. Let's go, let's head back, Li Yuan said. The remaining 3 mature beast nests are out of our reach for now, but with the flying heaven-level forces of the Cloud Beast civilization wiped clean, the rest should be left to the ordinary martial artists and the military. The two of us have also killed over 2,000 second-rank exotic beasts, Yan Jing nodded in agreement. A massive war of great scale. As a top-level powerhouse, Li Yuan was the decisive factor in determining victory. but to sustain progress and even for the 7-star civilization to eventually occupy the Rob C-star realm. Relying solely on Li Yuan was far from enough. Li Yuan and the two others then boarded an inconspicuous flying machine and quietly left the Rob C-star realm. They arrived at the command center located outside the star realm. Inside the grand hall, "Let us welcome the victorious hero," Lin Yu said with a smile as he clapped, looking at the Li Yuan trio who entered the conference room. Triumphant. Amazing. Li Yuan, thank you. The other Flying Heaven warriors all clapped seriously, with great excitement. Even one of the burly men's eyes were slightly red, as if he had cried not long before. This scene left Li Yuan, Yan Jing, and Luo Chan feeling inwardly shocked. These people, after all, were Flying Heaven warriors. Their emotional expression seemed somewhat unusual. Was it necessary to be so excited? "Senior Lin, fellow seniors," Li Yuan said in a low voice, "I've only done what I should." "Li Yuan, you don't understand the significance of this battle," Lin Yu said somberly. "If you had just killed a few Flying Heaven exotic beasts, although we would be happy, we would not have this exaggerated reaction. But, you breached a beast nest. This is completely different." Lin Yu shook his head with emotion. "I have been here for just over 2 years, but some of the Flying Heaven warriors present have been guarding the entrance to the Rob C for over 10 years. 10 years. Li Yuan couldn't help but look at those few Flying Heaven warriors. He hadn't paid them any attention during his previous visit. "Li Yuan, I've been guarding this place for 18 years, a burly man with a somber voice said. His eyes were red. Li Yuan looked at him, remembering that his surname was Zhao. "I am from the northern border province." General Zhao looked at Li Yuan and said, "At that time, I experienced the great turmoil in the Rob Sea. My grandparents, my parents, my uncle. All my relatives were slaughtered by the exotic beasts that breached our defenses. Only I was lucky enough to be away at the Martial Arts University in the central capital and avoided disaster." Li Yuan felt a touch of emotion, and he immediately thought of the fish spirit tide he had once experienced. What General Zhao went through was even more cruel. Such a heavy blow would be unprecedented for anyone. Later, when the disaster ended, the nation re-established a solid defense line. Since then, I have practiced with insane fervor, not daring to slack for a moment. As a prime warrior, I joined the military and specifically requested to enter the most dangerous Rob C-star realm, fighting a large number of exotic beasts at the front line. But we could do nothing about the beast nests. We could only resist passively, time after time. After becoming a Flying Heaven warrior, I applied to guard the entrance, General Zhao said with a low voice. "I swore. Before I die in battle, I absolutely will not allow the northern border to suffer a calamity similar to that year's again. I won't allow the alien race from the Rob C-star realm to set foot on Sha country's territory ever again." In the past 18 years, 8 major battles. Twice, exotic beasts reached the edge of the star realm's entrance. But in these 18 years, aside from the 10 days I once went to Feixing for special training, General Zhao solemnly said, I have not taken a single step away from the military camp. I must stay here, to guard this land. General Zhao said lowly, while Lin Yu, Dean Hai, and a few other Flying Heaven warriors listened calmly. Because they had long known of General Zhao's deeds. Yet Li Yuan, Yan Jing, Luo Chan, and a few others were all greatly shocked. The Cloud Beast civilization has already seized the initiative. General Zhao revealed a wry smile. We can only defend, we're helpless against the 3 mature brood nests. Every year, a large number of warriors and ordinary soldiers die in the defense battles in the Rob C-star realm. Year after year. There's no end. Those 3 brood nests continuously spawn a large number of exotic beasts. We can only fight with our lives, wasting abundant resources here. Fang Hai, Lude Nef, Yu Jing, they've all tried. All of them failed. 8 years ago, after Lude Nef's operation failed, I was in despair. I didn't know how long such a war would continue. 10 years? 100 years? General Zhao shook his head, his eyes reddened. I'm not afraid to spend my entire life here. But if this consumption continues, countless warriors, soldiers will die here. It's like a festering sore on the body of Sha country, constantly bleeding. He said, looking at Li Yuan with fervent eyes. Until you appeared. Li Yuan's heart trembled. If you hadn't turned up this time, then the fourth brood nest would have surely matured, and our casualties would have been enormous, numbering in the tens of thousands. General Zhao said solemnly, but you breached it. At that moment, Li Yuan, including Yan Jing and Luo Chan, finally understood why General Zhao and the other Flying Heaven warriors were so emotional. Lin Yu, he was just the warrior commanding general, stationed here for only a short time. But the other Flying Heaven warriors, also military commanders, had more contact with a large number of ordinary soldiers, naturally feeling it more deeply. Most importantly, you are still young, not even 20 years old. General Zhao looked at Li Yuan. With your age, you probably won't become a Flying Heaven warrior so quickly. No, Li Yuan shook his head, he still had to pursue the limits of a prime warrior. Right, currently, you may not be able to breach a mature brood nest, but when you are stronger, there is definitely hope for the future. General Zhao said earnestly, hope glowing in his eyes, if you can breach the other 3 brood nests in the future. That would mean saving millions of lives. Of course, I know that's extremely difficult, and I don't expect you to accomplish it. Just your act of destroying that immature brood nest without regard for your safety deserves my thanks, General Zhao said deeply. Soon after, Lin Yu, along with Dean Hai, brought the 3 men to another meeting room. Yan Jing, Luo Chan, the Rob C operation has temporarily concluded. Lin Yu said, the contributions you've made will be fully tallied by the Alliance and Sha country, and they'll calculate your 7 stars points for you. Both men nodded in agreement. Additionally, regarding Li Yuan's matter, you must not disclose it, Lin Yu said seriously. Understood. We won't reveal a single bit, we understand the importance. Yan Jing and Luo Chan both hastily spoke up. No. You can't disclose about Li Yuan, because in this operation there was no Li Yuan. The one who joined you was a genius from Fakesing known by the nickname, Spirit Gun. Lin Yu looked at them. You only know his nickname, Spirit Gun. Adept in using spear technique, coming from Fakesing, his age should be over 40 years old. But beyond that, you don't know anything else. Is that clear? Lin Yu asked. Understood. Got it? They were not dull and instantly grasped Lin Yu's intention. After the 2 men left, Li Yuan, the power you have revealed in this battle can't be completely concealed. With the methods of the Cloud Beast civilization, surely they will know quite a bit. They will definitely investigate who you are, Lin Yu said earnestly. Yes. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Pretending to be completely ignorant, that would assume the Cloud Beast civilization is foolish. So, I've already reported to Bai Shan Semi-Divine, and the Alliance Hierarch has personally ordered. The final plan is to create a reclusive genius, Spirit Gun, to cover up some of your deeds and brilliance. Lin Yu said, this will eliminate some suspicions targeting you. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Sometimes, covering up a matter does not mean suppressing the truth, but creating a bigger event. To hide a person, it's the same. If the 7-star civilization attempted to cover everything, then Li Yuan might be suspected. After all, how many such talented prime warriors who use spear technique and have mastered the true meaning of Earth are there? In the entire 7-star civilization, how many? The only difference is, up to now, aside from this battle, Li Yuan has never exposed his talent in the Wind Vein. Of course, such a cover won't last very long. Dean Hai interjected, but even if we can hide it for 3 to 5 years, or even just half a year, it will be helpful. By then, you'll have undergone another transformation and grown stronger. At that time, your rise will be unstoppable, and if you're exposed, those alien civilizations targeting you won't be able to do anything. It means that for the next while, you'll have to endure some inconvenience, with many achievements attributed to Spirit Gun, Dean Hai said with a smile, and we can't directly award or commend you. I understand, it's no problem, Li Yuan said with a smile. Rewards? News report? But there's no actual benefit? Li Yuan, Lin Yu suddenly spoke, Bai Shan Semi-Divine will be here soon. Li Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. Not even 10 seconds passed. An invisible fluctuation swept across, and an elder figure in white already appeared in the conference room. Semi-Divine, Lin Yu and Dean Hai both respectfully saluted. Semi-divine, Li Yuan did the same. To countless people of Sha country, Bai Shan semi-divine was akin to a deity. His status in the hearts of the people of Sha country was so special that not even Dongfang Ji could shake it. There's no need for such formalities, relax, Bai Shan semi-divine said with a smile, his gaze falling on Li Yuan. How are your injuries? They're all right. It's just that the root of the star meridian is injured, requiring a long period of quiet recuperation, Li Yuan said. During the great battle in the nest of the hive creatures, the expenditure was too great. Lin Yu, Hai Yi, step out for a moment, I have something to discuss with Li Yuan, Bai Shan semi-divine said. Yes, the two left, leaving only Li Yuan and Bai Shan semi-divine in the conference room. Semi-divine? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. I've come to you mainly for 4 matters, Bai Shan semi-divine revealed with a smile. The first is to see how you are. You actually possess the talent of the wind vein. Even Lai Feng semi-divine values you highly, and is willing to take you as a disciple. This is indeed beyond my expectations. It seems that initially, both Fang Hai and I misjudged you, Bai Shan semi-divine said reflectively. I didn't expect it myself back then, Li Yuan admitted honestly. If it weren't for the sensation during the martial god inheritance, he would have found it challenging to so quickly embark on the combined path of the mysteries of earth and wind. Now, your strength is so formidable that you should be called the #1 prime warrior in civilization, Bai Shan semi-divine said with a smile. Li Yuan smiled. This was within his expectations. The second matter is about the rewards for this mission. The calculation has been done, and it is 10,007 stars points. Bai Shan semi-divine looked at Li Yuan. Are you satisfied with this? It's enough, Li Yuan nodded. This was, after all, a war in a second-level star realm. Like the many flying heaven warriors who desperately complete a mission, they would only reap a few 107 stars points. To be awarded 10,007 stars points at once by the Alliance, that was already quite astonishing. It was enough to exchange for a decent semi-divine artifact from the 7 Stars treasure vault. The third matter, Bai Shan semi-divine looked at Li Yuan, apparently with some anticipation. You should have obtained the Myriad Beast's blood source. The Alliance is willing to purchase the Myriad Beast's blood source in your hands for 20,007 stars points. And I personally am willing to offer 25,007 stars points, Bai Shan semi-divine said with a smile. Would you agree? This item is of use to you? Li Yuan asked curiously. Yes, its greatest use is to enhance vitality, Bai Shan semi-divine said frankly. The stronger the body, the harder it is to further enhance life vitality, especially. Something like a 4th-rank treasure, for you 2nd-rank prime warriors, is priceless. But for semi-divine beings, the effect is not significant, Bai Shan semi-divine continued. 1 Myriad Beast's blood source is more valuable than several dozen 4th-rank treasures combined. Li Yuan was astonished inside. Was it really that rare? Senior Bai Shan, if you really need it, I can just give it to you, Li Yuan said with a smile, immediately flipping his palm. Rustle, a red, head-sized, odd spherical crystal suspended in space, emitting strange fluctuations appeared. It was almost a perfect sphere. At least to Li Yuan's perception, he couldn't detect any imperfections, which was quite an amazing creation. Whoosh! The Myriad Beast's blood source directly floated towards Bai Shan semi-divine. Li Yuan wasn't worried about Bai Shan semi-divine deceiving him because the information on the Myriad Beast's blood source was public. Its value may fluctuate, but will not exceed a certain upper limit. I cannot simply accept this for free, Bai Shan semi-divine said, shaking his head. You being willing to give it to me is already a great favor. Then still, as I just said, 25,000 points, you must accept this, Bai Shan continued, and that includes the reward of 10,007 stars points, which I will transfer to you now. Swiftly, Li Yuan received a notification that his account in the 7 Stars treasure vault had an additional 35,000 points. The transaction was complete. The mission reward was complete. You don't need to worry about hiding your identity for the time being, Bai Shan semi-divine said. The Alliance hierarch and I will arrange everything for you. For now, return to the martial divine star realm to recuperate. After you recover, you can proceed with the application. The Alliance Hierarch wants to see you, Bai Shan Semi-Divine said, looking at Li Yuan. Li Yuan was startled. Senior Dongfang wants to meet me? An hour later, escorted by Dean Hai, Li Yuan quietly began his journey home. At the same time, in Sha Country, the Star Realm channel. We interrupt with a special news bulletin. Our forces have recently engaged in an unprecedented large-scale battle with an alien civilization in the Rob Sea-Star realm and achieved a decisive victory. The presenter announced solemnly, in this great battle, the peerless genius, Spirit Gun, from Faxing, who is a supreme talent whose real name cannot be disclosed, won the final battle. He is a talent on par with Sha Country's Yu Jing and Li Yuan. We thank him for his immense contribution to Sha Country and the Seven-Star Alliance. After the urgent broadcast about the Spirit Gun, in the capital of Sha Country, inside an extremely special building. Commander, are you sure you want to broadcast it like this? The person in charge of propaganda couldn't help but ask. Just like that. The original intention of Bai Shan Semi-Divine was to keep a low profile, the elder with a hint of gray in his hair said softly, but I think since the entire battle process is already known to the Cloud Beast civilization, trying to completely conceal it is impossible. Moreover, although we are temporarily hiding the true identity of the Spirit Gun, his deeds, his contributions to Sha Country, should not be completely concealed, it should be made known to the countless citizens of Sha Country. The identity of the Spirit Gun is being hidden now. But one day, his identity will be revealed, and by then, the world will know what he has done. Heroes can be unnamed, but we should not forget. The great battle in the Rob Sea-Star realm was indeed an unprecedented victory. Therefore, the massive propaganda effort was not just about using the Spirit Gun, the genius created to cover up the existence of Li Yuan. On the other hand, the upper echelons of the Seven-Star Alliance, more precisely the leadership of Sha Country, hoped to use the great victory as propaganda to further inspire the fighting spirit of countless people and martial artists, bolstering morale. After all, the casualties from the ongoing war were indeed substantial. Especially the war in the Rob Sea-Star realm, which had caused a severe calamity to Sha Country over decades, with countless deaths, but without being able to truly counterattack. Swiftly, on all television stations in Sha Country, as well as the virtual network community channels of Blue Star, propaganda about the Spirit Gun appeared. Heroes unnamed. The Rob Sea-Star realm's war with the alien civilization has lasted for over 50 years, with a recorded loss of 1,160,000 soldiers, and the recorded civilian death toll reaching. The voice in the video was somber. The total economic property loss. These figures flashed across the screen as the voiceover continued. With such overwhelming propaganda, it quickly garnered the attention of billions of people from Sha Country and across Blue Star. Our Seven-Star Alliance has always wanted to thoroughly exterminate the Rob Sea. Various battle scenes appeared in the propaganda video. Countless exotic beasts surged like a tide towards each war fortress. Many martial artists, wielding weapons, fought the exotic beasts in close combat. Even a large number of nuclear weapons were used on the battlefield. Scenes of Flying Heaven warriors and Flying Heaven-level exotic beasts fighting fiercely. This was from 8 years ago when Lude Neff, Yu Jing, and others infiltrated the vast sky of the Rob Sea-Star realm. The battles were incredibly brutal and manic. The most chilling were the massive, seemingly indestructible and invincible nest beasts. No matter how fiercely the strong martial artists among humans attacked, it was difficult to cause even the slightest damage. Nearly invincible. Nest beasts, these are the lairs of the alien race's exotic beasts in the star realm, giving birth to a continuous stream of exotic beasts, enabling them to instigate one war after another, the video explained. For 50 years, we've attacked time and again, but have never succeeded. As long as the 3 major nest beasts aren't eliminated, the Rob Sea-Star realm will never find peace. If the Rob Sea-Star realm is not at peace, Sha Country. The numerous battle scenes from the past decades shocked many viewers. Many people initially watched the video out of curiosity, but at this moment, all of them were completely silent, deeply aware of the terror of the alien race of the Rob Sea-Star realm. Why hasn't there been any propaganda before? We've been failing all along, how could there be propaganda? No wonder the casualties are so high. The alien race is too strong. Those dense exotic beasts, there must be millions of them. How can one break through a nest beast? Millions of comments and barrages flickered across the numerous propaganda videos. Flying heaven-level battles were rarely directly publicized on the virtual network. Even knowing the outcome, the propaganda videos still attracted countless people to continue watching. In the propaganda video, the scene suddenly shifted, revealing a highly blurred battle scene, the camera shaking. It looked very real. A figure holding a long spear, wrapped in a black battle garment, was standing alone, facing three terrifying figures: a flying serpent, a huge spider, a monkey. Many viewers were both excited and shaken. Many guessed the identity of the spear-wielding powerhouse. These are all flying heaven-level exotic beasts. The voiceover in the video said, the human martial artist confronting them is none other than Spirit Gun. He is merely a prime warrior, yet he can move through the flying heavens. In the video, an intensely fierce battle took place, with the mysterious genius, Spirit Gun, powerfully slaying two flying heaven exotic beasts in succession, and then pursuing another. Unstoppably powerful. Spirit Gun. He's a prime warrior, yet he can slay flying heaven exotic beasts. So strong. He is a peerless genius hailing from Feixing. Spirit Gun is definitely just a nickname. His true identity remains unknown. A large number of comments and barrages flashed by, as countless viewers became completely enthralled. If it had been a flying heaven warrior who achieved this, the video would have certainly been exciting but wouldn't have had such a massive impact. In the propaganda, Spirit Gun is merely a prime warrior, which gives it a completely different significance. After all, in the eyes of countless ordinary people, flying heaven warriors are almost the pinnacle of the entire civilization's military strength, far surpassing the level of prime warriors. Accomplishing such a feat against a higher class is indeed unthinkable. At the end of the propaganda video, in this great battle, Spirit Gun eventually led other formidable martial artists to jointly break through a newly opened nest beast. He is not just the current preeminent prime warrior of our 7-star civilization. Even in the history of our 7-star civilization, he can be called the strongest prime warrior. A hero without a name. Spirit Gun is just his title. But a hero's deeds should not be forgotten. The voiceover suddenly became impassioned. Countless people in every country on Blue Star were stirred up, and the propaganda video quickly spread across various planets. The name, Spirit Gun, was remembered by billions of people in a very short time. There was a heated debate everywhere. Spirit Gun is too strong. In the past, they said Li Yuan was the first genius of the 7 stars, but now it seems Spirit Gun is. How old is Li Yuan? It looks like Spirit Gun is already over 40. At least, what Spirit Gun did, that's what a true strong person should do. The first prime warrior of civilization. Countless people admired him immensely, spreading the word voluntarily, and many young people even regarded him as an idol. To fly to the heavens and evade the earth, to slay the powerful of the alien race. It was incredibly domineering. This Spirit Gun is truly formidable, muttered Wan Qing, the deputy city lord of Zhong City as he watched the promotional video and privately marveled. I wonder if Li Yuan can ever reach his level in the future. It probably won't be easy. Years had passed, and Wan Qing had broken through to become a senior prime warrior, and because of many merits during his 3-year tenure, he had just been promoted to deputy city lord. This rate of advancement was beyond the reach of most district lords. His greatest merit was discovering Li Yuan. Logically, when he becomes a flying heaven warrior in the future, he should return to Xia country to take a post. Wan Qing thought privately. Last time I heard from Elder Fei, Li Yuan had become a prime warrior? Wan Qing had not seen Li Yuan for a long time, only occasionally receiving blessing messages during festivals. Yet invisibly, both Wan Qing and Fei Qian, the city lord of Zhong City, had received great help because of Li Yuan. So impressive. The strongest prime warrior, Li Muha and Li Qianqin, the siblings, were filled with shock in their respective martial path classes as they listened to the teacher's narration and watched the holographic images. Li Muha, in particular, was boiling with excitement. Years had passed, and they both had become high school students. With Li Yuan's help, they had access to cultivation conditions that could be called top-notch, and they were growing along a defined path. Like Li Muha, who now had the best physical quality in his grades ranking. Just finishing freshman year of high school, his cultivation reached the second stage. With the college entrance examination 2 years later, he had every chance of getting into one of the top 3 global martial arts schools. The popularity of the Spirit Gun promotional video also aroused the curiosity of countless people wishing to uncover his real identity. But with the order from the higher-ups, it was easily suppressed in the virtual network. And those who really knew or guessed Spirit Gun's true identity, such as the Flying Heaven Warriors and the 3 ordinary members of the 7-Star Mountain at that time, for instance. They all received strict secrecy orders. Moreover, most people's guess was focused on born in Feixing, older than 40 years. No one suspected Li Yuan. After all, claiming that someone under 20 years old became the #1 prime warrior in the history of 7-star civilization would sound unbelievable to anyone. How did Li Yuan do it? Duanmu Hong, a mountain lord in the martial divine star realm, felt a touch of amazement and sigh. Not even 20 years old, and so strong. Others did not know, and could only speculate. But as the mountain lord of 7-Star Mountain, he had access to the war mission acceptance records. And regarding the Rob C. war mission, the only match was Li Yuan. And judging from the weapon, the integration of the true meaning of Earth, it was also very fitting. Furthermore, having received the confidentiality order, Duanmu Mountain Lord already had his judgment. Li Yuan must have been injured. He came back 3 days ago and bought a lot of healing treasures. Duanmu Mountain Lord could look up the list of treasure purchases Li Yuan made in the 7 Stars treasury. This was his privilege as a Mountain Lord. Returning to the martial divine star realm after 3 days, Li Yuan naturally knew a bit about the commotion in the outside world. But he did not pay it much mind. It was Spirit Gun, who became famous throughout the world. What did it have to do with me, Li Yuan? The battle of life and death, only a blood-spattered trial is the sole standard to gauge skills, Li Yuan silently thought. This great battle in the Rob C had given him a big shake-up, especially the actual combination of the 2 great mysteries of true intent, which let him truly feel the strength of the combined mysteries of laws. To heal his injuries, Li Yuan had bought several third-rank treasures, spending about 307 stars points. While healing, Li Yuan was also deducing and refining his spear technique. Once I've completely digested this battle, I'll meet with Senior Dongfang Ji again, Li Yuan thought silently. Then go to accept the next Martial God inheritance. The members of Martial Divine Mountain have a cultivation cycle that runs from July of 1 year to June of the next. First-rank Martial God inheritors, within this cultivation period, need only to accept the Martial God inheritance once, and are not required to go in any specific month. Next, in terms of skills, what I need to do is to take the mysteries of wind a step further, transform the true intent from its embryonic form into the true meaning of wind, and step into the 6th stage, Li Yuan silently thought. Then strive to bring the true meaning of Earth into the intermediate rank of 6th stage. As time passed, the Cloud Beast civilization, which had taken a great loss in Rob C, finally convened the Saint Lord meeting. A mysterious virtual world. One imposing consciousness after another descended, one of which belonged to Wudong Shui, a demigod. As time went on, finally, when the number of descending consciousnesses exceeded a certain threshold. Gentlemen, a resonant voice echoed in this mysterious world. I believe you all know the subject of the meeting, regarding the 7-star civilizations, Spirit Gun, and related combat footage. You should have already seen it. Do you have any thoughts? Wudong Shui. How precious is the myriad beast's blood source. Our entire civilization can only produce one every 5 years. A shrill voice rose. You placed it within a second-level star realm and still couldn't defend it. You're simply useless. Counselor, I propose that Wudong Shui be stripped of his qualification for the myriad beast's blood source, the shrill voice said. Hattie. Wudong Shui roared in fury. The other demigods watched as though it was a show they had seen many times before. These 2 demigods had significant conflicts. Silence, came the cold voice imbued with authority. Do I need to expel both of you? Wudong Shui and the owner of the shrill voice both quieted down. The Cloud Beast Civilization's counselor, Black Plow Demigod, though not invincible like Dongfang Ji, could stand out among the nearly 100 demigods of the Cloud Beast Civilization. His strength was undoubtedly powerful, stronger than most demigod peak powerhouses. If dozens of demigods were to unite against him, Black Plow Demigod would still have to concede. But a single or a couple of demigods? Usually, they wouldn't dare to take a hard stance against him. Does anyone else have thoughts? Black Plow Demigod's voice was deep, neither happy nor sad. According to the information from the 7-star civilization, this spirit gun is over 40 and comes from Feixing. A demigod spoke, but I've looked through many reports from the 7-star civilization, and no genius fits the description. With such strength, he shouldn't have been without a trace in the past. I suspect that this so-called spirit gun is a fabrication by the 7-star civilization to cover up the true identity of this mysterious prime warrior, said the demigod. If the identity is a fabrication, who could it be? Another demigod spoke up. Could it be the rumored extremely abnormal Li Yuan? A demigod suggested with doubt. Impossible. How long has Li Yuan been cultivating? If he could realize the true meaning of earth, it would already be incredible, let alone mastering the true meaning of wind. Right, there are no records of Li Yuan having a talent in the wind vein. Many silent demigods spoke up one after another, directly denying the possibility. Time passed, and many demigods suggested various possibilities. All right. I have heard all your thoughts, Black Plow Demigod finally said. Firstly, about the Rob Sea-Star realm. We must try our best to hold it, as it is an excellent springboard. Wudong Shui, the territory you oversee will be taken over by the Civilization Council personally. Do you have any objections? Black Plow Demigod looked at Wudong Shui. The entire council will invest more resources to develop the whole Rob Sea-Star realm. The other demigods also looked over, seeing it as an excellent opportunity to intervene. No objections, said Wudong Shui, looking somewhat unwilling, but inside he was very composed. He had expected this. The Civilization Council taking control. Ultimately, it would still be managed by 1 or 2 demigods. All right, it will be managed jointly by you, Hattie, and Yan Tualuo. Black Plow Demigod suggested his idea, which was unanimously approved by all demigods. For the time being, we don't have any effective methods to deal with this spirit gun. Black Plow Demigod spoke softly. For now, we've just activated our intelligence networks to search for his identity and whereabouts. However, the Tinliang civilization and the Myriad Demons civilization definitely have a chance to kill him. The Tinliang civilization? The Myriad Demons civilization? Many demigods wore puzzled expressions. They all knew that these two civilizations were also hostile to the 7-star civilization, but to actually kill Spirit Gun seemed difficult. The Mingshu Star realm has just undergone a transformation, Black Plow Demigod slowly said. I have news. The batch of talented prime warriors from the Tinliang civilization has been almost completely slaughtered by 7-star civilization's Yu Jing. Treasure has emerged, and it has angered the native flying heaven forces of the ruined star realm. Tinliang civilization will likely invite the geniuses of the Myriad Demons civilization to come. Black Plow Demigod continued. Then, the 7-star civilization will likely send Spirit Gun there as well. After all, according to the intelligence we know, this Spirit Gun's strength could be even stronger than Yu Jingyi's. Many demigods nodded in agreement. Tinliang civilization and Myriad Demons civilization had a vassal relationship. More accurately, the Tinliang civilization was essentially a derivative civilization from one of the divine domains of the Myriad Demons civilization. The two civilizations had a very close relationship. This was also one of the main reasons Tinliang civilization was hostile to the 7-star civilization. Wudong Shui, Black Plow Demigod looked over. Counselor, I believe that the Myriad Demons civilization and Tinliang civilization would be very interested in more detailed information about Spirit Gun. Black Plow Demigod said. How much loss you can recover from them will depend on your own methods. The negotiations with them will be handled by you. Thank you, Counselor. Wudong Shui replied gravely, feeling slightly better in his heart. Time elapsed, the myriad demons civilization, the Tinliang civilization, as well as several other strong foreign civilizations. Through various clandestine intelligence networks, they endeavored to uncover the true identity of Spirit Gun, but all without success. This was precisely the goal of the seven-star civilization's upper echelons. To forever conceal it? Impossible. But with Li Yuan's talent, every 6 months to a year, his strength was likely to undergo astonishing transformations. July 10th. Within the martial divine star realm, whoosh! Li Yuan soared through the sky, following the Duanmu Mountain Master's guidance. He arrived at the majestic palace at the peak of Seven-Star Mountain. Mountain Lord. From afar, Li Yuan already saw the figure in white clothes waiting outside the palace. He flew forward and respectfully saluted. Li Yuan. Duanmu Mountain Master waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted up Li Yuan. He smiled and said, "Being summoned by the Alliance Hierarch is no small matter." "It's the Alliance Hierarch's grace." Li Yuan pretended not to notice the implication in the other's words. Right. Li Yuan guessed Duanmu Mountain Master would suspect whether he was Spirit Gun. But Li Yuan would definitely not admit it. "Guess as you will, I won't admit to anything anyway." "Ha ha, let's go and meet the Alliance Hierarch," Duanmu Mountain Master said with a smile as he turned to walk towards his own palace. "This?" Li Yuan looked puzzled. "Through my palace, you can go directly to where the Alliance Hierarch is in seclusion." "This is a secret," Duanmu Mountain Master chuckled. "Apart from me, only a few exceptional prime warriors throughout the generations have known about this." Li Yuan understood that only those who were qualified to meet with Dongfang Ji would be privy to this secret. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following Duanmu Mountain Master, Li Yuan entered the palace. From the outside, the palace looked ancient and majestic, reminiscent of a historical palace, but inside, the decor was quite modern. They proceeded to a corridor on one side of a side hall. Li Yuan then saw, not far away, a passage shimmering with flowing light, faintly leading to another world. This immediately reminded Li Yuan of the pathways to the world within worlds, the two being very similar. "Enter," Duanmu Mountain Master beckoned. "The Alliance Hierarch is already waiting for you," Duanmu Mountain Master said solemnly. "Remember, there's no need to be overly humble in front of the Alliance Hierarch, but you must not be disrespectful either. Treat him as you would a normal elder." "Yes, thank you for the reminder, Mountain Lord." With one step, Li Yuan walked into the light screen passage, surrounded by flowing luminescence, still feeling as though he was being washed over by flowing water. Enveloped by an invisible force, after a long while. Whoosh! Li Yuan gently landed on the ground, looking around. It was a rather dim space, and it felt as though he was standing on glass, with a void deeper in and a mist enshrouding the surroundings. There was no end in sight, and it made Li Yuan cautious about making any rash moves. "Where is this? Even my smart ring has lost its signal," Li Yuan thought to himself. Could this be another space similar to the world within worlds? Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped him, carrying Li Yuan forward. The force was so strong and powerful that Li Yuan couldn't resist it at all. Whoosh! After flying only a few hundred meters, Li Yuan gently landed. "Li Yuan." A deep voice rang out. The voice, like thunder on a clear day, made Li Yuan's spirit tremble. Only then did he realize that in the midst of the fog not far away sat a tall, sturdy man with short hair, dressed in black robes. His figure was indistinct, seated cross-legged in the void. His face was blurred and indistinguishable, but the invisible presence that he emitted enveloped the area, making Li Yuan hold his breath and his head buzz. Rumbling, Li Yuan's vision seemed to change, as if all that remained was the silhouette of the man in black robes. He was like the very essence of heaven and earth itself. In an instant, it gave Li Yuan an illusion, like the time he saw the phantom of the ancient Torch Divine. But whereas the ancient Torch Divine was a phantom, the man in black robes before him was real. Moreover, Li Yuan also had the strange feeling that even though there were only a few tens of meters between him and the man in black robes, it was as if a layer of space separated them. It was all very strange. Li Yuan also deeply felt the terror of Dongfang Ji, The sensation he gave far surpassed any demigod Li Yuan had seen. Even Lai Feng, as a demigod peak powerhouse, seemed far inferior to Dongfang Ji in Li Yuan's senses. After a long while, Li Yuan, relying on his strong spiritual power, just barely managed to come back to his senses. Then he respectfully performed a salute. Li Yuan greets the Alliance Hierarch. Not bad. Fang Hai is right. Both your spiritual power and willpower are extremely strong. Dongfang Ji finally spoke, his voice low and devoid of any emotion. Your visualization method probably surpasses the ordinary divine visualizations. Li Yuan's heart stirred, unsure how to respond. Everyone has their own encounters. Having your own set of encounters is a good thing. The ethereal voice of Dongfang Ji sounded. Li Yuan, do you know why I did not oppose your decision to comprehend the mystery of wind again? Law integration? Li Yuan asked curiously. Correct, and also not correct. Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan calmly. Law integration is the goal, but it is not the ultimate goal. Li Yuan looked puzzled. The law of the great Tao is vast and boundless, Dongfang Ji slowly said. Like your teacher, Lai Feng semi-divine, like Fang Hai, like Bai Shan semi-divine, they have all stepped into the threshold of laws. Even for Lai Feng semi-divine, what he has comprehended is but a drop in the ocean of the wind law. Li Yuan listened attentively. The more he cultivated, the more he perceived the profound mysteries of the operation of heaven and earth, and the more he agreed with Dongfang Ji's words. The heavens and earth are vast, and the operation of laws indeed difficult to fully comprehend. Attempting to comprehend a single law of the great Tao alone is tough, Dongfang Ji explained. Thus, many demigods and even divine beings also try to comprehend other laws of the great Tao in the hope of gaining insight by analogy. The mysteries of heaven and earth are one whole. The mystery of different laws, when come into contact, might provoke new enlightenment within oneself. And even fusion with each other. The integration of different laws is very difficult. Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan. For you, currently, it's just the mysteries of true intent combining, which is relatively easier. However, relative to your age, it's already quite astonishing, Dongfang Ji continued. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod. His own achievements, if not considering age, indeed were not too exaggerated. Probably many demigods could hope to achieve the same. When you began following Lai Feng semi-divine in cultivation, I originally just had the thought of letting you try, Dongfang Ji indifferently said. The results proved that you were very suited for this path, achieving considerable success in just 1 year. The combination of earth and wind is also extremely beneficial for sensing the existence of space. My expectation for your future progress, Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan, is separate advancement of earth and wind into the threshold of laws, and then their integration. You will have the chance to perceive the mysteries of space. Then, your path as a demigod, and even as a divine, will be exceedingly smooth. You will truly have the hope to surpass me. Dongfang Ji's voice was soft, yet it contained expectation. Li Yuan, however, was astounded. Both earth and wind stepping into the threshold of laws, their integration? The chance to sense the mysteries of space? But in reality, it seemed as if he had already perceived a hint of mysteries of space when he initially combined true intent. It seems you do not understand, Dongfang Ji said as he sat cross-legged in the void. The operation of heaven and earth contains the ultimate mystery. The most elusive to contemplate is the mystery of time. Dongfang Ji spoke calmly. Time is taboo, difficult to touch, even divine beings cannot step into that domain. Just after time, comes the space law. Space is the origin of all laws, the foundation for the birth of all life and everything in heaven and earth. Without space, everything would be meaningless. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. The 7 great laws all originate from the space law, yet are distinct from the space law. Dongfang Ji continued slowly, comprehending a single law of the great Tao independently. The further you progress, the harder it becomes. But if one could touch the mysteries of space early on, even stepping into the threshold of the space law, using the overall sense of the space law to rededuce the 7 great laws, one's efficiency could increase 10-fold, 100-fold, and one might even break through many bottlenecks with greater ease. This is the greatest significance of law integration, Dongfang Ji said. Time passed, with a detailed explanation from Dongfang Ji. Li Yuan had come to understand that the 7 great laws, namely metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, could also be called the 7 fundamental laws. They were the cornerstone of the natural order and the workings of the universe. The 7 fundamental laws all originated from the vast, endless space, and their relationship with the space law was one of mutual dependence. The 7 fundamental laws, the space law, and even the most mysterious time law. The universe is vast. All these laws are inherently unified. Li Yuan thought to himself, to comprehend each fundamental law is just to understand one aspect of the universe's mystery. By grasping just one aspect, trying to deduce the whole from a part, sensing the existence of space is naturally difficult. One must comprehend to a very advanced level. But if one comprehends 2 laws, their combination allows one to sense the existence of space from different aspects, making it easier to comprehend the space law in the future. Once the space law is deeply understood, it's like having a foundation for a skyscraper. Starting from space to comprehend the 7 fundamental laws will naturally become much easier. Li Yuan marveled inwardly. These 2 are mutually cyclical, continuously providing positive feedback to each other. This was a broad and noble path. Only, it was extremely difficult to walk this path. Firstly, one needed to have extremely high talent in several laws, and secondly, the process of combining the mysteries of the laws must be flawless. Extremely tough. Many demigods struggle even to reach the threshold of the mysteries of the universe, let alone simultaneously ponder multiple laws. Even for Li Yuan, when combining the 2 truth-intent powers, he could sense a trace of space fluctuations. But it was just a trace. Alliance hierarch. Li Yuan suddenly spoke, if we go by that, if a person comprehends 3 laws, or even 4 laws, wouldn't it be even easier to sense the mysteries of space? Correct. Theoretically, that is the case, Dongfang Ji said indifferently. However, you should be able to feel the difficulty of combining the mysteries of the laws by practicing 2 of them. The more laws you combine, the easier it is to make mistakes. Once the combination of laws goes wrong, it signifies a fundamental misunderstanding of the universe's mysteries, which is very hard to correct. It might hinder your progress in the laws you've studied. Dongfang Ji continued, it could even affect your perception of space. Li Yuan nodded. What the Alliance hierarch said was somewhat similar to what teacher Lai Feng had mentioned. About your recent battle experience in the Rob Sea-Star realm, I have some understanding. What do you think about it? Dongfang Ji said, his face still indistinct. But his voice clearly entered Li Yuan's mind. Thoughts? Li Yuan pondered for a moment, then spoke gravely, if possible, once I become stronger, I want to completely eradicate the alien race from the entire Rob Sea-Star realm, and even from the many second-level star realms. Dongfang Ji couldn't help but look at Li Yuan. That wasn't his original intention for asking. Why? Dongfang Ji asked without any change in tone. I've read the reports. When you discovered that immature nest creature den, you did not hesitate to kill your way in. Weren't you worried about dying there? Worried about death? Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, thinking of many people. He thought of his uncle, of his late teacher Fan Jin, of teacher Xu Bo, and also of what General Zhao had said at the headquarters the other day, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. All of this had deeply moved Li Yuan's heart time and again. And it had strengthened his resolve time and again. Alliance hierarch, I too am afraid of dying here. But, I do not wish to see more people die because of this. I feel we shouldn't continue to delay and wait for future generations to solve these problems, Li Yuan said solemnly, without offering further explanation. Dongfang Ji's eyes flickered slightly. Li Yuan's statement, we shouldn't wait for future generations to solve these problems, struck a chord in his heart. Dongfang Ji had thoroughly studied Li Yuan's past. In Dongfang Ji's view, when Li Yuan was young, he struggled hard mostly for his family and his personal goals. But as he grew, the experiences of his uncle, teachers, and the events he lived through were invisibly influencing the formation of Li Yuan's character. Until today, through personal contact and conversations, Dongfang Ji could truly feel something in Li Yuan that was different from the ordinary martial path prodigy. To have such a will and belief at the age of under 20 was very rare for Li Yuan. As Li Yuan thought, so he acted. Dongfang Ji was very pleased with Li Yuan and many thoughts flashed through his mind. As the supreme leader of the seven-star civilization, Dongfang Ji had many principles when it came to nurturing the younger generation. For example, compared to some prodigies with pure and astonishing talent, he would repeatedly test their character. He preferred to cultivate those with slightly less talent but astounding perseverance, strong beliefs, and a genuine desire to protect their civilization. Dongfang Ji was quite clear. If there were problems with character, focusing too much on cultivating such individuals might end up bringing greater disaster instead. To Dongfang Ji, Li Yuan represented someone with both excellent talent and character. Even better than Fang Hai had been in his early years. You show extraordinary talent in the mysteries of Earth, and you have the support of a supreme star technique, but you are somewhat lacking in the mysteries of wind, said Dongfang Ji. Take a look at this item. With that, Dongfang Ji flipped his palm. In the palm of his hand appeared a token the size of a palm. The token looking blue all over, with what seemed like countless fine patterns etched upon it. Who? This strange token flew towards Li Yuan, who immediately reached out to catch it, his thoughts moving to resonate with it as soon as he did. Upon this resonance, this token, a trace of surprise flashed across Li Yuan's eyes as he became instantly captivated. The countless mysterious patterns on the token could actually convey layers upon layers of the wind's mysteries. Crucially, when Li Yuan's consciousness fully converged upon the token, boom! All of a sudden, Li Yuan felt his consciousness plunging downward without end. It was as if this token contained a miniature world within it, capable of accommodating his consciousness. Once consciousness merged, the countless patterns on the token he had observed before clearly became towering walls, with fluctuations of the wind law coming from them. Mysterious, magical. To sense these mysterious fluctuations was too clear. These numerous wind fluctuations, although seemingly chaotic at first glance, actually had great regularity and were all part of a whole. Wind is inherently shapeless. For a moment, this even caused Li Yuan to become somewhat infatuated, and he unconsciously began to comprehend and cultivate. After a while, Li Yuan came back to his senses. Concentrating his consciousness, he quickly pulled away from the pull of the token. Alliance Hierarch. Holding the token, Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What kind of treasure is this token? How do you feel about it?" Dongfang Ji asked. "A treasure," Li Yuan replied without hesitation, "definitely a treasure that aids in the comprehension of the wind's mysteries." Subconsciously, Li Yuan even compared this token to the map of myriad stars he possessed. Each had its own strengths. The map of myriad stars, containing everything, carried the many mysteries of true intent related to the Earth vein, which seemed largely unrelated to each other. Li Yuan believed that once he reached the threshold of the law of Earth, the map of myriad stars would still be of great use. And this blue token? It seemed to be of a lower tier, but the countless wind fluctuations were one whole. The former was vast and complex, while the latter was small and refined. "It is called the Thousand Illusion Matrix Map," Dongfang Ji slowly said. "I've observed your battles. You tend to focus on the phantom body approach in the wind vein. It should suit you well." Li Yuan's heart stirred. Suitable for him? Was the Alliance Hierarch intending to give a gift? "I have many treasures. But rarely do I give them directly to the younger generation," Dongfang Ji said. "Whether it's for you, for Fang Hai, these disciples, or for my own offspring, it's the same. This Thousand Illusion Matrix Map, if you're willing to take it, I can lend it to you for 100 years of comprehension, but you will need to pay 10,000 points. "Are you willing?" Dongfang Ji asked, a smile on his face. "Willing." Li Yuan's eyes lit up. 10,000 points? 100 years? It sounded like a lot, but on average, it was only 107 stars points per year. How many did Li Yuan have now? 81,007 stars points. As for financial wealth, before leaving Rob C, he had sold many various items, and his bank balance had long since exceeded 100 billion Blue Star coins. Whether it was 7 stars points or Blue Star coins, for Li Yuan, if it could directly enhance his strength, that was best. After all, for Li Yuan at this stage, ordinary weapons and treasures were of very limited use. Powerful weapons and treasures, such as semi-divine artifacts, even if he could get them, he couldn't use them. As for those star technique secret manuals, the one thing Li Yuan didn't lack was star techniques. He had more than he could cultivate even from his two teachers. Thus, this 1000 illusion matrix map was highly suitable. Okay, take the item. You can return it to me after 100 years, Dongfang Ji said. I will deduct the 10,000 points directly. Deduct directly? Li Yuan inwardly sighed. Clearly, the one behind the 7 stars treasury with the right to issue and the ultimate authority over 7 stars points was none other than Dongfang Ji. It was his presence that gave meaning to the 7 stars points. By the way, if during your time as Prime Warrior, or in the Flying Heaven realm, you can fully comprehend this 1000 illusion matrix map, then come find me. Dongfang Ji continued, you will have gains beyond your expectations. Remember, the sooner you comprehend it, the greater the reward. Li Yuan's heart stirred, sensing that the chance of fully comprehending it during the Prime Warrior stage wasn't high. After all, he had just tried it. Those countless wind fluctuations, they probably already far exceeded the threshold of the laws. Your strength has likely not yet reached the limit of Prime Warrior, Dongfang Ji remarked, if you continue to cultivate. There is hope to complete the great deed you spoke of. If you can clear the many second-level star realms and contribute to the entire civilization, appropriate rewards will naturally be given to you. There's no need to worry about having too many 7 stars points and not being able to exchange them at the 7 stars treasury. Once you become Flying Heaven level, demigod, or even possess a divine artifact, for instance, a divine artifact long spear, if you want it, I can get it for you. Dongfang Ji said, the condition is that you have enough 7 stars points. Li Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, a divine artifact? Indeed, he was the Alliance hierarch, unchallenged as a demigod. Apart from this, the final matter for which I called you here today is about Mingshu Star Realm. Dongfang Ji's voice became a bit serious. Perhaps, after some time, you will need to go to Mingshu Star Realm as the Spirit Gun to participate in battle. Mingshu Star Realm? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Has there been some great war? I've sent you the related intelligence reports, Dongfang Ji said. Take a look at them first. The next second. Buzz! Li Yuan's smart ring trembled, and he glanced down to see a file message from an unfamiliar account that contained text and images. Is this Senior Dongfang Ji's account? Li Yuan wondered. Add me as a friend and agree to receive the file. Dongfang Ji seemed to see Li Yuan's hesitation. You can finish reading it here, and then I'll explain. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. He quickly opened the light screen and began examining the details of the file, which contained very detailed intelligence about the Mingshu Star Realm and images of the Great War. Many of these details were definitely classified, and even other demigods might not be privy to them. But clearly, Dongfang Ji now considered Li Yuan absolutely central, and since the upcoming war would involve him, it was natural to inform him about the secrets. Ming Mountain actually contains such secrets. I was previously wondering why Ming Mountain was so majestic. It simply didn't look like a normal mountain. Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise, Big Brother Yu is really impressive. Li Yuan quickly finished reading. When the Mingshu Star Realm first appeared, I had my suspicions, Dongfang Ji spoke slowly. I think the Tinliang civilization and even the myriad demons civilization behind them must have guessed as well, since it is, after all, a divine-level civilization. But at that time, it was only a first-level star realm. Even if we wanted to take control of it, it was beyond our reach. Li Yuan couldn't help nodding. Judging from the information, the strength of an ordinary Flying Heaven warrior was far from enough to explore the secrets within Ming Mountain. Alliance hierarch. Big Brother Yu alone slaughtered 6 of the Tinliang civilization's so-called 18 Saint Heirs. Li Yuan couldn't help saying, I probably don't need to rush over there. The video information in the file was simple. It showed the scenes of Yu Jing leading Wu Menong and others battling against many top geniuses and Flying Heaven warriors of the Tinliang civilization. The battlefield had extended for hundreds of kilometers. In the end, Yu Jing unleashed his divine might and brutally slaughtered the Saint Heirs of the Tinliang civilization. The second-rank Saint Heirs of the Tinliang civilization, who are at the level of true intent prime warriors, are already comparable to the top geniuses of the Seven-Star Mountain. Yet these 9 Saint Heirs from the Tinliang civilization teamed up and were utterly defeated by Yu Jing alone. Li Yuan reckoned that Yu Jing's strength was already no less than Lu Nef's, and perhaps even stronger. The Tinliang clan really can't trouble Yu Jing anymore, Dongfang Ji nodded. But there are 2 difficulties. First is the local Flying Heaven forces in Ming Mountain. There are many Flying Heaven mid-stage powerhouses, and we can't shake them in the short run. Even just Yu Jing isn't enough, Dongfang Ji said. Among them, there might even be Flying Heaven peak powerhouses. That's why Bai Shan Semi-Divine hasn't dared let them delve deep into the exploration, only looking for some entrance traces around the periphery. Li Yuan couldn't help nodding. From the various pieces of information, the local forces of the Mingshu star realm were indeed alarmingly strong, with Flying Heaven-level beings in abundance, unlike other second-rank star realms or third-level star realms. If there were Flying Heaven peak powerhouses, it wouldn't be surprising. Whether it was the Seven-Star Civilization or the Tinliang Civilization, although they have both sent many top-grade origin martial artists of the 5th stage to break through to the 30th level in the Mingshu star realm, planning to stay there permanently. But with only 1 year's time, at most they could only break through to the 31st level. In terms of strength, they were not as good as Yu Jing. Yu Jing's strength should be close to or on par with the 33rd level. Therefore, to this point, both sides are still exploring around the outskirts of Ming Mountain, not daring to go deeper. Once they stir up the local Flying Heaven peak powerhouses, it would be a nightmare for any side's forces. If your strength advances further, with the domain illusory body, you can entangle with a Flying Heaven peak powerhouse for a while, Dongfang Ji said. This is the advantage of cultivating 2 laws. Li Yuan nodded. A second-rank life contending with a Flying Heaven peak powerhouse. Nearly impossible, even he wasn't confident about it. But to just cope, there was hope. Secondly, be careful of the genius prime warriors from the Myriad Demons civilization, Dongfang Ji said. Lu Lei, Rolbus? Li Yuan said softly. These were 2 exceptional geniuses affiliated with the Myriad Demons civilization mentioned in the recent intelligence report. The Myriad Demons civilization is the divine-level civilization that is second only to the Immortal Ruins civilization out of those our civilization has directly encountered. It also has many divine kingdoms within it. Looking across the entire dimensional domain, it is an extremely powerful civilization, Dongfang Ji said. The Heaven Wind Divine Kingdom, established by the Heaven Wind Divine, is the mother country of the Tinliang civilization. The 2 civilizations are closely linked. If the Tinliang civilization itself had hope, they might not request help from the Myriad Demons civilization. But now they are hopeless, and they are likely to invite the Myriad Demons civilization to come, Dongfang Ji said. Among the younger generation of the Myriad Demons civilization, there are many whose strength is comparable to Lu Nef and Yu Jing. The strongest we know of from the intelligence we've gathered are Lu Lei and Rolbus. When the time comes, if you join hands with Yu Jing, there is hope of winning, Dongfang Ji said. Li Yuan reflexively nodded. Perhaps, Alliance Hierarch Dongfang is an invincible demigod, making many civilizations dare not invade further. But overall, the strength of the Seven-Star civilization is not comparable to the many divine-level civilizations. Geniuses like Lu Nef take many years for the Seven-Star civilization to produce one. But in those divine-level civilizations, each period sees the birth of a large group. It's due to the overall cultivation environment, as well as the population base. With more people, naturally, more geniuses are born. Alliance Hierarch, what about Lu Nef? Is he not going to the Mingshu star realm? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. He has already broken through to the Flying Heaven realm, Dongfang Ji said. It's just that this news has been kept secret and hasn't been announced. Li Yuan suddenly realized, no wonder there had been no news of Lu Nef for over a year. He had actually made a breakthrough. Alliance Hierarch, I would like to inquire about the situation of my teacher, Lai Feng Semi-Divine. Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, Bai Shan Semi-Divine purchased the myriad beast's blood source from me. Is that thing useful to my teacher? Bai Shan Semi-Divine also owed a great debt of gratitude to Li Yuan. If the other party wanted it, it was naturally hard for Li Yuan to refuse. Useless. Longevity is an iron rule of the heavens and earth's law, nearly impossible to break. Dongfang Ji slightly shook his head. For a demigod, 1,000 years of life is the limit. All external objects simply prevent the body from aging further, but when it's time to die, one must die, all the same. Your teacher, Dongfang Ji pondered for a moment before saying, he's no longer in the 7-star civilization, he has left. Left? So soon? Li Yuan was startled. By his reckoning, it hadn't been long since he and his teacher had parted ways. Your teacher is a demigod peak powerhouse, nearing the end of his lifespan. It's natural for him to take a gamble. Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan. There are matters that are of no benefit for you to know now. When someday you possess strength at the flying heaven level comparable to that of a demigod, then you will be qualified to know the core secrets of our 7-star civilization. Yes, Li Yuan nodded, subconsciously thinking of the burial immortal ancient domain that Master Lai Feng had mentioned. Could it be, had his teacher gone there again? Don't overthink it. What you need to do now is to continue strengthening your power. You continue your concealed cultivation in the martial divine star realm for now, and if you're required to travel to the Mingshu star realm, I will send word to you. Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan. If there's anything in your cultivation that the 7 stars points cannot solve, send word to Duanmu Hong. If it still can't be resolved, then come find me, Dongfang Ji said. Thank you, Alliance Hierarch, Li Yuan said respectfully. Li Yuan understood. He had gained another special privilege, direct access to Dongfang Ji. Across the 7-star civilization, most likely, the majority of flying heaven warriors didn't have this kind of permission. Before long, Li Yuan returned to the martial divine star realm through the same passage he had come by. Master, that 1,000 illusion token is one of the 3 great tokens of the wind vein. A deep voice sounded in the void space. In the past, when Snowdragon Semi-Divine was at the flying heaven level, you didn't even bestow it upon him. Even with the aid of Divine Spirit Liquid and Lai Feng's guidance, to be able to condense the embryo of true intent from the wind's mystery in such a short time, Dongfang Ji said calmly, is enough to prove his talent in the wind vein. Let's try. There's only one token for the earth vein, which has been given to the predecessor Bai Shan. Li Yuan. Only by making great achievements in the wind vein does he have a chance. Upon returning to the martial divine star realm, Duanmu Mountain Master did not probe further but allowed Li Yuan to depart, and Li Yuan returned to his own villa estate. The underground martial arts room. Drip. As soon as Li Yuan sat down cross-legged, he felt his smart ring vibrate. He glanced at the caller and immediately answered. A holographic projection formed. Dean, Li Yuan said respectfully. The caller was none other than Fang Hai, clad in black, sitting within the quiet chamber of a flying vessel. Duanmu Mountain Master mentioned you've just met with the Alliance Hierarch? Fang Hai got straight to the point. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Makes sense. You've become the #1 prime warrior of our civilization. It's normal for the Alliance Hierarch to summon you, Fang Hai said with a smile. Li Yuan was not surprised that Dean Hai knew this, and the Dean was Dean Hai's immediate superior. Did the Alliance Hierarch give you a token? One that can be exchanged for 100 years of usage rights with 10,000 points? Fang Hai's mouth suddenly showed a hint of a mysterious smile. Li Yuan was startled and couldn't help but ask, Dean, how do you know? Fang Hai laughed. You don't need to worry about how I know. Fang Hai's expression turned serious. I am just reminding you that this is a rare opportunity for you. In the eyes of the Alliance Hierarch, you are already a vital member of the core circle of our 7-star civilization. Li Yuan was shaken. If someone else had said this, perhaps they would have been buttering him up, but coming from Fang Hai, the meaning was entirely different. Fang Hai had no need to deceive him. Whatever the Alliance Hierarch has tasked you with, do your best, Fang Hai said in a low voice. I can't say more, but all I can tell you is, the things that the Alliance Hierarch has kept hidden are 10 times, 100 times more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Since the Alliance hierarch values you and has expectations for you, then go all out in your efforts, you won't be wrong, he added. Li Yuan was astonished. The Alliance hierarch, that powerful? Soon after, Fang Hai ended the communication, but Li Yuan's heart remained unsettled for a long time. Thousand Illusion Formation? Li Yuan flipped his palm to look at the token. The Alliance hierarch said, to come find him once I've comprehended all the mystery contained in the token? Strive on, first. I'll meditate on it for a while, then I'll go to receive this year's martial god inheritance. Li Yuan concentrated with a calm spirit, integrating his consciousness into the token. Consciousness descends. This thousand illusion array is really profound. Li Yuan's consciousness descended into the token, sensing it carefully. This time, the sensing and comprehension was even more meticulous than not long ago in front of Dongfang Ji, deepening Li Yuan's understanding. Waves of wind fluctuations, seemingly invisible and scattered, are in fact from the same origin, Li Yuan realized. Whoosh! 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 Li Yuan's consciousness roamed through the array like a labyrinth. Endless fierce winds howled, buffeting Li Yuan's consciousness and fully revealing the mysteries of wind before him. There are many paths to follow within the wind law, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Those who are good at extreme speed, when cultivated to profound levels, can almost merge into space, finding those wind fluctuations that best fit themselves, becoming unmatched in speed. Almost impossible for anyone to catch up. Good at stealth. Good at phantom body, when cultivated to profound levels, can be reflected everywhere, almost omnipresent, Li Yuan muttered to himself. The path I am comprehending is indeed the phantom body lineage. Every law of the great Tao encompasses everything, containing infinite possibilities. Most powerhouses try to follow one direction, and upon comprehending profound levels, gradually attempt to understand other paths. Until one day, they completely penetrate an entire law of the great Tao. The cultivation of the great Tao is extremely arduous. Stepping into the threshold of the law gives hope of becoming a divine being. Li Yuan shook his head slightly. I haven't even truly condensed the true meaning of wind. Penetrating the entire law of the great Tao? It's too far off. He calmed his mind. With undivided attention, Li Yuan earnestly contemplated, while combining memories from the first martial god inheritance, cross-referencing each other. After 2 full days. Illusion. This thousand illusion array contains a whole 1,000 streams of wind fluctuations. Li Yuan had initially unraveled the token's mystery. These 1,000 mysterious streams, interconnected and combined, are like a huge battle array formed by 1,000 phantom bodies. When he realized this, Li Yuan was extremely shocked. He immediately understood. If he could completely comprehend the thousand illusion array, he could form 1,000 phantom bodies in a thought. Just the thought of it left Li Yuan in awe. You should know that these phantom bodies are not mere virtual projections but real manifestations of the wind fluctuations, reflecting in all directions of the void, each containing a certain strength. Inundating the sky with attacks. Just the thought of it is frightening. According to Senior Dongfang Ji's meaning, reaching this level at my flying heaven level is considered a success? Li Yuan pondered to himself. Right. Now I can only condense 4 phantom bodies, the gap is too big. Li Yuan was not discouraged. Skyscrapers rise from the ground, step by step. These mysteries of wind, they combine in such a way. Oh, they can still be utilized like this. So that's how it is. Li Yuan immersed himself, doing his utmost to comprehend. Continuously deducing the mysteries of wind can also be exhausting. Therefore, Li Yuan would spend half his time comprehending the mysteries of earth as well. Additionally, he would practice his spear technique for 2 hours a day, striving to further integrate the mysteries of the true intent of earth and wind. The practice was very structured. As for origin power cultivation, Li Yuan's physical quality had long reached 29.9 rank, already being at its peak. Without trying to condense an origin pill in the sea of source energy, it was almost impossible to further improve his physical quality. Of course, Li Yuan would still practice the visualization method every day, and though the level of spiritual power improved slowly, it steadily approached level 37. Every 2 to 3 days, he would also continue to try awakening more life stars. The second star meridian, The number of awakened life stars has exceeded 76,000, Li Yuan thought with great anticipation. The awakening of the seventh layer star vein is not far off. A star meridian, when the number of awakened life stars reaches 77,760, is known as the seventh layer star vein. Then he could attempt to cultivate the great earth divine body. By then, Li Yuan's strength could surely surge dramatically. In the blink of an eye, July 18th arrived, and Li Yuan leapt down from the martial divine mountain and came to the martial divine hall that stood tall on the central great land. In fact, Li Yuan had applied for the martial god inheritance a few days earlier, but with limited quotas available each day and July being the peak month for members of the martial divine hall to receive inheritances. He had no choice but to queue up and wait until today. The majestic and simple palace. The hall opened, and Li Yuan saw at a glance the divine pillar in the palace, making his way to the end of the hall with ease. First-rank martial god inheritor Li Yuan. A gentle voice resonated in Li Yuan's mind. Do not resist, follow the sensation, and display your spear technique to the fullest. Whoosh! Invisible fluctuations swept past, and just like last year, Li Yuan, holding the Black Chen spear, began to display his spear technique, with radiant spear light flickering. At the same time, as the power of the spear technique erupted, silently, strands of invisible earth energy emerged, followed by phantoms appearing one after another. At first glance, it was as if within a powerful domain, many Li Yuans were displaying their spear technique simultaneously in the hall. It was quite eerie. After a long while, skilled in spear technique, combined with the true meaning of earth and wind. Skilled in domains, phantom body. Extremely high talent, a cold voice resounded in Li Yuan's mind, expanding the search for the divine being inheritance. Inheritance locked. Mark sensation target, an unknown fifth-order divine being, skilled in sword technique, proficient in the domain of earth, phantom body of wind, cultivating dual laws. Inheritance begins. Whoosh! Suddenly, a speck of light fell from the sky above the temple, flying directly onto Li Yuan's forehead. Boom! Li Yuan's consciousness was led, immediately becoming engrossed, and then completely captivated. 2 hours later, Li Yuan returned to his villa mansion. Underground martial arts room. It's truly magical. Earth and wind, two great mysteries, can actually combine like this and form such a domain illusory body. It's incredibly profound, Li Yuan excitedly thought. Even though the inheritance had ended, he was still filled with shock. The second martial god inheritance was so much more effective than the first. Although the divine being in the consciousness resonance did not use spear technique, for Li Yuan at this level, the weapon was not the main concern. What he primarily sensed was the profundity within. Apart from the mismatch in weapons, every other aspect was much better compared to the first time. During the first martial god inheritance, I had not yet condensed the true meaning of earth, and the mystery of wind was even less mastered. No matter how clear the resonance, understanding was very difficult, Li Yuan secretly thought. But this time? Consciousness resonance, divine being inheritance, cannot directly enhance the skill level of the inheritor. One must have enough deep comprehension and enough doubts to achieve the greatest effect. Over the past year of cultivation, Li Yuan made great progress in both the earth vein and the wind vein. Great progress often means more doubts, especially for the wind vein, since condensing the embryonic form of the true intent. Li Yuan had been trying to truly condense the true intent and step into the threshold of sixth stage, but was unable to break through. My talent in the wind vein is not bad, but it's far from comparable to the earth vein. Li Yuan was very clear on this. For the earth vein, it took just a few months to go from the initial fifth stage to condensing the true intent, and that was without the aid of divine spirit liquid, and my spiritual power wasn't that strong initially. In normal circumstances, for someone like Bertman, it's already extremely fast to go from the embryonic form to condensing the true intent in a little over a year, Li Yuan secretly thought. Under normal circumstances, it would take me at least half a year to have a chance at condensing the true intent. In the cultivation of skills, there is something known as an epiphany. But the so-called epiphany requires day after day of accumulation. Only with sufficient accumulation can there be a breakthrough. And now, with the 1000 illusion array chart, Combined with this martial god inheritance's guidance, Li Yuan was immensely overjoyed. My comprehension of the fluctuations in the mystery of wind will increase much faster. For the cultivation of his skills moving forward, Li Yuan became even clearer on what he had to do. Seclusion. For the next period, unless the Mingshu Star Realm breaks out into a huge battle and the Mountain Lord summons me, I will see no one, Li Yuan suddenly declared loudly. Yes, Master, the support AI respectfully responded. Li Yuan began a new round of secluded cultivation, trying to condense the true meaning of wind in one effort. At the very least, he had to maximize his cultivation efficiency while the effects of the martial god inheritance were still fresh. Martial Divine Star Realm, in the only tavern. A large group of geniuses from the Martial Divine Hall were gathered here. Damn! Li Yuan is unreachable again. Dan Taifeng looked at the reminder on his AI bracelet. This year's newcomers from Blue Star can't even spare a single day? Many geniuses from the Martial Divine Hall had accepted Dan Taifeng's invitation today. Tian Dajuang, Jin Huguo, Harmon, Yin Man, Nevsky, Yin He, and others had come. Perhaps when they first entered the Martial Divine Star Realm, they were somewhat strangers to each other. But as time passed, the many geniuses also began to band together. All coming from Blue Star and sharing the bond of fellow year. Their relationships generally grew better and better. This guy doesn't come, and neither do Lin Lanyue and Alicia. Dan Taifeng felt a headache coming on. Sigh, each one is a cultivation maniac. As if you don't work hard in cultivation, Tian Dajuang glanced at him. In the past few months when I tried contacting you, wasn't it impossible to reach you too? Dajuang, don't always bring me down, Dan Taifeng glared. Suddenly, Yan Jing's senior brother has arrived. Yan Jing. The group of geniuses in the room all stood up, welcoming the newly arrived Yan Jing. Perhaps many of them had talents no less than Yan Jing's. For instance, Dan Taifeng and Tian Dajuang were outstanding choices. Although they were young, their skills were already approaching 5th stage high rank. But, untapped talent is just talent, while Yan Jing was truly powerful. A top genius from 7-Star Mountain, a true intent prime warrior, was enough to command respect from anyone. Please, have a seat, Yan Jing said with a smile, knowing Dan Taifeng's strength and background. He naturally came because he was invited. In Yan Jing's plan for cultivation, he intended to return to Sha country for an official position in the future, so it was natural to build a good relationship with this group of hall friends. As time passed, the banquet gradually came to an end. Big Brother Yan, someone casually said, I heard about the big battle in the Rob Sea a while ago, the one where the spirit gun broke into the matriarchal nest. Were you part of the battle? Yan Jing, who had been somewhat relaxed, suddenly tensed up inside but maintained a calm exterior and smiled. Trick, you just joined the Martial Divine Hall this year, right? Where did you hear about it? This banquet was initially meant to welcome the 9 young geniuses from Blue Star who had arrived this year. I heard about it, the blonde-haired Trick said with a smile. I indeed participated, Yan Jing chuckled. Oh, Trick's eyes brightened, seemingly curious. Big Brother Yan, then do you know who Spirit Gun is? Who is he? Spirit Gun? Big Brother Yan, you also participated in the Rob Sea battle? That's amazing. Yeah, who exactly is Spirit Gun? The group, who had been casually chatting, started to look curiously at Yan Jing. I don't know, the battlefield I was responsible for was completely different, I never saw Spirit Gun the whole time. Yan Jing shook his head. But I heard from other Flying Heaven warriors that Spirit Gun seemed to be quite old, always striving to awaken more star meridians, which is why he hasn't broken through. 1 part truth, 9 parts fiction. This was the response Yan Jing had planned ever since he received the order to keep things secret. After the banquet, everyone dispersed, and Yan Jing deliberately lingered behind. He watched Trick leave. Did that guy just casually ask, or was he deliberately testing me? Yan Jing frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy in his heart. Orders had been given long ago. Their operations in Rob Sea were confidential and generally unknown to the public. Even someone with a massive background like Dan Taifeng was unaware. Trick, a newcomer who had just joined the Martial Divine Star Realm, How did he know? Report it. If he learned of it inadvertently, it won't affect him. Yan Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, but if he's a spy? Yan Jing was very concerned about Li Yuan's safety. Firstly, in the battle at Rob Seastar Realm, Li Yuan had turned back to face the enemy alone, which deeply moved Yan Jing. In a sense, it was like saving his life. Secondly, from the moment he fully recognized Li Yuan's talents and strength, he was clear on one thing. If he wanted to establish a foothold in the higher echelons of Starfire Martial Hall or Sha Country, then Li Yuan could very well become his biggest support. Unlike other demigods? Not so closely related. Not long after. Reinvestigate Trick. An order came from the higher-ups of Starfire Martial Hall. Check his entire network of relationships, family member information, and review all traces of him in the virtual network over the past 10 years. All day long, within the Martial Divine Star Realm, monitor him secretly for 24 hours. Such scrutiny required mobilizing a large amount of resources and collaborative efforts from many departments. Normally, Starfire Martial Hall members would undergo various checks before they entered the Martial Divine Star Realm. But it was very rare to monitor them 24/7 after they had entered. After all, if such actions were to leak, it would cause great dissatisfaction and resentment among all the genius members of the Martial Hall. People have secrets. People have a need for privacy. Nobody wants to be monitored 24 hours a day. That's how criminals are treated. But when it involves Spirit Gun, and even more so the foremost genius in the history of the Seven-Star Civilization, everyone from top to bottom dares not be careless. Just 3 days later, Trick is not the problem. It's his university professor, a top-grade prime warrior who is the spy, secretly dealing with Tinliang civilization. Proceed with immediate arrest. He used Trick's identity as a member of Martial Hall to attempt uncovering the true identity and whereabouts of Spirit Gun. With expansive resources deployed and comprehensive surveillance, they finally found a trace. And this was just the tip of the iceberg regarding the alien race's efforts to probe the true identity and whereabouts of Spirit Gun, and only a minority were caught. Many more probing actions were hidden, never revealed. At Seven-Star Mountain, days passed by. Unaware of the turmoil outside, Li Yuan was engrossed in his concealed cultivation, wholeheartedly contemplating the mysteries of wind and earth. Whether it was the wind vein or the earth vein, Li Yuan was steadily improving, and he was getting closer to breaking through his bottleneck. The visualization method, the awakening of the life star, all were progressing in an orderly fashion. This is the magic of time. Li Yuan had no more sudden insights. But with time grinding on, his overall strength was steadily increasing, slowly but very stable. In the blink of an eye, it was already August 2nd. On this day, after 2 hours of practicing spear technique, Li Yuan once again began to awaken his life star. Inside Li Yuan, that vast and somewhat gloomy star space of destiny. TZZ, Li Yuan's spiritual power split into threads of thought, following the invisible fluctuations along the star meridians, sensing each star, and constantly trying to awaken them. It was exceedingly slow, and occasionally he would fail. The unawakened life stars were after all in the minority, with most being dormant dead stars. Each failure took a toll on his body and spirit, so Li Yuan was very cautious. Suddenly, another life star awakened, and the moment it did, it made a subtle connection with another life star not far away. Hum, the life stars connected to each other, and in an instant, this invisible fluctuation had traversed across most of the star space of destiny, causing that particularly brilliant star meridian to suddenly tremble, followed by a transformation of the meridian, making it even more dazzling. Li Yuan was at first stunned, then a surge of joy welled up. 7th layer star vein. I've achieved it. A sense of accomplishment arose in Li Yuan's heart. The first star meridian was the perfect star vein, which was activated with the first spiritual guidance of the Mind Spirit Divine Palace, with Li Yuan playing a minimal part, being mostly passive. But the following 4 star meridians were awakened by Li Yuan himself. Reaching the 7th layer star vein level with the 2nd star meridian was an especially joyous occasion. The 5th layer star veins and 7th layer star veins are both crucial. When he initially awakened the fifth-layer star veins, practicing the star technique greatly increased Li Yuan's strength, allowing him to easily handle the so-called demigod-level genius when the Immortals' ruined civilization descended in the world within worlds. With the seventh-layer star vein, I can begin cultivating Great Earth Divine Body. Li Yuan looked forward expectantly. Stellar Mysterious Body was just a fifth-layer star technique, and it allowed Li Yuan to dominate among prime warriors and contend with ordinary flying heaven warriors. Great Earth Divine Body is a 7 stars technique. The Myriad Gold Divine Body, the most famous star technique cultivated by the invincible Dongfang Ji among the demigods, Li Yuan thought. Myriad Gold Divine Body is equivalent to Great Earth Divine Body. From this, one can imagine the power of this star technique. Even among demigods, it's extremely powerful. For origin martial artists and flying heaven warriors, it is certainly a diminisher, one of the absolute top-tier techniques. The battle at Mingshu Star Realm is imminent. Li Yuan had perused the information on the Mingshu Star Realm and was well aware of what it entailed. Even if the top talents from the Myriad Demons civilization did not come, he would have to go sooner or later. If it was merely a breakthrough in skill, even if he could achieve the true meaning of wind and true meaning of earth to the intermediate rank of 6th stage, Li Yuan didn't have much confidence to spar with the native flying heaven peak experts of the Mingshu Star Realm. The basic difference was too great. By cultivating the Great Earth Divine Body, once deployed, it will boost my foundational strength tremendously, enough to truly match a level 30 or even 31 warrior in the flying heaven realm under the state of star technique, Li Yuan contemplated. Only then do I have a chance at contending with flying heaven peak warriors. Skill is important, but foundational strength is also important. He temporarily set aside other facets of cultivation. Let's start. With a wave of his hand, a series of items radiating strange fluctuations levitated around him, including the 5 elements divine crystals and many third-rank treasures as well as fourth-rank ones. All manner of treasures were present. Initially, when I assisted the Boundary Spirit, it prepared the 5 elements divine crystals for me to cultivate the Great Earth Divine Body, to the second-order limit, which are the primary treasures, Li Yuan mused. I also spent 8,600 points at the 7 Stars Treasure Vault to purchase the rest. No need to buy and collect them again. The more powerful the star technique, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Especially body-refining star techniques, which aim for an all-around evolution of the body, have always been among the hardest to practice, with the most stringent requirements. Whoosh, upon a thought, the might of true intent combined with spiritual power swiftly began absorbing the essence of the rare and precious treasures surrounding him per the cultivation methods of the Great Earth Divine Body. For those with less skillful techniques, cultivating such a powerful star technique at the prime warrior stage might require assistance from a flying heaven warrior. But Li Yuan needed no such help. His realm was lofty enough. Before long, whoosh, surrounded by a massive array of treasures, streams of essence gradually began to merge into Li Yuan's body, inducing myriad miraculous changes. Hum, hum, hum. The 7th-layer star vein within Li Yuan suddenly shone brilliantly. Its presence felt more clearly than ever, and due to the absorption of various odd energies, countless life stars were invigorated. No time to waste. Li Yuan calmed his heart and began inscribing the first-rank star marks of the Great Earth Divine Body upon the star vein. He rebranded the star marks on each life star with relative ease. It would be more accurate to say he was adding rather than rebranding. Normally, to practice a new star technique, one must erase all the star marks on a star meridian and return to the origin. A process excruciatingly painful. However, star techniques like the Stellar Mysterious Body, Great Earth Divine Body, and All Things Divine Body, which are part of the same lineage, only become more complex based on the original marks, enhancing their power. Hence, in a way, cultivating the Stellar Mysterious Body first was lessening the difficulty of cultivating the Great Earth Divine Body. Whoosh, as time passed, with each life star's star marks undergoing changes. Tiny but profound transformations happened in Li Yuan's body, a fundamental enhancement of life, continually absorbing the essence of many extraordinary treasures. Normally, once one reaches 29.9 in physical quality, there can be no further improvement. But through the cultivation of star technique, it can leapfrog, drawing ever closer to that of a flying heaven warrior, Li Yuan thought to himself. The difference between 29.9 and 30 was like heaven and earth, vastly different at the base physical level. Even with the foundation of the stellar mysterious body, and a wealth of treasured items at the ready. And though both skill and spiritual power were sufficiently high, Li Yuan still took a full 9 days to finally cultivate the Great Earth Divine Body to the second order limit. Great Earth Divine Body, second order limit, is a 14th rank star technique. Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel, feeling the surging power within his body. Boom. Boom. Without using a star technique, a random punch carried millions of pounds of force, making the air explode violently. Once a star technique was deployed, revealing the full might of the divine body, that's when it becomes a true weapon that can prevail across different ranks. My physical quality has improved even further. I wonder if I can now cultivate the true solution of the Earth Star Vein, Li Yuan suddenly pondered. Although he had gained many inheritances and cultivated a multitude of star techniques, deep in Li Yuan's heart, what he always regarded as the most important was the ninefold star technique, true solution of the Earth Star Vein. This was a supreme star technique. It enhanced one's affinity with the law of Earth, greatly increasing the efficiency of comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. Skill is the foundation. In a short period of time, Li Yuan had advanced his understanding of the mysteries of true intent of Earth to near the intermediate rank. The contribution of this supreme star technique was indispensable. And yet, Li Yuan had only cultivated it to the first order limit. In fact, over the past year, Li Yuan would use the Earth Origin Crystal every now and then in an attempt to imprint the second order star mark on his perfect star vein, but failed time and time again. My attainment in the Earth vein is high enough, and my understanding of the second order star marks is sufficiently profound. With just a thought, I can condense the star marks in the void, Li Yuan mused. When it comes to auxiliary cultivation materials, the Earth Origin Crystal is certainly enough. Spiritual power? Among flying heaven warriors, mine is extremely strong. Therefore, there was only one possibility: the body was not strong enough. The body is the foundation of all cultivation. The stronger the body, the stronger its ability to nurture the soul and the origin of the life star. When I cultivated the true solution of the Earth Star Vein to the first stage, I was already a prime warrior, naturally able to easily bear the first order star mark, Li Yuan thought. I've now cultivated to level 29.9. But to perfectly support the second order star mark of a supreme star technique, the requirements for the life star's origin probably are extremely high. The more powerful the star technique, the more stringent the requirements for cultivation. He took out a small piece of Earth Origin Crystal. Surrounding himself with it, Li Yuan initiated a thought to start absorbing the essence contained within the divine crystal. A massive influx of strange energy. Under Li Yuan's deliberate guidance, it gradually poured into that perfect star vein. Instantly, each life star's brilliance surged, making Li Yuan's sensation of the life stars far clearer than ever before by countless times. Let's begin. Branding the star mark. Most of Li Yuan's consciousness was entirely focused on the perfect star vein. Rumble. The first life star trembled violently as strands of origin power merged into it, attempting to construct the second order star mark. A new star mark bearing invisible might was born, immediately increasing the pressure on the entire life star, causing even Li Yuan to feel a slight discomfort in his body. Although I've cultivated the body refining star technique, my body is still slightly weak, Li Yuan immediately deduced. This makes the life star's origin not strong enough, but it can barely withstand it. Just like a planet with limited resources can normally only support 1 billion people, if it were inhabited by 100 billion, there would be various problems due to resource scarcity, eventually leading to the collapse of the entire planet. It's the same with cultivating star techniques. If the body is not strong enough, if the origin of the life star is not strong enough, then it cannot bear two powerful star marks. If I became a flying heaven warrior and experienced a leap in life level, cultivating with a third rank body would probably be quite easy, Li Yuan mused. But if you want to cultivate it as a prime warrior, you need a very strong body refining star technique as a foundation. Body refining star technique comprehensively promotes the leap in life level. Still need to use a large amount of Earth origin crystals to aid my cultivation. Li Yuan's body strength was already close to the Prime Warrior's limit, just barely able to endure. However, even with a large amount of Earth origin crystals, the speed of imprinting the second-order star marks was very slow. After a long time, the second-order star mark of the true solution of the Earth star vein was finally successfully imprinted with the first one. To have one means there could be a second, Li Yuan thought. But just to successfully imprint one, so much essence of Earth origin crystal was consumed. To fully cultivate it successfully? With the thought, Li Yuan made a quick calculation and swiftly came to a conclusion. To use Earth origin crystals for the entire cultivation process, at least divine crystals worth over 100,000 points would have to be exchanged from the 7-star treasury. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to cultivate this star technique to the second-order limit. How many points do I have? How could I spend them all on this? Li Yuan shook his head inwardly and waved, putting away the Earth origin crystal that was suspended around him. After cultivating the Great Earth Divine Body to the second-order limit, the number of 5 elements divine crystals in Li Yuan's hands was also running low. It seems I need to return to World Within Worlds and use that stone chamber for cultivation. Only then will there be hope of cultivating the star technique to the second-order limit, Li Yuan thought. After a short contemplation, he sent a message to Duanmu Mountain Master, stating his request. This news, once passed back, will probably surprise the upper echelons. I estimate they'll also guess that I have secrets in the World Within Worlds, Li Yuan mused. But Li Yuan wasn't too concerned about it. The present was different from the past. When he had first received the ancient torch divine inheritance, his vision and strength were nowhere near what they are now. Out of caution and not daring to expose himself, he had no clear understanding of the foundation of the 7-star civilization. But now, looking back, individuals like Alliance Hierarch Dongfang Ji possessed very impressive resources, and there seemed to be no shortage of divine being inheritances. Besides, although Li Yuan had shown promise back then, he hadn't joined the martial divine hall nor truly caught Dongfang Ji's attention. Facing the potential coveting of a demigod, one naturally has reservations. Now, with an increase in strength and status, as long as demigods do not act directly, Li Yuan fears no one. Within the palace at the very top of 7-Star Mountain, Duanmu Hong awakened from his meditation. Looking at the request posed by Li Yuan, he was somewhat astonished. Isn't the World Within Worlds of the fierce Featherstar realm only accessible to first-order beings? Could it be that Li Yuan has an additional right to enter? Duanmu Hong didn't dare to be careless. After some thought, he made another transmission. Soon, communication was established. Mountain Lord, what's the matter? A deep and cold voice sounded. San Yi Semi-Divine, Duanmu Hong said, it is Li Yuan. He has just applied to me to go to the fierce Featherstar realm's World Within Worlds and use that stone room deep within the vein. What? San Yi Semi-Divine was also slightly startled. Isn't the World Within Worlds only accessible to first-rank lifeforms? Duanmu Hong fell silent. After a while, tell him, he can, San Yi Semi-Divine slowly replied. I will arrange for the stationed martial artists to leave that area. Let him use it, all free of charge. Once his cultivation is complete, he can simply leave, and try not to expose his movements. The Duanmu Mountain Master nodded, but couldn't help asking, what about the personnel arrangements that were set before? Since winning the World Within Worlds war, the 7-Star civilization had been arranging for first-rank warriors who needed it to enter, breakthrough to become second-rank prime warriors inside, and then cultivate some secret techniques and star techniques with the help of the stone runes. It had saved the civilization a great deal of 5 elements divine crystal. Naturally, there was a prioritized list, and the order from San Yi Semi-Divine was equivalent to letting Li Yuan jump the queue. Postpone all of them. If anyone is dissatisfied, tell them, this is the order of the Alliance Hierarch, San Yi Semi-Divine declared. Suddenly, San Yi Semi-Divine's tone softened. Li Yuan is currently the most important cultivation genius of our civilization, and we must fully satisfy anything that can be satisfied. Besides, the world within worlds was conquered by him. He should have the freedom to come and go, which means he holds special privilege access. Deep within the world within worlds, there likely still lies a secret. Understood. The Duanmu Mountain Master nodded. The implication from Sanyi's semi-divine was simple: other resources for cultivation might be held up and it wouldn't matter much. But the cultivation resources of the world within worlds were connected to Li Yuan. If Li Yuan's needs were not met, eventually, no one else might be able to use the stone runes. Is the application approved so quickly? And I can use it indefinitely starting one day later? Li Yuan was quite surprised. He had thought there would be some complications. After all, Li Yuan knew that many first-rank geniuses within the 7-star civilization were preparing to queue up for its use. He had been ready to wait in line for a while. Probably, my freedom to enter and exit the world within worlds has intimidated the demigods above, Li Yuan thought to himself. This kind of access was very special. Any demigod could guess that something was amiss. Let's go. Not wishing to delay, Li Yuan quietly left 7-Star Mountain, and aside from the Duanmu Mountain Master, no one knew of his whereabouts. After leaving the martial Divine Star Realm, Li Yuan didn't choose to fly directly. Instead, he took a flying machine and disguised himself as another person. This was arranged by the Duanmu Mountain Master. Although the alien civilizations were currently focusing their inquiry efforts on the spirit gun, they had never loosened their vigilance against Li Yuan, the super genius. Staying in the martial Divine Star Realm was harmless. Once out in the world, exposing his whereabouts could very well lead to an assassination attempt. The Feixing was vast, far surpassing Blue Star, and no one knew if the alien civilization could mobilize Flying Heaven Peak experts. Martial Divine Star Realm, among the densely packed estates and villas situated on the land. Inside one unremarkable estate, Whoosh, a young woman dressed in tight-fitting clothes, holding a long sword, was silently practicing swordsmanship in the martial arts room. Swoo! 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 The sword light danced. With every thread of light that emerged, it subtly invoked the mystery of fire from the surroundings, creating wisps of flames out of the void. This scene, if witnessed by Flying Heaven warriors, would shock and astonish them. It was normal for a sword to draw on the power of heaven and earth. But to make the power of heaven and earth materialize, to truly bring it into a material manifestation, the requirements were extremely high, and even those with 5th stage perfection found it difficult to achieve. True Phoenix bloodline. It allows me to have an extremely high affinity with the fire system, Lin Lanyue murmured to herself. In combat, with the same level of skill, I can exert stronger power when it comes to the fire system. After leaving the world within worlds, she had come to the martial Divine Star Realm. Lin Lanyue still dared not relax in her cultivation. The many experiences since her youth had also caused changes within her heart. Like the last gathering, when Lin Lanyue found out that Li Yuan was not going, she directly refused to attend. Master, Sanyi Semi-Divine wishes to establish communication. The voice of the auxiliary AI suddenly rang out in the martial arts room. Sanyi Semi-Divine? Lin Lanyue was mildly shocked. When she was deeply immersed in cultivation, ordinary communications would not have been able to disturb her. Answer it, Lin Lanyue said directly, immediately sheathing her long sword. The voice communication was established. Lanyue, I hope I'm not disturbing your cultivation. A clear, gentle voice emerged from the empty light screen projection. Is there something you need, Semi-Divine? Lin Lanyue asked. There is a matter I would like to inquire about with you, Sanyi Semi-Divine said. It concerns Li Yuan. Swiftly, Sanyi Semi-Divine recounted the detailed situation to Lin Lanyue. You are a registered disciple of a fire system divine, and we understand you have the freedom to enter and exit the world within worlds, Sanyi Semi-Divine said, but Li Yuan, according to what he originally claimed, he only received a demigod inheritance. How does he have this privilege? Lin Lanyue was speechless, her mind racing. Just 1 second. Semi-Divine, I am not a direct disciple, and only the boundary spirit knows the many secrets of the world within worlds. Lin Lanyue explained. In fact, if not for Li Yuan's comprehension of the earth vein, with his peerless talent, he might have already become the teacher's direct disciple. And he also discovered traces of the divine of the blazing flame. Perhaps, this is a special privilege given to him by the boundary spirit, Lin Lanyue continued. After all, he is also considered a part of the fire system divine lineage. Lin Lanyue's response was watertight. Of course, she knew the real reason, but compared to the upper echelons of the seven-star civilization, she trusted Li Yuan more. Since Li Yuan himself had not revealed it, Lin Lanyue naturally would not disclose it either. Good. I understand now, go back to your cultivation. The voice of Sanyi semi-divine was gentle. With your talent, you are expected to achieve semi-divine status in the future, and I look forward to the day you stand alongside me. Yes, semi-divine. The communication was terminated by both parties. Li Yuan has gone to the world within worlds again. Lin Lanyue pondered silently. Is it really just to cultivate using the stone chamber? Merely 10 or so hours later, Li Yuan had already traversed nearly half of Feixing, and half of the fierce Feather Star realm, arriving outside the war fortress established by the Blazing Flame family. Other first-rank life forms entering the world within worlds must pass through a gateway. But Li Yuan, who possessed the token, did not need to. Just as Gu and the boundary spirit had said, with the token in hand, as long as he was near the world within worlds, he could directly enter. Go ahead, Li Yuan thought, activating the token. The next moment, with Li Yuan's current strength, he could faintly sense an invisible fluctuation forming in the void. Li Yuan, welcome back, don't resist, the gentle voice of the boundary spirit rang out. Whoosh, an invisible force enveloped Li Yuan, and in an instant, he disappeared from his original location, having been taken into the world within worlds. Whoosh, Li Yuan felt a flickering around him, followed by countless streaming lights, blurring his surroundings. After a dozen seconds or so, he found himself in an ancient palace. It was the Hall of Inheritance for the Earth System Divine. Little brother, returning so soon, are you prepared to take on the challenge of the Hall of Inheritance? Sister. Li Yuan was startled and immediately saw the figure that seemed both real and surreal appearing in the void of the palace. Clad in white, with an exceptionally beautiful face, her long hair flowed down and her bare feet emitted a sense of sanctity that prevented any blasphemous thoughts. It was the controller of the Hall of Inheritance, Gu. What, seeing me seems to have surprised you. The girl in white smiled at Li Yuan, stepping down from the void and approaching him. Sis, I didn't expect the boundary spirit to transport me here, Li Yuan said with a wry smile. Indeed, he had not expected it. Although Li Yuan had planned to attempt the second trial of the Hall of Inheritance this time, he had also prepared to cultivate the true solution of the Earth Star Vayan to the second-order limit before attempting it. After all, even though true solution of the Earth Star Vayan was an auxiliary cultivation technique for star techniques, as a supreme star technique, it could significantly enhance Li Yuan's strength when he invoked the mysteries of Earth. It was I who had Xiao Huo transport you here, Gu said with a smile, looking at Li Yuan. It sensed in a preliminary test that your vital energy is extremely strong, seeming to approach the flying heaven level. You must have cultivated the Great Earth Divine Body to the pinnacle of the second order. Yes, Li Yuan nodded repeatedly. Li Yuan was not surprised. He had long experienced the inquiry methods of the boundary spirit, and he saw no need to hide anything from Gu. In just over a year, you have cultivated the Great Earth Divine Body, proving that your second star meridian has awakened to the 7th layers, and indeed, your star meridian talent is astonishing. The girl sighed lightly, her eyes shining with a spiritual light. She felt that she had chosen the right person. How many star meridians have you awakened? The girl asked again. 5, and I should be close to awakening the 6th, Li Yuan added. I have not encountered any bottlenecks so far. Indeed, he had not encountered any bottlenecks. As far as Li Yuan knew, among that group of top geniuses like Yu Jing and Lu Nef, it was incredibly difficult to awaken 6-star meridians even after decades of cultivation. Most flying heaven warriors would generally awaken 4-star meridians during their prime warrior stage. In civilizations like the 7-star civilization, where there are thousands of flying heaven warriors, just awakening 6-star meridians and reaching the intermediate rank of 6th stage By slowly cultivating and refining origin pills, they were destined to reach level 36. This is the standard of a flying heaven star lord. And Li Yuan? Although his spiritual power had not reached level 37 and he had not initiated the second spiritual guidance, he had already caught up with most flying heaven warriors in terms of star meridians through his own efforts. Then that's correct. Ji Yu said with a smile, you've come to the secret realm this time, probably wanting to cultivate true solution of the Earth Star Vayan to the second order limit. Sister sees clearly, Li Yuan smiled. Obviously, Ji Yu had a thorough understanding of the cultivation requirements for these powerful star techniques. There's no rush in cultivating star techniques. You've been growing at a surprising rate, and it just so happens you're here today. Ji Yu smiled. So why not try the second trial first? All right. Li Yuan had no objections and indeed, he felt a bit of anticipation. According to what Ji Yu had said before, as long as he passed the second trial, he would be able to initially take control of the Hall of Inheritance. Brother, follow me. Ji Yu suddenly waved her hand, and a wall nearby burst into a rumble. Boom. A passageway suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This? Li Yuan was flabbergasted, considering he had spent so much time in the Hall of Inheritance without the slightest inkling. Whoosh! The girl's bare feet stepped across the void, proceeding down the newly formed passageway to the depths, and Li Yuan hurried to keep up. The corridor was dark but extremely spacious, with a world of its own inside. As one entered, it felt as though they had arrived in a different space altogether. Brother, our father left behind 5 trials, the girl said while walking. The first trial you passed previously made you a direct disciple, granting you weapons, tokens, and treasures to assist in enlightenment. This is what you deserved. The second trial is the test for prime warriors, the girl continued. Passing it proves you are sufficiently excellent at this stage and will grant you a second reward. It also allows you to initially recognize the Hall of Inheritance as your own, enabling you to take it out of this secret realm and star realm. The girl glanced at Li Yuan, smiling. Otherwise, once you become a flying heaven warrior, it would be difficult to take the Hall of Inheritance with you. Li Yuan was speechless for a moment, then felt it made sense upon reflection. The fierce Feather Star realm is but a second-level star realm, which only allows entry to prime warriors. However, Li Yuan also harbored some doubts. Did the ancient Torch Divine know when establishing the Hall of Inheritance that it would end up trapped in a second-level star realm? What Li Yuan didn't realize was that many of these rules were actually set by Ji Yu. In this Hall of Inheritance, Ji Yu had immense authority. The third trial is for you to challenge at the flying heaven level, and once you succeed, the reward will be far more substantial, with some treasures that would drive many demigods mad. The fourth trial is for you to attempt at the semi-divine realm. The fifth trial is for when you become a 5th-rank divine being to challenge, and it's the final test. Once successful, you'll receive all the heirlooms left behind by our father. Ji Yu looked at Li Yuan with a smile. Li Yuan listened in amazement. The ancient Torch Divine had set 5 trials for his future successor. Especially the last one, which required a divine being. It was almost incredible. From this alone, Li Yuan could infer that his surrogate teacher, the ancient Torch Divine, was no ordinary divine. Most likely, he was a being that transcended the 5th order. The corridor was very long, and the girl walked leisurely ahead, with Li Yuan naturally not daring to overtake. They passed by many ancient doors along the way, doors shrouded in dust, behind which what seemed to be secrets were hidden. But since Ji Yu did not offer explanations, Li Yuan dared not inquire further. Finally, after passing through a total of 6 doors, they stopped in front of the 7th door. The trial for prime warriors is right here. Ji Yu smiled, followed by a lifting of her hand. Her slender fingers pointed gently at the door, a surge of invisible force sweeping past. Boom! The metal doors, sealed for eons, slowly began to open, revealing the scene inside to Li Yuan's eyes. It was another hall. Let's go inside, the girl said, an invisible force enveloping Li Yuan, and in an instant, they flew into the metallic gate. The expansive hall. A white sphere floated high in the sky, casting a hazy glow that illuminated the entire hall. In the hall, there were sequentially 4 areas. There was a giant divine pillar, entirely golden, engraved with countless mysterious runes that emitted invisible spiritual shock waves. There was a massive stone wall. There was also a huge tournament platform. And the last area was empty, except for a yellowish-brown jade platform placed at the end. This, Li Yuan pointed at the 4 major areas of the hall. Just like when you passed the first trial, you have to go through 3 stages. The girl smiled at Li Yuan. The Prime Warrior trial is similarly 3 stages. As for the last area, it's the recognition of master area. As long as you get through the first 3 stages, the 4th should not be difficult. Remember, you are not allowed to use external forces, such as origin power weapons and the like. The girl spoke very seriously. You can only use your own strength. Go. The girl said, don't worry about failing. Every direct disciple has 5 chances to attempt. If you fail this time, you can come back next time. The rules left by Master are very humane. 5 times? Li Yuan certainly did not want to repeat the trial. A failure would mean 1 less opportunity. Whoosh! Li Yuan stepped forward and flew straight toward the spiritual pillar, approaching within about 200 meters. Boom! An invisible force of suppression struck Li Yuan as if struck by lightning, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Can't fly? Li Yuan muttered to himself. Little brother, you just need to withstand the oppression of the spiritual pillar and touch it to pass the first stage. The girl watched leisurely from the sky. Remember, you have 10 minutes. Understood. Whoosh! Li Yuan took a step and headed straight for the spiritual pillar, immediately feeling an astonishing pressure bearing down on him. Spiritual oppression. Such strong oppression. Li Yuan's eyes sharpened. This kind of pressure was much stronger compared to the spiritual pillar in the martial divine star realm. Thump, thump, thump. Li Yuan took steps toward the spiritual pillar, each step increasing the intensity of the spiritual oppression. But Li Yuan was also quickly adapting to the rhythm of this spiritual oppression. Given the increasing rate of spiritual oppression, I fear that even warriors at the peak of flying heaven might not be able to make it to the end, Li Yuan thought to himself. He believed that if other prime warriors were to try, even talents like Lu Nef or Yu Jing would find it hard to pass the first stage. In the void, Li Yuan's spiritual power is very strong. Once he gets a little accustomed, passing the first stage within 5 minutes should not be difficult, Ji Yu thought to herself. The trials left by the immensely powerful ancient torch divine were naturally extremely difficult. But soon, Ji Yu suddenly froze because after adapting for about 10 seconds, Li Yuan's figure burst forth, running wildly and reaching the spiritual pillar in just 4 or 5 seconds. He placed a single palm on the spiritual pillar. Sis, I've touched it, Li Yuan's voice echoed in the vast hall. Silence fell. Several seconds later. Not bad. Finally, the voice sounded like music from the void. Little brother, continue to the second stage. The second stage is very simple. On the stone wall, the right side is blank, while the left has a diagram of the mysteries of true intent. You have 3 hours. As long as you replicate the diagram of the mysteries of true intent on the right side completely, you'll have passed the test, Ji Yu said. All right. Li Yuan left the range of the spiritual pillar and quickly flew towards the massive stone wall. In the void. This, Ji Yu was still somewhat stunned. Li Yuan's spiritual power is strong. It seems to be at the level 36, but it shouldn't be this easy. Could it be that his willpower is even stronger than his spiritual power? Or is the spiritual pillar broken due to age? The girl pondered, just about to go down and test whether the spiritual pillar was damaged. Suddenly, from the second area, Sis, I've finished replicating it, Li Yuan's voice rang out, echoing in the hall again. Whoosh! The girl could no longer hold back and stepped forward, teleporting across hundreds of meters. She arrived beneath the massive stone wall. On the previously empty right side of the wall were now surges of origin power, forming a complex origin power diagram that emitted waves of the true meaning of Earth's mystery. Although the pattern on the left was slightly different, the emitted true intent vibrations were almost exactly the same. Little brother, how did you do it? Ji Yu couldn't help herself and asked. Is it that difficult? Li Yuan truly didn't find it difficult. The patterns carved on the left side of this stone wall, containing the Earth's mysteries, were indeed very profound. If it had been right after he first condensed the true meaning of Earth, he might have taken 1 or 2 hours to successfully replicate it. But over the past year, although Li Yuan had devoted most of his energy to comprehending the mystery of wind, his progress on the true meaning of Earth had actually been even greater. There was no helping it. His talent in the Earth vein far surpassed that of the wind vein. Li Yuan didn't find it difficult, but his words had somewhat silenced Gu. Not difficult. These tests, after all, were designed specifically for Li Yuan by Gu. According to her calculations, passing the first 2 stages should be somewhat challenging for Li Yuan, but not so effortless. The third stage? It was supposed to be insurmountable. But judging by Li Yuan's current condition, the first 2 stages posed no difficulty at all, so how could the third stage be challenging? Little brother, how long have you been condensing the true meaning of Earth? 3 months? Half a year? Gu suddenly spoke up. 1 year. Li Yuan answered. Gu was stunned again, questioning her own memory. 1 year? That meant not long after leaving the world within worlds, Li Yuan had rapidly condensed the true meaning of Earth from the 5th stage high-rank skills. What kind of cultivation speed was that? Sister, Li Yuan also noticed a slight change in Gu's emotions. His own cultivation speed in the Earth's mysteries seemed to be far beyond her expectations. After a while, you really are a little monster. Gu suddenly sighed, her gaze complicated as she looked at Li Yuan. Little brother, you indeed exceed the imagination, a true prodigy. In your civilization, you must be considered a top-tier talent. Li Yuan nodded. If just considering his current age, across the history of the entire 7-star civilization, nobody could compare with him. Even Principal Fang Hai at the age of 20 wasn't close to him. This fierce Featherstar realm is only in contact with a few planes. The entire domain has only opened up for 100 years, granting few first-rank beings the opportunity to venture through. Gu spoke with some emotion. In the past, when Father sought direct disciples, countless creatures from many planets would flock, vying for the chance to become disciples, but with so few people, to be able to recruit a prodigy like you. Luck. It really is luck. Gu shook her head. Even compared to those few disciples that Father once cultivated meticulously, you are still somewhat superior. Li Yuan smiled unconcernedly. Perhaps among the many civilizations in the vast dimensional domains, there might be prime warriors stronger than himself because the world is so vast and bound to have some peerless geniuses. But speaking solely of cultivation speed, few could probably catch up with him. This was due to both his comprehension and the aid of many fortuitous encounters provided by the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Like this time, although Gu believed his talent to be extraordinary, she probably didn't anticipate that within the 7-star civilization, there existed an incredible treasure like the Martial God Inheritance that could greatly enhance his growth over the past year. To resonate with a divine consciousness? That was a method not even left behind by the ancient Torch Divine. Fine. Since your talent is so monstrous, then I will increase the difficulty for you. The maiden suddenly smiled sweetly. The third stage is a combat assessment. I have set your opponent to be even more formidable. You don't have to win. If you last 100 seconds against them, you will be deemed victorious. 100 seconds? All right. Li Yuan nodded. Sister, does that mean I've passed the second stage? Of course you have. Proceed. There was a hint of expectation in Gu's eyes. Whoosh! Li Yuan leapt towards the arena of the third area. At first glance, the arena seemed very small, with a maximum diameter not exceeding 100 meters, but before Li Yuan could raise any questions. As soon as he flew into range of the arena, he felt an invisible fluctuation envelop him, and immediately his field of vision drastically expanded. The arena that was only 100 meters in length and width quickly enlarged into a massive one with a diameter of over 3 kilometers. Similarly, in the distant view, the stone walls and divine pillars within the hall also seemed much larger than before. It's not the arena that's gotten larger, it's me who's become smaller. Li Yuan realized this instantly, his heart quite shaken. So strange. This kind of ability, truly profound. Little brother, don't be surprised. This is just a rudimentary application of the space law, the art of shrinking space. Ji Yu's pleasant voice resonated in Li Yuan's mind. Prepare for battle. Remember, if you feel that you can't win, just concede, and the opponent will immediately stop. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Their eyes saw dozens of lights converging in the void of the arena, forming several huge numbers out of thin air. 100. Li Yuan understood immediately. This was probably the countdown. Whoosh, on the vast arena floor, a tuft of golden mist spontaneously rose, followed by more mist condensing into a human shape, ultimately forming the figure of a golden armored warrior wielding a long spear. At first glance, he appeared human. Even the flesh and skin seemed incredibly real. But an inquiry from Li Yuan's divine palace subconsciously made it clear to him that this golden armored warrior was not a real-life form. Young master, long time no see. The golden armored warrior cracked a smile, speaking human language. Are you number 1? Or number 2? Li Yuan's pupils contracted. Long time no see? He had only seen so few figures in the Hall of Inheritance. I am number 1. The golden armored warrior spoke, yet its aura began to subtly change. Its smile disappeared, as it solemnly said, Young master, I am commanded to guard the 3rd stage, and I will not hold back. Within the rules set, if young master is not strong enough, death is a possibility, so please gauge your own strength. Li Yuan nodded slightly. He had a vague guess that the one fighting him might not be the true body of number 1. They resembled intelligent puppets, possibly having emotions similar to those of real-life forms. But compared to emotions, they would adhere more to their orders without showing personal feelings. Kill. The golden armored warrior suddenly let out a roar and instantly turned into a shadow, its speed swiftly soaring past 3 times the speed of sound, lightning fast as it lunged towards Li Yuan. Boom. A burst of terrifying, earthy yellow energy streams exploded instantly from the core of the golden armored warrior, directly forming a true intent domain. The two were less than 3 kilometers apart. In just 2 seconds, the golden armored warrior had already closed the distance completely. Kill. Li Yuan sprang into action in a flash, invoking the Great Earth Divine Body. With a mere thought, his body transformed instantly into a height of 5 meters, with his combat armor and long spear enlarging swiftly, his entire being exuding a ferocious and robust aura. 14th level body refining star technique, indeed much stronger than the 10th level. Li Yuan felt the surging powerful strength within him, his fighting spirit soaring. The immense strength made Li Yuan's power burst forth, truly comparable to that of a flying heaven warrior. Body refining star technique is the foundation of everything. Many 30th or 31st level flying heaven warriors, even if they mastered the 5th layer body refining star technique to the 3rd rank limit, were only at the 15th level star technique, which could continue to suppress Li Yuan in basic strength. But what if they had not cultivated the body refining star technique? Many flying heaven warriors in pure strength were not even a match for Li Yuan now. By cultivating the 7th layer star technique to the current maximum, the gap in the foundation had been greatly closed, making it easier for Li Yuan to fight across ranks. Swish. Li Yuan's true intent domain was a thought domain. Rumble. As the 2 gigantic domains collided, Li Yuan's true intent domain instantly showed signs of crumbling. Immediately after, the 2 long spears clashed in the void, each release a burst of the true meaning of Earth. A head-on collision. Clang, clang, clang. More than a dozen lightning-fast clashes. The terrifying power contained within the golden armored warrior's spear technique, transmitted through the long spear, overwhelmed Li Yuan, forcing him to retreat step by step, with the last strike sending him flying backwards. He crashed heavily to the ground. Such exquisite control of power. The force drawn from nature is so refined, definitely a middle 6th stage standard. Li Yuan could already sense the gap between them. In terms of power alone, Li Yuan augmented with source technique was more terrifying, especially surpassing the golden armored warrior. But in terms of skill, Li Yuan, utilizing only the mystery of Earth with his spear technique, revealed a significant gap in the level of their spear skills. Only 6 seconds have passed. Li Yuan glanced at the countdown digits in the void above. If I persist in just using the true meaning of Earth Spear technique, focusing on defense, it wouldn't be difficult to endure 100 seconds, Li Yuan thought. Let's try a little more, experience it further, then quickly end the battle. A middle 6th stage skill is already a very high standard, and the majority of Flying Heaven Peak warriors are around this level. Li Yuan still wanted to spar a bit more. Boom! A terrifying spear shadow mercilessly slashed, like a meteor falling from the sky. Li Yuan's form shifted, fluttering like a breeze, easily dodging the blow. The mysteries of the true meaning of wind, Li Yuan had unleashed it. In the void, Ji Yu, who had been leisurely watching the battle, flashed a hint of surprise in her eyes. The mystery of wind? To execute a movement technique instantly to such an extent, it must be at least 5th stage perfection? This, Li Yuan has actually cultivated both veins? Ji Yu found it somewhat incredible? Initially, she hadn't even noticed any talent from Li Yuan in the wind vein. And such a drastic change in just over a year? It was beyond her expectations. The movement technique, greatly strengthened in an instant. The young girl sighed inwardly. With this, it will be almost too easy for Li Yuan to hold out for 100 seconds. She had to admit she had underestimated Li Yuan. Just over 10 seconds later. What? The young girl was utterly shocked, her pupils contracted, fixated on the stage below. Li Yuan, who had fiercely battled with the golden armored warrior for hundreds of moves, suddenly changed his tactics. Boom! Centered on Li Yuan, bursts of earthy yellow energy surged again, this time with an abundance of greenish flows intermixed. The previously collapsing true intent domain reformed with even greater might. It quickly dominated the battlefield. Most importantly, within this powerful true intent domain, the one Li Yuan suddenly multiplied into 5. Swoosh! Swoosh! All 5 Li Yuans moved simultaneously, their shapes flickering, making it impossible to discern which was real and which was a phantom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Overwhelming spear lights completely erupted, at least 5 spear shadows bearing down, unpredictable and much more powerful than before. By more than tenfold? If Li Yuan's combat power was 100 before, then, with the full eruption now, combining 2 true intents, his combat power unquestionably exceeded 1,000. The combination of 2 mysteries of true intent is a qualitative change. Clang! Clang! Under the onslaught of sweeping long spears, the golden armored warrior remained eerily calm, struggling to wield his long spear, attempting to block Li Yuan's attacks. Suddenly, spurt! A long spear unexpectedly thrust from the current, striking strangely. The golden armored warrior couldn't evade in time, his throat was pierced, creating a bloody hole. He staggered backwards immediately. The golden armored warrior, being a simulation of real life, naturally suffered a fatal wound. Whoosh! Another spear swept by, decapitating the golden armored warrior, who couldn't stand any longer and fell with a thud. Dead. Sister, it took 21 seconds, Li Yuan's voice rang out, and right after, he transformed into a beam of light and flew up to the high sky, next to the girl in white. Ji Yu, watching Li Yuan intently. Suddenly, the girl laughed. Sister, did I pass? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. You passed, the gatekeeper is defeated, you naturally passed. Ji Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of tears, and then she could barely hold back her laughter. Haha, father, I finally see hope. Looking at Ji Yu, who was somewhat discomposed, crying and laughing before him. Li Yuan didn't know what to do for a moment. In his memory, Ji Yu had always been calm and in control of everything. This had never happened before. Hope? Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Ji Yu, has he come to regard me as hope? Li Yuan didn't speak, just stood quietly to the side. He knew well that since the ancient torch divine had left an inheritance, it likely had some request, only it had not been disclosed to him before. Moreover, since he was named a direct disciple and had received many favors, then if possible in the future, fulfilling the other party's last wish was also proper. After a long time, brother, I apologize, I was a bit out of sorts just now. The girl suddenly shook her head, her demeanor and poise quickly returning to normal. No signs of her previous discomposure could be discerned anymore. Ji Yu didn't explain, and Li Yuan didn't inquire about what that hope was. I really can't figure out how you've cultivated. You looked at Li Yuan. In just over a year, you've gone from the 5th stage high-rank skill realm of the mystery of earth to the combination of the mysteries of true intent of both earth and wind. For so-called geniuses, it would be remarkable to grasp a single true intent in such a short time, but not only have you comprehended 2 true intents, but they are also nearly perfectly combined. In the thousands of years my father ruled over a vast number of planets, there has never been a freak like you. The girl's eyes were filled with excitement, joy, and confusion. Could it be that you've had another great fortune in this past year? Li Yuan was stunned and didn't know where to start. Guidance from teacher Lai Feng for a whole year was important but not unique. Over the past year, if he had to speak of fortunes, it was the divine spirit liquid, along with 2 martial god inheritances. For the average genius of typical civilizations, it indeed wouldn't be possible to obtain these. The persistent cultivation of the visualization method made his spiritual power increase rapidly, which was also a significant aid. Sister, I've passed the trial, haven't I? Li Yuan changed the subject directly. This gatekeeper was augmented by me. As long as you held your ground, it would have sufficed, but you went as far as directly defeating it. The girl didn't continue to question him, instead she took up the conversation. Naturally, you have passed, and extraordinarily well beyond common reasoning. You now qualify to initially claim ownership of the Hall of Inheritance. The girl said, come with me. Whoosh! You soared toward the far end of the hall. Li Yuan quickly followed, anticipation stirring in his heart. Initial claim of the Hall of Inheritance? According to Gu, once he made the initial claim, he would be able to carry the entire Hall of Inheritance with him. Not to mention anything else, just his ability to protect himself would greatly increase. The 2 rapidly arrived in front of the unremarkable, earthy yellow jade platform. Brother, as long as you refine it, it's akin to controlling the foundational key of the Hall of Inheritance. You pointed at the earthy yellow jade platform. You would be able to barely manipulate it to enlarge or shrink the entire Hall of Inheritance, and you could carry it away from the star realm. At that time, the treasure from passing the 2nd challenge will also be directly bestowed upon you. Some of the secret locations within the Hall of Inheritance will also be within your right to know a bit about, and you can enter at any time. The girl looked at Li Yuan. A bit of knowledge? Li Yuan muttered inwardly. It seemed that even with an initial claim, he wouldn't be able to control the entire Hall of Inheritance, which was only natural. According to the commands left by the ancient Torch Divine, he probably had to become a divine to fully control the Hall of Inheritance. Sit on it, she said. Refining the core of the Hall of Inheritance is not easy. Usually only a powerful flying heaven warrior can do it. The girl cautioned, your skill realm is only relatively high among prime warriors, but refining it will likely take a very long time. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Whoosh! In one step, Li Yuan crossed dozens of meters of void and gently sat cross-legged on the earthy yellow jade platform. Just as he sat down, an invisible fluctuation swept over him, akin to climbing halfway up a mountain feeling extremely hot and irritable. Then suddenly drinking a sip of ice-cold cola, his whole soul trembled with refreshing delight indescribable in words. Instantly, Li Yuan's heart became extremely calm and clear, all previous distracting thoughts dissipating. This jade platform is definitely a rare and precious object, Li Yuan thought to himself. As Li Yuan sat down, large quantities of strange secret runes faintly emerged around the earthy yellow jade platform, with a stream of radiance flowing along their surfaces. The radiance passed from layer to layer, as if waves from all directions crashing towards a central island. Boom! Sitting on the jade platform, Li Yuan instantly felt a tremor in his spirit, followed by a guiding invisible force. Numerous fluctuating images came to him. Palaces, corridors. The entirety of the Hall of Inheritance seemed to be reflected in his heart, accompanied by an unprecedented pressure that made his heart tremble. Enduring this for a long time, his heart might completely shatter under the assault. Hold true to your heart. Now, you just need to follow the sensation, focus on understanding one of the fluctuations, ignore the rest, then imprint your spiritual mark on the main hall, and you can complete the initial claim. Gu's timely voice echoed, Don't always think about achieving everything all at once, your strength isn't strong enough yet. Whoosh! Li Yuan immediately concentrated his spirit, only focusing on refining one of the fluctuation's mysteries, which was incredibly complex. With his current realm and soul power, grasping and refining it was extremely slow. Time passed. In the void. Finally, the true beginning of the claim, the girl in white watched the young man sitting quietly on the jade platform. She could feel that she was losing a little control over the Hall of Inheritance. But her heart felt not a trace of loss, instead, there was joy and excitement, and a tear glistened in her eye. Father, he will surely make it, hope has finally appeared. Back then, you came from beyond our realm, yet you failed to achieve success. Li Yuan is different. He is a native life form, and his talent is so exceptional and terrifying. With my help, he is definitely going to succeed, the girl in white murmured in her heart. In those days, Ancient Torch Divine led many powerful followers to descend, waging war across numerous planes to achieve the goals in his heart, battling with many divines. He had anticipated the difficulties of this journey early on and left behind many precautions. Like the Hall of Inheritance, for instance. True Phoenix Divine, being one of the most trusted followers of Ancient Torch Divine and possessing extremely strong survival capabilities, was also one of these precautions. Everything went as Ancient Torch Divine had anticipated. After eons had passed, all that had happened had long since dissipated into dust. This vast and boundless dimensional domain had settled into tranquility. I had thought that hope was exceedingly slim, but who could have anticipated? Father, I could actually find here a genius whose talent far surpasses yours, the girl silently said. Perhaps even the heavens are aiding us in this endeavor. She patiently awaited Li Yuan's recognition of lordship. As days went by, while Li Yuan was in the world within world's Hall of Inheritance, continuously attempting refinement and to leave behind a spiritual imprint. Feixing, headquarters of the Starfire Martial Hall. There are records of Li Yuan entering the fierce Feather Star realm, but no records of him entering the world within worlds? The Sanyi Semi-Divine, wearing a cold mask, received the news from the fierce Feather Star realm. Now, we have lost track of Li Yuan, with his communicator completely out of contact? The chambers of the world within worlds. The stationed martial artists withdrew 3 days ago, and up until now, no one has entered again. Sanyi Semi-Divine was alarmed. Something seemed rather eerie. Without further hesitation, Sanyi Semi-Divine immediately activated various secret means, trying to contact Li Yuan, but all to no avail. Fierce Feather Star Realm, being just a second-level star realm, where the permanently residing flying heaven warriors are simply common ones. With Li Yuan's strength, he should not have been threatened by anyone, Sanyi Semi-Divine thought. Moreover, even if a battle of flying heaven level were to erupt, Li Yuan should at least have some capacity to fight back. But there's no trace of him at all. Could it be that Li Yuan has another method of entering the world within worlds? Then he might have gone into some secret place within and has temporarily avoided the chambers. Sanyi Semi-Divine speculated reasonably. In fact, her speculations were very close to the truth. After a long contemplation, in the fierce Featherstar realm, within the world within worlds, attempt to contact Li Yuan continuously for 24 hours. Sanyi Semi-Divine gave the order, also, keep the chamber vacant. No one is allowed to enter. Understood. August 16, 2045. Mingshu Star Realm. After over a year of construction, the previously visited outpost base number 3 by Li Yuan had expanded nearly 100-fold and had come to resemble a mid-sized city. There weren't many residential areas, but a multitude of factories were operational, countless unmanned aerial vehicles patrolled. Many towering weapon towers stood erect, highly vigilant. Scores of high-speed railways stretched deep into the earth, trains crossed, bringing in vast amounts of mineral resources, while simultaneously, numerous martial artists and mechanical legions rode the trains deeper into the star realm. Today, over base number 3, within a hovering super-large warship with a diameter stretching over 200 meters. Within a large conference room in its interior, many gathered here, each emanating formidable auras. If Li Yuan had been here, he would have recognized several figures at a glance: Wu Menong, Yu Jing, and Yangya. Many of the top-tier talents from 7-Star Mountain had already gathered in the Mingshu Star Realm. All preparations for the general offensive have been completed, all mechanical legions and martial artists are in position, the aerial troops can also be dispatched at any moment. A red-robed flying heaven warrior whispered, "Old Yu, should we move out?" "Let's start the preparations, we can reach there within 2 hours," Yu Jing whispered back. "This battle is bound to be brutal, but leave the enemy's flying heaven-level forces for us to handle." After multiple major battles over the past year, in field warfare, the 7-Star civilization had gained an absolute advantage, and now they were about to launch a general offensive against the Tinliang civilization base, 2,000 kilometers away, aiming to completely destroy it. Once the base is destroyed and the entrance to the Star Realm is blocked, it will be difficult for the Tinliang civilization to launch a counterattack and regain a foothold. Although like the 7-Star civilization, the Tinliang clan controls 4 major bases in the Mingshu Star Realm and 2 portals, with 2 major bases built around them. The destruction of one means the loss of a strategic support point, and the situation will quickly deteriorate. According to our intelligence, there are still quite a number of talented warriors and flying heaven warriors hidden within the Tinliang civilization base, said the red-robed flying heaven warrior, unable to help himself. Even the myriad demons civilization might send talents. Should we request support from above and ask the spirit gun to come before the general offensive? For a moment, the meeting room went quiet. The spirit gun? Although they were all fighting in the Mingshu Star Realm, they were also aware of the grand battle taking place in the Rob C Star Realm. The name, Spirit Gun, resonated like thunder. Rest assured, gentlemen, I am not one of those pedantic people who worry about the spirit gun taking our so-called credit. In fact, I have already requested the higher-ups and semi-divines, hoping that the spirit gun would come to the battle. Yu Jing shook his head, but the semi-divines replied. The spirit gun is currently undergoing important cultivation, and unless absolutely necessary, he will not come. Lud Nef is the same, he too is at a critical junction in his cultivation. Everyone nodded slightly. Over time, they had all come to greatly admire Yu Jing, who was a genuinely selfless leader. Drip. Suddenly, a figure flickered on a distant projection screen. The figure seemed to be flying at high speed, frantically roaring, requesting backup. Tavares, what happened? Yu Jing asked urgently. I've discovered important clues to a relic, possibly one of the entrances, on the eastern side of Area 67, on the outskirts of Ming Mountain, Tavares said hastily, but there, a large group of local flying heaven exotic beasts are guarding it. As soon as we approached, they detected us and immediately pursued us. Rao Dao is dead. I am trying to escape, requesting support. Tavares's face showed a hint of madness. The color drained from everyone's faces. Rao Dao, a flying heaven warrior from Sha country, had been in the Mingshu Star Realm for less than half a year, and he had died. Postpone the general offensive plan, delay it indefinitely. Leave the flying heaven level forces to guard, the rest will follow me, Yu Jing said gravely. Yu Jing turned and left. Soon after, a large group of flying heaven level forces transformed into streaks of light and soared into the sky, rushing towards the direction of Area 67. August 18th. World within worlds, Hall of Inheritance, within that mysterious hall. Boom! The entire hall trembled faintly, as Ji Yu waited with a smile on her face. She knew, Li Yuan had begun to make headway in the refinement process. The Hall of Inheritance? So that's it? Li Yuan, sitting cross-legged on the jade platform, slowly opened his eyes. After the initial refinement of the Hall of Inheritance, Li Yuan truly felt its magical essence and could vaguely sense each area within the Divine Hall. Of course, many places were very blurry to him, and he couldn't perceive them at all. It was clear that what he controlled now was just the tip of the iceberg of the entire Hall of Inheritance. Having refined the central hub of the main hall, I can barely sense the entirety of the Hall of Inheritance, Li Yuan thought to himself, but if I want to activate it? When Li Yuan induced the origin of the Hall of Inheritance, trying to activate it even slightly, it felt as though he was trying to lift a massive mountain, an incredibly daunting task. He couldn't activate it at all. Stop trying to activate it. A voice like that of the heavens came from Ji Yu next to him, You've just begun to refine the core and haven't grasped its mysteries yet. The entire Hall of Inheritance is an extremely powerful divine artifact. To truly manipulate the whole Hall of Inheritance, you may have a glimmer of hope when you become a demigod. A divine artifact? And an extremely powerful one at that? Li Yuan opened his eyes, a hint of shock in his gaze. Divine artifacts. Li Yuan naturally knew that by definition, these were the weapons used by the divine. Just like when Alliance Hierarch Dongfang Ji said he could get his hands on a divine artifact long spear, it shocked Li Yuan considerably. Every divine artifact holds immense power, but they also come with great difficulty in their use. According to Ji Yu, this Hall of Inheritance was among the strongest of divine artifacts. Sister, Li Yuan stood up. With a single step, he came to Ji Yu's side. If it's a divine artifact, how could I refine it? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Many semi-divine artifacts were beyond his ability to refine now. It was deliberately set up by our father when he first made the Hall of Inheritance. You've only just begun to refine it, and most of it is controlled by me, Ji Yu said with a smile. As time goes by, and as you pass the next 3 challenges, your control over the Hall of Inheritance will naturally strengthen until you perfectly master it. Like right now, you're the nominal owner of the Hall of Inheritance, but you can't even sense my presence. Li Yuan nodded, not only unable to sense Ji Yu. Just like number 1, number 2, and number 3, who he had sparred with before, he couldn't sense where they were at all. All right. Now that you have initially refined the Hall of Inheritance, it's time to grant you the second treasure, the girl said, and, while we're at it, I'll introduce you to the many wonderful uses of the Hall of Inheritance. First of all, this hall where we are now is called the 100 Battles Chamber. Its main feature is the arena below. The girl pointed below and continued, it is known as the 100 Battles Arena. Li Yuan looked down below. You've tried it during your trials in the last few days, Ji Yu said with a smile. Now if you try it again, you can choose your opponents at will, set their strength, choose group battles, or even simulated sieges. You can set up to 100 opponents. The strongest opponent you can set is at level 36, and their skill set to true intent perfection, Ji Yu explained. It's essentially a live combat training ground. Those opponents are all controlled just like number 1. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He immediately felt the impressiveness of the 100 Battles Arena. Compared with the 7-Star Mountain, the strength of the combat training robots there was limited, and there was only one. They were not much use to him anymore. He had rarely used combat training robots during his cultivation on 7-Star Mountain. In contrast, this 100 Battles Arena was much stronger. It would allow him to fully exert himself and try out numerous techniques. That Jade platform is not only the control center but is also known as the meditation platform. It can quickly still your mind when you are restless, Ji Yu said. In a sense, it can assist in enlightenment. Li Yuan nodded slightly. He had experienced the power of the Jade platform in the past few days. Follow me. Ji Yu turned and flew out of the 100 Battles Chamber, and Li Yuan hurriedly followed. The two walked along the vast corridor. They arrived outside another dusty hall. As the doors slowly opened, the inside was bathed in light. Whoosh! The intense flow of divine crystal energy that hit him made Li Yuan feel refreshingly invigorated. Such rich divine crystal energy. What is this? Li Yuan asked, holding his breath. This is the Divine Crystal Chamber. Ji Yu spoke softly. Essentially, it's an upgraded version of the Stone Chamber, found deep within the vein of the Grotto Heaven. Li Yuan listened thoughtfully. The so-called divine crystal energy is a higher level and more powerful form of origin power, Ji Yu said. So, when a large number of divine crystals gather and gradually diffuse, they can form a large origin stone vein. Like the divine beings refining cosmic origin power, the divine origin power formed in their bodies can be directly transformed into divine crystals. In the vast world where our father resided, divine crystals are a common currency. They have many uses, whether for the cultivation of star techniques, origin power cultivation, recovery from injuries, and so on. All can make use of it. To activate some powerful origin power weapons, advanced cosmic warships, formidable puppets, and so on, divine crystals are used, making them a hard currency in the river of dimensions. Li Yuan's understanding of divine crystals became clearer. The Hall of Inheritance is engraved with a powerful origin power array, which slowly absorbs external origin power and stores it in the energy storage room. Having remained in the fierce Feather Star realm for a long period, the energy storage room has already reached its limit over the long years, Gu explained, and the Divine Crystal Chamber is connected to the storage room. In the future, once you reach the Flying Heaven level, to accelerate the improvement of your physical quality and the cultivation of star techniques, among other things, you can come to the Divine Crystal Chamber, which is equivalent to being supplied with 5 elements divine crystals for free, Gu said with a smile. However, the efficiency of cultivation is much lower than using divine crystals directly. Li Yuan was in awe. Such luxury! 5 elements divine crystals are incredibly precious. Within the 7-star civilization, they must be exchanged for a large number of 7 stars points. But in this Hall of Inheritance, it was completely free of charge. Sis, using it like this, the energy in the storage chamber will be used up, right? Li Yuan couldn't help but say. Of course, it will, Gu nodded. In the past, it was always our father who used a tremendous amount of divine power to fill it up until the storage chamber reached its limit. The Hall of Inheritance itself absorbs origin power, but actually, it does so very slowly. But you're too weak. Too weak? He was taken aback. The little bit you consumed doesn't count for much. Gu shook her head. It should be enough for you to use slowly, until you reach the semi-divine level. Understood. Li Yuan was relieved. Semi-divine level? That was still a long way off. He was only at level 29.9. Realistically, it would probably take many years for him to step into the semi-divine level. For you, for now, the Hall of Inheritance mainly has these few uses, Gu said, like assisting with the training of treasures, which I've already given you last time. Of course, the greatest use of the entire Hall of Inheritance is to save one's life. Carry it with you, and with just a little time, you can enter the Hall of Inheritance in the blink of an eye, Gu slowly said. The Hall of Inheritance is indestructible, not even a semigod can forcefully destroy it. However, entering the Hall of Inheritance, even at its fastest, still requires a bit of time. In case of a surprise attack, you won't be able to react in time, Gu said. Secondly, once your true body returns to the Hall of Inheritance, it will be exposed to the outside world. Although the Hall of Inheritance can turn into a grain of dust, a semigod, upon close examination, can sense the presence of the Hall of Inheritance. Therefore, even if you have the Hall of Inheritance, don't feel invincible. You still need to be careful. It's best not to expose the Hall of Inheritance if possible. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Carrying the Hall of Inheritance was merely to increase his chances of survival, not to make him invincible. Additionally, little brother, if you enter those exterior dimensional star realms, the Hall of Inheritance won't follow you in. The girl looked seriously at Li Yuan. This is an order left by our father. Li Yuan was taken aback. Exterior dimensional star realms? Star realms are divided into 2 types. One type is the interior dimensional star realm, which is born within a certain dimensional plane. There's no harm in entering it, the girl said. Exterior dimensional star realms, however, are born from the collision of different dimensional planes, protected by the rules of the universe. If you enter with it, once you die, the Hall of Inheritance will be directly suppressed by the origin forces of the star realm, and once again become trapped, the girl said. Li Yuan had understood. Like the fierce Feather Star realm, it belongs to an exterior dimensional star realm, and the Hall of Inheritance was trapped here. Until he became the successor, which gave hope of freedom. Having escaped with great difficulty, Gu naturally did not want to be trapped again. If it wasn't trapped in the star realm, once he died. Without any bindings, Gu could fully control the Hall of Inheritance and select a suitable successor from countless lives. Before long, the two passed through the corridor and returned to the main hall. Little brother, I've told you the uses of the Hall of Inheritance, Gu said, now I will also gift you some treasures. Whoosh! With a light wave of her hand, numerous items hovered in midair, radiating countless auras of spirituality that made Li Yuan's eyes instantly light up. So many divine crystals? Li Yuan gasped. The most eye-catching was the small pile of Earth origin crystals. First of all, is the storage treasure. Ji Yu flicked her finger and a tiny silver light flew to Li Yuan's front. With a thought from Li Yuan, his divine sense enveloped the storage treasure, which was ownerless and had no spiritual imprints. A deeper sensation soon left Li Yuan astonished. It's huge. This storage magical treasure is 10 meters in length, width, and height, and counts as a semi-divine level storage magical treasure, Ji Yu said softly. In your 7-star civilization, it should be considered top tier, convenient for your daily needs. Semi-divine level? Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Such a level of storage treasure simply wasn't sold within the 7-star civilization. At least, he had never seen one. Next are these Earth origin crystals, a total of 2 cubic meters. Ji Yu pointed at the pile of divine crystals that stacked like a small mountain. They'll help you trade with other forces or powerhouses for other necessary treasures. These divine crystals added up, actually give hope of exchanging for a pseudo-divine artifact, the girl said indifferently, as if she didn't care at all. Li Yuan, on the other hand, held his breath completely. Divine crystals, measured by square. You must know that he usually counted them by chunk. In the 7-star treasure vault, if you wish to exchange for a square of divine crystal, it would cost about 100,000 7-stars points. These 2 squares of Earth origin crystals would be equivalent to 200,000 7-stars points. Moreover, as far as Li Yuan knew, in the 7-star treasure vault, whether it was flying heaven level or demigod, there was a limit to the divine crystals one could exchange for. They wouldn't exchange if you had too many. You should know, a normal semi-divine artifact would only be valued at 10,000 7-stars points. Lastly, it is a set of semi-divine level battle garment, Ji Yu said as she waved her hand again. In the void, instantly appeared an exquisitely lifelike set of black battle garment, complete with a helmet, combat armor, arm guards, battle boots, and so on, with the whole set emanating an invisible majestic pressure. Li Yuan could faintly feel the pressure himself. He felt that this set of battle garment was different from the normal semi-divine level battle garment. This set of semi-divine level battle garment, along with the long spear I gave you last time, are actually part of the same set, both specifically forged by Father, the girl whispered. A normal semi-divine level weapon cannot even be used by a prime warrior. You need to be at the peak of the flying heaven level at least. It must be specially made so that you can exert some of its power. The protective effect is also far superior to those third-rank armors. Li Yuan nodded in agreement, recalling how, when he previously fought with other flying heaven-level martial artists, they mostly used third-rank weapons. Weapons and treasures are also a part of one's strength. Prime warriors struggle even to fly and tunnel through the earth. Many natural perilous places could easily claim your life. The girl looked at Li Yuan. With this set of semi-divine level battle garment, along with your training in body refining star technique, plus your shadow clone technique, at least, when facing flying heaven peak powerhouses, you have a fair chance of protecting yourself. Li Yuan nodded earnestly. This set of battle garment might not be as valuable as a divine artifact. But for him at present, it was even better than a divine artifact, since, after all, he couldn't use the divine artifact yet. That's all the treasures. The girl looked at Li Yuan. Still, the path to cultivation is one you must walk on your own. I hope you'll not slack off. I won't inquire too much into your daily training. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Whether it was Ji Yu, Dongfang Ji, or the headmaster Fang Hai, they actually seldom inquired into the details of his cultivation. If one doesn't have the motivation to practice diligently, no one can help. Cultivation is a matter for oneself. Sister, what are the requirements for the 3rd trial of the flying heaven level? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. It's not difficult. The girl glanced at Li Yuan and smiled. When your strength is comparable to a demigod, it should be enough. The white-robed girl had already vanished, leaving Li Yuan alone in the main hall, in a daze. Comparable to a demigod? Li Yuan muttered to himself. Li Yuan did not rush to leave the Hall of Inheritance, but went straight into the Divine Crystal Chamber. The Divine Crystal energy is indeed more concentrated than that in the Ore Vein Chamber. Li Yuan silently practiced the true solution of the Earth Star Vein, striving to push it to the 2nd order limit. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, half a month passed, and it was August 29th. In Seven Star Mountain, within Lin Lanyue's villa estate. Suddenly, Lin Lanyue, who was in quiet cultivation, received a communication. San Yi Semi-Divine, Lin Lanyue said with great respect. There is an urgent matter that I need your help with, San Yi Semi-Divine said solemnly. What is it? Go to Fierce Feather Star Realm, and get in touch with Li Yuan. Contact Li Yuan. Lin Lanyue's face showed a hint of anxiety, her heart filled with concern. Can't get in touch with him? What's happened to him? Don't worry. It's not that he's in danger, San Yi Semi-Divine said. Half a month ago, Li Yuan sent a message, applying to use. San Yi Semi-Divine quickly detailed the sequence of events and the full situation to Lin Lanyue. In fact, 10 days ago he sent a message saying that he was in seclusion within Worlds, and that there was no longer any need for the stone chamber, allowing us to arrange for others to enter as we saw fit. San Yi Semi-Divine continued, but since then, we still haven't been able to contact him. Hearing this, Lin Lanyue's hanging heart was put at ease, already understanding the reason. Li Yuan was in Worlds but out of contact. Then, the likelihood was that he had returned to the Hall of Inheritance. San Yi Semi-Divine, is there something important that requires contacting him urgently? Lin Lanyue asked directly. In Lin Lanyue's view, since Li Yuan had returned to the Earth System Divine Being Inheritance Hall, it must be for an important matter. Why the rush to find him? It's not that we are in a hurry, it's just that the war in Mingshu Star Realm has reached a critical juncture, and his participation is needed, San Yi Semi-Divine said to Lin Lanyue, not exerting the pressure of a semi-divine, but rather treating her almost as an equal. San Yi Semi-Divine was aware of Lin Lanyue's circumstances. Her strength and talent didn't seem too dazzling, even less so than same-age peers like Tian Dajuang and Dan Taifeng, but the powerful bloodline she carried within her meant her future potential was almost that of a semi-divine. Furthermore, Lin Lanyue was a disciple of a divine being. For various reasons, Lin Lanyue's actual status was extremely high, just like Li Yuan. Her real situation was kept secret, known only to a few semi-divines, and almost no one else. Mingshu Star Realm wants Li Yuan to participate in the war. Lin Lanyue couldn't help but say, even Yu Jing can only struggle to hold on in the battle. Can Li Yuan really turn the tide if he goes? The direness of the war in Mingshu Star Realm had long spread throughout Martial Divine Star Realm, and naturally, Lin Lanyue was aware of it. Lanyue, you just need to return to Worlds and tell Li Yuan the situation. He will naturally understand. San Yi Semi-Divine was not willing to reveal too much. The sooner, the better. Okay. Lin Lanyue answered, though with some hesitation in her heart, she ultimately agreed. She was also worried about Sha country in her heart. In the war of Mingshu Star Realm, Sha country was the one facing the brunt and paying the greatest price. After cutting the communication, the war in Mingshu Star Realm is so perilous. I've heard that a whole batch of flying heaven warriors have died, and several top talents from Seven Star Mountain have fallen. Lin Lanyue thought to herself, but according to San Yi Semi-Divine, once Li Yuan arrives, he would be able to lift the siege. Has Li Yuan become that strong? Suddenly, Lin Lanyue thought of a possibility, and a flash of shock crossed her bright eyes. Could it be? Li Yuan is the spirit gun. Within the entire seven-star civilization, if there was someone who still had hopes of reversing the situation in the Battle of Mingshu Star Realm, Lin Lanyue could only think of Spirit Gun. In Worlds, within the Hall of Inheritance's 100 Battles Arena. 100 Battles Arena. From the outside, the entire 100 Battles Arena was not more than 100 meters in length and width. But being inside, it was quite vast, with a minimum diameter of 3 kilometers, and the maximum range could reach up to 10 kilometers, which involved the use of space law in a very profound way. Today, Li Yuan, like the past few days, was once again in the 100 Battles Arena, sparring and fighting against many golden armored warriors. He set all his opponents to level 30, with skills and enlightenment set to the 6th stage. A total of 20 golden armored warriors. Boom! The battle was fierce beyond compare. Whoosh! 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 A total of 6 Li Yuans, each being 5 meters tall, turned into streaks of light weaving and flickering within the multiple layers of Earth's aura. Each one moved at extreme speed. Kill! Stop him! Those golden armored warriors, too, were extremely fierce in their speed and ferocious in their attacks, repeatedly trying to team up and land a hit on Li Yuan, but were easily dodged by his shimmering phantom body. The domains activated by these golden armored warriors did not belong to one another and instead were completely suppressed by Li Yuan's domain. At the same time, swoosh, 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 streaks of enigmatic and ruthlessly fierce spear light swept across the vast sky, possessing both speed and attacking power, easily piercing through the vital spots of the golden armored warriors' bodies. One by one they fell. Like a leisurely walk in the park, in just a few minutes, all 20 ordinary flying heaven, golden armored warriors had been slain by Li Yuan. It was a completely one-sided battle. The entire arena returned to calm, countless golden mists rose, again forming the shape of a golden armored warrior without any weapons. Congratulations, young master, your strength has progressed compared to yesterday, the golden armored warrior said with a smile. You probably have broken through to the intermediate rank of the 6th stage in the true meaning of Earth. Number 1. Your perceptive abilities are indeed extraordinary, Li Yuan replied with a smile, as he stowed his long spear. During his time in the Hall of Inheritance, at first, Li Yuan had been in concealed cultivation within the Divine Crystal Chamber, and after 10+ days with a massive influx of Earth origin crystal energy, he had finally succeeded in advancing the true solution of the Earth Star Vein to the second-order limit. The Earth origin crystals consumed had also exceeded Li Yuan's initial expectations. If one were to cultivate using Earth origin crystals, probably 2 whole pieces would be necessary, which meant using Earth origin crystals worth 200,000 7-stars points. Luckily, the Divine Crystal Chamber was free to use, although the efficiency of cultivation was much lower. But Li Yuan didn't mind spending a little extra time. After cultivating the true solution of the Earth Star Vein to the pinnacle of the second order, and when running his star meridian, Li Yuan noticed the potency of having trained the Supreme Star Technique to the second order limit. It improved his sensitivity to the fluctuations of Earth's mystery within the world by a significant margin. Many of the previous confusions in spear technique were almost effortlessly resolved when Li Yuan recontemplated and reflected on them. Constant breakthroughs. It's worth noting that at the beginning of July, when bidding farewell to Lai Feng's semi-divine and returning to 7-Star Mountain, Li Yuan felt he was not far from making a breakthrough with the true meaning of Earth. In the past 2 months, he had been working hard on his cultivation. The transformation of his star technique today, it finally caused Li Yuan to burst forth completely, and in just a few short days, he pushed the true meaning of Earth, which was on the edge of breakthrough, to intermediate rank of the 6th stage. His overall strength naturally increased. The breakthrough of the true meaning of Earth is just the beginning. The combination of the mysteries of Earth and Wind only increased the power by 30%, Li Yuan thought to himself. After such long cultivation practice, Li Yuan had discovered that once the true intent was condensed for both Earth and Wind mysteries, their combined power transformed. But beyond that, no matter which type of true intent continued to break through, the combined power of the mysteries would hardly change qualitatively. According to Li Yuan's judgment, once both true intents reach the level of laws and combine again, the power of my spear technique will surge once more, Li Yuan thought to himself. For now, however, I can only progress slowly. Of course, he was extremely satisfied with the speed of his skills improvement. The skill level of Flying Heaven Peak warriors is generally at the intermediate rank of the 6th stage, with a few at the high rank. Perfection of the 6th stage is at the level of a demigod, Li Yuan thought to himself. And me? Li Yuan's thoughts stirred, and at his fingertips, 2 streams of airflow seemed to chase each other, faintly merging into one. After the mysteries are combined, although it's still not on par with perfection of the 6th stage, it should be considered the pinnacle among the high-rank techniques of the 6th stage, Li Yuan thought to himself. The gap from high-rank techniques of the 6th stage to perfection of the 6th stage was still very large and extremely difficult to bridge. A vast number of Flying Heaven Peak martial artists are trapped at this step. The star garment has also been initially nurtured successfully, with a spiritual imprint branded, allowing it to exert part of its power. Li Yuan's thoughts moved. In an instant, His body was enveloped in a layer of black battle garment, and his life's aura underwent a noticeable change. The star garment was the semi-divine level battle garment that Gu had given to him. Because the core of the battle garment contained the fluctuations of the mysteries of the earth vein, it was named Star by Li Yuan. Now, if I encounter Dean Hai again, and put forth my full effort, I should be able to protect myself. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Li Yuan's mouth. Dean Hai is a 34-level flying heaven martial artist, extremely powerful, and before the great battle in Rob C Star Realm, Dean Hai effortlessly defeated Li Yuan using his domain star technique. But today's Li Yuan, compared to himself during the Rob C battle, had greatly enhanced his overall strength. Suddenly, buzz, countless rays of light converged, and a white-clothed figure appeared out of thin air in the void. War God Guu, Number 1 greeted with respect. Sister, Li Yuan's eyes lit up as well. Having been in secluded cultivation by himself for over 10 days, Guu had not shown herself. The young girl had a smile on her face. Though she seldom appeared, she had been quietly observing Li Yuan, and his rate of progress had indeed astonished her. Especially after cultivating the true solution of the Earth Star vein to the second-order limit, he quickly broke through to the intermediate rank of the 6th stage. This speed of cultivation was enough to make countless geniuses feel out of their depth. Little brother, the named disciple, Lin Lanyue, chosen by Xiao Huo, has arrived. The girl spoke softly. She's looking for you. Lanyue? Looking for me? Li Yuan was slightly startled, instantly realizing, the great battle of the Mingshu Star Realm has come? Li Yuan originally planned to cultivate for a month before returning to the martial divine star realm. After all, once back in the martial divine star realm, it would not be appropriate to make casual use of the Hall of Inheritance. He didn't expect Lin Lanyue to arrive so quickly. The true Phoenix Divine Hall of Inheritance. Phew. In the vast hall teeming with fiery red, a black-clothed figure appeared out of nowhere. Lanyue, the young man in black, looked toward the distant woman in a fiery red robe, revealing a smile. Li Yuan. Lin Lanyue's eyes lit up, and she immediately stepped forward. Are you all right? I'm fine. Li Yuan shook his head. What's up? Is it about the Mingshu Star Realm? Yes. Swiftly, Lin Lanyue recounted the situation of the Mingshu Star Realm to Li Yuan. Li Yuan, the battle is now fierce, and according to what I learned from the elders of Flame City before I left, it seems that the native flying heaven warriors of the Mingshu Star Realm are already counter-attacking, Lin Lanyue said. In the Tinliang civilization, a good number of flying heaven-level warriors have emerged, and several are flying heaven warriors who have broken through from prime warriors. It seems there's the shadow of the myriad demons civilization behind this. True intent flying heaven powerhouses? A trace of solemnity flashed through Li Yuan's eyes. Normally, among the many second-level star realms, those who are permanent residents at the flying heaven level are generally warriors at 5th stage perfection who have broken through. Their potential is limited, and they almost certainly cannot become a demigod in the future. But prime warriors of true intent, each of them can be considered geniuses, all with the potential of a demigod. Therefore, such talents are not easily allowed to break through to the flying heaven realm and stay permanently in the second-level star realms. However, evidently, either the Tinliang civilization or the myriad demons civilization behind it is continuously raising the stakes, investing more resources. In that case, it's time for me to join the battle, Li Yuan said with a smile. Li Yuan, are you really a spirit gun? Lin Lanyue couldn't help but ask. Li Yuan smiled. Lin Lanyue had already understood the answer, her heart jolting. Fine, Lanyue, since you've come back, you might as well cultivate for a few more days in the Hall of Inheritance, Li Yuan said. When I return from the Mingshu Star Realm, we shall meet again in the martial divine star realm. I'll be off then. Be careful, Lin Lanyue couldn't help saying, her eyes full of concern. Don't worry. Whoosh, waves of ripples emanated from Li Yuan's figure, and he had already vanished from the temple. In the dim void, this is the heart of world within worlds. Retract. With a thought, Li Yuan fully engaged the Hall of Inheritance, and the colossal sphere in the void, covered with thick earth and yellow streams, began to shrink. From a towering 1,000 meters, it swiftly shrank to 100 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. Until it finally became a speck in the palm of Li Yuan's hand, virtually undetectable by the naked eye. This was the Hall of Inheritance, its true name being Ancient Divine Palace. Suddenly, whoosh, a streak of light flickered, forming the figure of a girl in white next to Li Yuan. "It's Gu. Sister," Li Yuan was startled. "Why have you come out?" "To say goodbye to an old friend," the girl said with a smile, her gaze falling into the distance, where countless fires converged in the void. Eventually, they formed the figure of a child in a fiery red robe. "Sister Gu, you're finally able to leave. You've waited so long for this day." Both the master and the ancient torch divine, if they knew, would surely be happy. The child looked at Gu, with a flicker of excitement in his eyes, and then a hint of loneliness. "It's just regrettable that I can't go with you." Clearly, this child in the fiery red robe is the boundary spirit of world within worlds. "Xiao Huo. Lin Lanyu's talent and determination are good. There's hope for you to break free," the girl said with a smile. "Your sister will be waiting for you in the outside world." The relationship between Gu and the boundary spirit is evidently quite close. For tens of thousands of years, they have been like kin to each other. Taking the Hall of Inheritance, he left the heart of world within worlds. A day later, Li Yuan had already arrived from Feixing to Jiangnan Province, in Blue Star Sha country. The height of summer was drawing to a close. Jiangnan Province, one of the most prosperous provinces of Sha country, had a dreamlike charm in the misty rain of summer, yet it also bore a hint of sweltering heat. In the void, Li Yuan stood quietly, looking down at the lotus flowers in the pond below. Droplets of rain fell, striking the surface of the pond and rippling outward. This was an ancient town. Buzz, buzz, countless droplets of rain falling nearby, even before they could approach Li Yuan, instantly evaporated, creating an area around him that spanned 3 meters and seemed like a forbidden zone. However, the invisible distortion of light made many pedestrians in the ancient town below completely oblivious to this eerie scene playing out overhead. Suddenly, Li Yuan slightly turned his head, his gaze drawn to the distance. Through the hazy, thin rain, a distortion of light occurred and then returned to normal. A man in black clothing, appearing to be about 30 years old, emerged. His aura was restrained, but a sharpness could still be felt. Target individual, life level 36.9, Li Yuan, having deployed Divine Palace Inquiry, thought to himself. As expected, the principal is just a 6-star pulse. The last time he met Fang Hai, Li Yuan's life level had not been high enough, and Divine Palace Inquiry could only determine that Fang Hai was at least a 6-star pulse. Now it was confirmed. The 7-star veins were nearly mythical in many civilizations. Even someone with the talents of Fang Hai had not reached it. Fang Hai had already approached Li Yuan. "Principal." Li Yuan bowed slightly in greeting. "It's only been a little over a year, but your realm has indeed become remarkably high. I hadn't even come close, and you detected me." Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan, revealing a slight smile. "You truly deserve the title of Spirit Gun, the first prime warrior of the civilization. It probably won't be too long before you surpass me." The principal jests. Li Yuan smiled. To catch up with Fang Hai, Li Yuan estimated that it would take him at least 5 years or even more. After all, he himself was making progress. But with the principal, Fang Hai's talent, his strength was also advancing rapidly. "The Great War in the Mingshu Star Realm. I originally didn't want to involve you, considering your prominence. Once you join the battle, the myriad demons civilization will surely target you," Fang Hai sighed. "Moreover, your talent and potential have probably not yet reached the limit of a prime warrior. You still have room to grow. The casualties are just too great," he continued. "If you do not participate, we might have to consider retreating, and by then, all 4 major bases might be destroyed. If we rebuild them in the future, the cost will be greater." "I understand, Principal," Li Yuan said calmly. On the way from fierce Featherstar Realm, Li Yuan had already gotten a rough understanding of the battle situation. 2 of the original 4 major bases had been breached, and many new war bases, forward bases, had also been mostly destroyed. In fact, The only ones still maintaining stability were the original Base 3 and Base 4. Even the Flying Serpent Valley base, which had been established because of Li Yuan, had been mostly destroyed. The total number of casualties had reached hundreds of thousands. Just the number of martial artists who died was staggering. Of course, both Tinliang civilization and the native forces of Mingshu Star Realm suffered heavy losses too. The enemy will not wait for my strength to reach its limit before waging war. We can only work hard to cultivate, Li Yuan said, and be ready to join the fight at any time. Actually, we of the High Command have discussed it. Many demigods believe that inciting the Great War in the Mingshu Star Realm was a mistake. We should have expanded progressively, avoiding conflict with Tinliang civilization. Fang Hai shook his head. We should have waited for the best opportunity. If Tinliang civilization made the same choice as us, that would have been fine, preventing any provocation of the native life, Li Yuan said, but we could not do that. This is a struggle for civilization's living space. We cannot trust each other, both wanting to expand as quickly as possible to establish an advantage and then lock down each other's Star Realm entrances. The treasures that might be contained within Ming Mountain are worth fighting for, Li Yuan continued. The only mistake is that we all underestimated the native forces. According to the intelligence Li Yuan had received, the native forces of Mingshu Star Realm had already identified hundreds of flying heaven-level beings. A seemingly small number given the vast territory of Mingshu Star Realm. But one must know, within Mingshu Star Realm, there was no unified civilization with a heritage. Instead, there were many exotic beast tribes each fighting their own battles. Most of their cultivation relied on bloodlines and instincts, so having so many flying heaven-level beings was quite remarkable. Fang Hai sighed softly. Back when Mingshu Star Realm was a first-level star realm, we couldn't delve too deep to investigate, leading to an underestimation of the native forces. Now, it all depends on you, he concluded. Without you, the higher-ups might have already considered giving up on Mingshu Star Realm, Fang Hai said, shaking his head. However, you and others will face a drastically increased risk of falling in such a fierce battle. Haha. Principal. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Each generation has its own responsibilities. If our native civilization were invaded, we would have to rely on you, the principal, and the Alliance Hierarch and other demigods, Li Yuan stated. But as for interstellar wars, it's up to us to see them through. When you were a prime warrior, principal, you too, as the civilization's first prime warrior, dominated many star realms. Didn't the Myriad Demons civilization and Tinliang civilization regard you as a thorn in their side? Did they not try to assassinate you multiple times? Li Yuan said with a smile. With his current level of access, Li Yuan was entitled to know many of the deeds from Fang Hai's rise. Lu Nef fought in the Rob Sea-Star realm and wreaked havoc in the fierce Featherstar realm. Without him and Yu Jing battling desperately, I wouldn't have been able to wrest control of the world within worlds from the Immortal Ruins civilization so easily, Li Yuan explained. Big Brother Yu has supported the conflict in Mingshu Star Realm for over a year as well.